Testing 1 2 test test. Testing 1 2 test test.
pretty confident, not contagious, so just ignore the call. It's gonna be fine. Okay, you got it. Okay, so we will call the February 26th North Kingstown School Committee meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you are able, please join. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next item is roll call.
Karen Earl.
Here.
Robert Case. Jen Lima.
Here.
James Sheehan.
Here.
Deborah Lucasco.
Here.
Christine LaPierre. Maggie Bush. Here. Thank you.
Okay, and the calendar?
Okay, we have a few things. Next school committee meeting will be Tuesday, March 5th, and then Tuesday, March 19th. We have some subcommittee meetings, Tuesday, February 27th. That's tomorrow. We have CLAC at 6:45 at the North Kingston Free Library. Wednesday, February 28th, we have the Wellness Subcommittee. That's here at Central Administration at 6 p.m. Monday, March 4th, we have a Policy Subcommittee meeting, 5:30 here at Central Admin. We also have School Committee office hours. The date is Monday, March 18th, from 6 to 7 at the DMS Library.
Yep, Mr. Mezzanotte has a correction.
So I think you said the 28th was the Wellness Committee meeting here.
Central Admin, that's what it says.
That's actually at the high school,
Oh,
at the
okay.
library.
We'll make sure that everyone knows.
Yep.
Hey, Johnny, what was that last date you had, please? Sorry, I missed it.
March 18th is the School Committee office hours.
Offset, okay.
That's at the DMS Library from 6 to 7.
That's what I was thinking.
And that wellness committee meeting is the open forum for the K-5
Correct.
health curriculum.
Yep.
Okay,
High School Media Center.
perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, and I did see it correct in other places,
Yeah,
so
I
it should,
think
I think
this
it's fine.
is just,
Yeah. Yep, no worries. Good catch.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll move on to citizens' comments. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
I didn't think so.
Okay, just double check.
Nope.
Okay, and then so we'll go on to routine items. For the consent agenda, we have just the 2 items there. Does anyone want to exempt anything from the consent agenda?
Actually, the executive minutes, please.
Sure.
I wasn't there for them, so I can't.
Yep,
speak to
no
them.
worries. Okay. So we'll pull that one out. So A1. Anything else? Okay. So can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda, which just has that last remaining item on A2?
So moved.
Second. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then we'll move back. Can I get a motion to approve the executive session minutes from February 20th? So moved. Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, so we'll do 4 and then
One
abstain.
abstain.
Perfect. Okay, so that moves us to the end. We're going to take a quick recess. End of the consent agenda. I'm going to make a motion just to take a 10-minute recess to allow the administration to finish up one thing. Can I get a second for that? Second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and we'll be back in a little bit. Thank you so much, and we apologize for the delay. So that next item on the agenda is the unfinished business, and so we'll turn it over to the administration for further presentations on the FY25 budget.
Yes, thank you. The first item that I would like us to review regarding the budget would be the food services budget lines. So you do have that, and Mr. Wardeman is here along with his colleague to present the food services budget lines to you and to answer any questions that you may have. This document is titled Food Services.
Thank you for allowing us to go at the beginning of the meeting. As Trish can tell you, the high schoolers do come in quite early, and breakfast is ready on their arrival. So in front of you this evening is the proposed FY 2025 budget for the Child Nutrition Services Department. It's broken up into two sections. One is income, and the other is expenses. And the income is broken up into payments for lunches, breakfast, milk, adult meals, as well as canteen and snack bar. Those are the a la carte items, catering, vending, which is a new source of income for next year that we are hoping to have up. And what that would be is there would be vending machines. We're starting just at the high school, correct, Trish?
Correct.
So our plan is to start at the high school next year, and if it goes well, expand it to the middle school. But those vending machines will be operational 24/7. So if kids are in the building in the evening, there can be prepackaged, sandwiches with snacks. They'd have to fit all the healthy guidelines, as well as selling drinks, switches, waters, juices, correct? All those items would be available both on the weekends. So when we have outside groups in here, it'd be a potential source of income. And the ones we're looking at are actually tied to the student lunch accounts. So if you have a My School Bucks account, you don't have all the process worked out, but you'd essentially go in, punch in your student ID, and out would come a beverage or meal or snack. So we're excited about that. Then we get reimbursements from both the state and federal reimbursements. So we are anticipating a total income of just over 1.4 million. I'll give a second to digest, take any income questions, and I can go on to expenses, unless you'd like me to just keep rolling and do questions at the end.
I like the word digest. Nice touch, Mike.
Play on words?
Yeah.
I'll keep going then? Or do I need to pause now? I know when I was a teacher, I used to have to focus on my pause.
I guess just do everything, and then because I have some line item questions, but I don't want to ask questions if you're going to cover it later. So why don't you do the whole thing, and then we can circle back.
Yeah, and I'm trying to go high level through it, but
Yeah.
certainly happy to answer any specific line items. So then we've got salary and benefits are the two large lines under expenses. I'm sorry, I skipped purchasing milk and food. So right under the income, we have the cost for food as well as the cost for milk. And then under that, we get into salaries, benefits, conferences, technical services, and I can tell you, actually, I'm going to guess one of these questions may come out. There is some reclassification that's been done in here through these items. Other charges, we can certainly, off the top of my head, I'm going to have to jump into a spreadsheet, but unless Trish knows other charges off the top of her head, I'll dig in there in a second. Postage, maintenance and repairs to equipment. Our contracts for services. A new one this year, and this is a reclass. The object code is 55401. It used to be a technical service, and now it's been reclassed to advertising. And that's the, what's the name of the platform? I keep wanting to say Love Your Lunch, but I know it's not Love Your Lunch. It's
The new one?
the social media. Yep.
Oh, C-Level Social.
So,
So Mike, is that the 12135 that we're seeing in line 57311?
that is, so the line I'm talking about is 55401.
No, I know. I was looking to see where the money used to be. You said it was a reclass. So what line did it get reclassed from?
I'm going to dig into that in a minute because off the top of my head,
My guess was 57311 because there's no money in that for this year's budget, but
Yeah,
there
it would be
has been
software.
like 14,000, 12,000 there, so that was my guess. But
I believe that is correct.
all right. So we can just confirm that because
Yep.
it's a different amount by a couple thousand.
Well, and it was also part of the software line in previous years. If you look, I said there was a reclass done for 53502, went from $500 to $20,000. The My School Bucks platform, NutriKids platform, was called software at one time. It's not software because it's an online technical service, so that's a big chunk of the reclassification there out of software.
Those numbers don't match either.
So there's reclassing going on across a number of areas.
Yep.
Going on to page 2, the second page. We've got cafeteria supplies, non-food, so that's your trays, your forks, your spoons. And then kitchen equipment. Let me dive into this because I believe this is the vending machines. Pardon me, too many spreadsheets up. So vending machines, cafeteria furnishings, the high school and DMS serving line is equipment. And what I want to point out, the equipment is coming from the strategic spending plan that Trish has. And that is basically spending down surpluses from previous years.
Could I just ask a question on the kitchen equipment line?
Certainly.
In '22, you spent 8,000. In '23, you spent 213,000.
Mhm.
Did you do major upgrades in kitchen equipment at that time?
Yes, that was ovens, refrigeration.
Equipment, a flash freezer.
Oh, sorry, Trish, if you don't mind, just come up there, or we can.
It was, the previous year, just because of supply chain, there was nothing, we couldn't get anything anyway. So then we did upgrading for a few years there.
And that was to all kitchens, correct?
Every school got an upgrade. We started cooking in the elementary schools this year.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's good.
My elementary school, they appreciate that. They like it.
And what was really interesting was Trish is going to attribute that to an increase in sales because when you walk in, you smell the food and it makes kids want to purchase. So in the past, it would be prepped at either Davisville Middle School or
Right.
the high school and then trucked over. So
Popcorn chicken all week, fun food. Oh, I know. All right, anything else that you all want to say, or Trish, is there anything you want to expand upon before we start asking some questions regarding the line items?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much. And so I'll turn over to the committee to ask any questions that you have regarding either the income or the expenditures.
Is there a beginning balance for this enterprise fund?
I don't have one. Do you have a beginning balance for the enterprise for this enterprise?
Yeah, it could be. I think that would be helpful, and I do think it was in because I remember this being specifically called out by Kyle last year in the audit about like that was a concern from the audit company last year, and I imagine when we hear the presentation next week, it will be similar. Because of the money that came in and didn't go out because of COVID and different things, they were concerned about how much was carried in that, and so.
Spend down.
And that's part
Yeah.
of the strategic spend
Yeah,
out plan.
but we want to know then, like, what are we trying to spend down? I guess is the question.
Yeah.
We will be spending down hundreds of thousands of dollars. We keep a 3-month operating expense is what we keep.
Do you have that total number? I can go back and find.
Elle, I think it wasn't it going to be around 700,000?
People
Yeah,
can like,
I
we can do like
I
a,
have the resources, I have it on my desk, the cash
Oh,
resources
yeah.
fund that has the three
Right.
months on it. Yeah, I can.
And what ours was. It was, and that's part of the reason why we're going to be investing in this vending program, which is going to give us revenue when someone's in the building, no matter what day of the week. We're able to do that, upgrade Davisville Middle School, cafeteria furnishings in the high school, and, you know, we have a spending plan, which RIDE is actually realistic about how much can you get done in a year's time. So that's where you see the $213,000 in 1 year. It'll be similar to that. We're planning on 225, spending 225
And Trish, those-
immediately.
I'm sorry. Those vending machines, are they just, we lease them, or they give them for free, and then we share revenues, the vendor?
No, we buy the
We
machines.
buy them, okay.
And they're like computers. They're refrigerated, they're
Yeah.
all food safety controlled. They take credit cards, cash, they take whatever platform we have for My School Bucks, and we own the machines.
And will they be insured, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it would just be helpful to see like beginning balance, money in, money
Of
out,
course.
and spend down, and then an ending balance projection at the end of the year.
Mike, so the first column, we're looking at fiscal year proposed budget. The next one, that says year to date, is that, so January till now, so 2 months?
Yeah.
No, that's this year, but not everything when we pull this, just like not everything had been updated. This hadn't been updated, but Trish has a separate system that's not Munis, where this is getting tracked, and she does have different year-to-date numbers. But in the interest of consistency, I wanted to go with what is in our financial software.
So the last 3 columns then are school year or fiscal years?
So 2023, these are all fiscal year actuals.
so these are the end of the fiscal years.
Yes,
basically.
yep.
And then right now is what it says in Munis, but we clearly
it's-
can see that it's not up to
It's
date.
not
It's
up to date.
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So, but you have the actual year-to-date numbers somewhere?
Trish's
I
Nutrition
track it
Association.
through RIDE and through our NutriKids program, so I'm running like an independent system in my office, just personally to know where do we stand on a month-to-month basis.
So I guess the question that I would have is, so I can see that in 2021 and 2022 are not predictive. Like we can't look at those at all.
Right.
Obviously, we've got the 2023 data, which is probably the most accurate on this sheet. Do you think that the proposed budget of 575 is a realistic number compared to where we are right now, and then kind of where we ended in 2023 is kind of what I'm curious about. I can say that a different way if I.
Well,
makes sense.
we haven't raised the prices since 2015, so that is something that I have played into doing the calculations.
So you have.
I will be proposing a meal increase price.
And Trish, correct me if I'm wrong, part of it is we can only do so many increases or a certain percentage of increases over an amount of time. So if the floor was to all of a sudden drop out on us, we can't say, okay, it's going up, and we're not saying $1, but like we can't do that large of an increase. So it's something where if you're not doing smaller increases, you could fall behind to a point where you can't catch up. And this is an account that we don't want to run a deficit in.
Why haven't we done an increase since 2015?
Well, we went for the years during COVID not charging
Yeah.
anyone.
Oh, I get 2020, 2021.
Yeah.
I'm curious about 16, 17, 18,
Because
19.
we didn't raise prices because we always turned a profit.
Are we not turning a profit now?
We are. But it also has to do with, as Mike just mentioned, incrementally, it's based on like the CPI, and we have to get RIDE's permission. So if you can only give a dime, if they're only going to allow us to bring it a dime, we need to bring it a dime, then bring it a dime, then bring it a dime.
And will that increase happen during this FY25?
Yes, that would be our
It's built
our
into
proposal.
that
Okay,
income.
okay.
It is built into the same
That's what,
number?
that was
Yeah.
my question.
Just for clarification, the fiscal year is from July 1 to June 30th.
Correct.
So do you know what those increases will be, Trish?
I'm actually have reached out to RIDE because the CPI is so low right now that I want to see if they're making any waivers or any, you know, modifications for an increase. I mean, of course, to do an increase, it would have to get approved anyway. And then we would do the projections. If we increase it this much, this is what the revenue is going to increase, and so on.
And correct me if I'm wrong, there's nothing saying we have to have a September 1 increase. It could be a January 1, 2025 increase. It doesn't have to happen at the
We
beginning
don't
of the year,
have to
correct?
have an increase,
Right.
but, you know, seeing it's done so incrementally and at such a small margin, I think we should.
So, I'm sorry, I'm confused. 575 includes an increase,
Yes, it did include an increase.
but at what level?
I honestly, I don't have that in front of me right now.
I didn't think this, I thought when we did the FY '24 year-to-date out of Nutrislice, I thought we were comfortable with 575, and an increase, a minimal increase would potentially give us a buffer on this.
Possibly.
Yeah, that was my recollection.
Okay.
Food has gone up. I think I remember paying a nickel for a milk back in the old days.
Yes, me too.
Be careful, of course. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions about the vending. I'm assuming that we might have to do an RFP for vending, or is it a sole source situation because it's the one that's compatible with my school box?
So, and we're also looking simultaneously at a potential replacement of my school bucks in Nutrislice. So it's a package conversation we've been having since December. We've met with 3 different vendors to see their proposals. So we'd be bringing forward to you,
So there's an RFP out right now.
there's not an RFP
No.
out right now.
Mike, bring the interest phase.
We have, so before we do an RFP, we need to know what we're asking for.
No, that's literally not how it works. Like, you're supposed to put the RFP out, then you can talk to the vendors about, like, I think, isn't that how the purchasing?
Yeah, I'm a little unclear as to
Yeah,
what the,
so we'll follow up on that.
the actual program is, but I mean, you can get information in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but you
always,
can't meet with,
you meet with
We
people.
wouldn't solicit.
We're not soliciting bids.
Okay.
We're not soliciting bids, but in order for us to write an RFP,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have
yeah.
to know what's available out there.
Okay.
You know, we can't ask for something that doesn't exist. So, I mean, this happens all the time with textbooks. I mean, people send sample textbooks. Like this is something that happens all the time. So, you know, if a particular vendor doesn't offer, vending machines, it wouldn't make sense for us to ask for vending machines. Software platforms have changed. Our current software platform operates off of a server and doesn't allow a lot of new features.
Yeah.
So that's what we've known for how long? 15 years?
Yeah.
So
Right.
we're exploring what are the new features out there so
Sure.
we know what to ask for.
yep, I misunderstood what you said. So with the vending machines, we anticipate, how do we get to that $10,000 income number?
It's just, that is a very conservative number. Just from having had, you know, worked with vending prior, we had vending prior to
You-
COVID as well,
and
but
you spoke
this is
with
a
a couple
game
towns.
changer.
Yeah.
Game changer.
And you've spoken to a couple communities who currently
Right,
have them.
yes, this is very conservative.
Okay. Do we have to pay for the items in the vending machines? Like, how does that work?
We
There are
prepared,
items.
it's an in-house operation.
Kind of like the books, like you put the book, like, I don't know, what kids are the book.
Oh, at Forest Park, like the book machine? Yeah, it'd be just like that. So
So
when they're.
you all would put the items in there?
Correct,
It's not like
yes.
we're paying an extra
No, no
company
one's
to sell
coming in and
those?
filling the
We're doing it
machines.
privately.
Yep. So would that mean,
Self-operating.
so would that mean on the weekends you would have to have food service people putting food in the things? Would there be any operational costs?
I would think that would happen on Friday.
Yeah, Friday.
Men in basketball will hear you out. That's okay. I'm just saying, it's a good time. But, and so to Mr. Sheehan's point, that was a,
The vending machines, though, will be located in the cafeteria, correct?
they were
Yes.
talking about
So-
24/7.
Yes.
Yeah, so on the weekends, you know, sometimes doors get locked, so.
Yeah, and that's something logistically we'd have to work on. We also used to have machines down at the gyms. We had two
Outside the
machines
gyms, yeah.
operating prior to COVID. And it's also it's a new territory, so if we need to shift machines, they're all mobile and we'll do what it takes in the beginning. Maximizing revenue.
So just to clarify, $200,000 worth of vending machines get us how many vending machines?
It's not just vending machines.
The vending machines are approximately $75,000.
And then the other chunk was high school cafeteria furnishings.
Yes, but the vending machines also operate during the lunch. So they're going to be able to get their reimbursable meal out of a vending machine, should they choose not to go into the serving area. And it's the other spending is the cafeteria furnishings, which we have a group of juniors that I'm working with at the high school who I met with, who are giving us their input for what we want to do is right now seniors eat in the spine and they don't necessarily want to eat in the spine. So we're going to have a seniors area specifically for them within the cafeteria. So we have 11 students who are working with me on the furnishings, what they want, how it fits, and that's ongoing.
James, do you have a question?
Yeah, so we've been talking, we were digging down to the numbers on lunches. My question was, to Elle, if you needed to know, was do we have a time specific that we need to inform the town council of our vote tonight? Or is it
Tomorrow.
okay? So that we'll get to tomorrow.
Right, legally we have till tomorrow?
All right, perfect. That's
Tomorrow
my
at 5
question.
p.m.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. It's not thrilling, like we're.
No, I just want, no, that's fine. I just want to know if they would, because they said the 28th the other night, and I believe you said the 28th, the council, but maybe it's the 29th.
27th.
You said the 27th.
Oh, 27th.
I thought I calculated that the 27th.
You double check that just for fun.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good clarifying question. I'll give you one, James, for historical sake. The seniors used to sit on the stage, for anybody that remembers the old high school. Like, that's where, no? You didn't sit on the stage, old high school?
You mean for like graduation or something?
No, for lunch.
Oh, for lunch?
Yeah, that was our, but we didn't have the spot,
Oh,
we
yeah.
had the stage.
Oh, that's right.
That's where you
Oh,
guys.
senior seating.
Yeah, the senior seating was on the stage.
Is there a reason why we have segregated
It's a great question.
seating?
Well, part of it is, as far as the segregated seating now, it has to do with the fire code in the cafeteria. So
But also too, it's like
Is it
like the
senior
seniors get to
Senior
sit-
privilege.
Yeah,
It's a senior
The
privilege,
seniors get to-
but
so
it's
the
a double-edged
seniors can go
sword.
sit out in the spine during lunch right now, so it's not that it's segregated where seniors have to go there. It's a privilege that
Yeah.
so they don't have to sit in the cafeteria. You can go sit somewhere else in the school. So it's a privilege, not a segregation. of
And eventually
what
equity
they're doing,
catches up as
because they
kids
can still sit in the cafeteria. It's just
Right.
they get to leave. and
They're
be
the
like,
only ones that are allowed to sit out there. Other questions regarding the food services, the income and expenses that were presented? Trish, can you clarify for me what the $7,500 of advertising is spent on?
that is spent, we have C-level social media marketing, and they post our menus, they post Wellness Wednesdays, and they post our Farm Fresh Rhode Island, our local vendor, our Harvest of the Month.
What's the company called?
C-level,
C-level, like SEA or
SEA, but it's an acronym for something, yeah. C-level social marketing.
Oh, I'm sure that means something in nautical land.
Yeah.
And that's a requirement.
No, it is not a requirement, but it's a necessity
Yeah.
for me to have that communication flowing out on social media, and them pulling it back to me if a parent asks a question, gives a message, or things like that.
Any other questions?
The increase in the salary number, is that increased headcount?
On the salaries, it'd probably be the ESP contract.
So that was all positions filled.
Okay.
So it's not, we're not adding positions, but we're assuming positions filled with the increase of, the step increase and the benefits increase.
It is half a position though, right?
Which is what?
The half a position?
Yes, the
There's a half
The clerk
position for a
position.
clerk.
Yeah.
clerk position, yeah.
So I would assume that's in there plus the ESP increase
Yeah.
Yes,
and
the benefits increase.
I'm just trying to get, it's like almost $1 million, so just trying to,
Yeah, that's why.
the math's not mathing in my
That's
head,
why I was
but,
asking, yeah.
because even with that percentage increase, like I'm not getting, it seems
So
not right.
it's 100,000 off of the FY23 actual. Don't forget the FY24 actual will close that gap.
Yeah, but when did we renegotiate that? That contract was,
So it'll go up 3%, so from FY23, add 3% for 24,
mhm.
and then another 3% for 25, plus the additional position, half position.
Any other questions on this part?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I did just double check my numbers. I come up with the 27th.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Catherine.
I assume by 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Right, business day.
Doesn't really give you a
Maybe.
time, but I would say, yeah, close of business.
Oh, it doesn't say a time, then it's 11:59.
Means we can talk all night, Counselor.
Yeah.
I didn't even think that then.
All right, anything else for Trish? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trish.
Thank you.
Actually, well, I'm sorry, Trish, I have one more question. For, Mike, you mentioned the tech with like, my, whatever it's
My
called.
school bucks.
Yeah. Where is what we pay them, delineated on here for expenses? Because I know like we have, like the user pays a fee, like so every time I put money on my kid's thing, I pay a fee. How is that, does that cover the entire cost of my school bucks, or do we then also pay money on top of that beyond what the user's paying?
So there's two fees so there's NutriKids, which is the platform Trish uses, that does all the,
Like
The
nutrition
transactions.
calculations
The
for the popcorn
transactions.
chicken and how it fits into the
Exactly.
ecosystem of health.
so
Okay.
that
Right?
this
Is
year.
that, that's right.
Yep. So this year, that is for FY25, we've got that in 53,502.
The tech services?
Okay, so that's that $20,000 or two.
Yes.
And
Yep.
that's just for the NutriKids.
Yes.
It includes Nutra Apps, which is the free and reduced online application program as well.
What percentage of people fill that out for our district? Do you know?
I think we have about 200 students. The vast majority come in online, though. That's what, the parents are used to, just doing an application on their phones. So that's how they do it. A lot of it comes from the electronic input from the state of Rhode Island.
Oh,
That's where the majority of the eligibility is input.
so you can receive that
We receive that
in
monthly.
two different ways.
Yeah.
Got it. And that's that federal reimbursement number, or is that different? Sorry, I did have more questions. I lied. That 725, the 44601 number, the federal reimbursements.
Those
Or
are
state reimbursements.
paid, there's a percent, you get a certain amount for paid, a certain amount for reduced, and then free.
But-
3 different amounts, including breakfast.
And then back to that other question about like the My School Bucks, how much does that cost us?
So my school bucks doesn't cost the district anything, it costs parents.
Yep.
We pay for NutriKids.
Yep.
And that is, in previous years, is in 57,311. Line 60. Oh, you don't have lines, my apologies.
No.
It's 4 up from the bottom. So in
The
20,
technology software line
Correct.
there, that was What is that number again? Say it again.
57311.
No. What was it for?
That is for Nutra Kids.
Now it costs us 20.
So we're moving from, so the version we're on now has got to be upgraded. We want to move to a cloud version and then add vending. So that is an estimate. That is not a real cost. That is an estimate because we haven't done an RFP or done any solicitation. But that is judging from what Trish has gotten from other school districts. That is the range we're looking at for a district our size with vending.
Okay, so My School Box, we put all of our costs on the families.
The families pay the fees.
And that we have to do that.
No, we don't have to do that.
Yep.
We
So
could-
we
But
could-
that's what
Yeah.
the vast, I don't know of a district that doesn't do
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Okay, now I'm in it then. Thank you.
Sure.
That's the same speak power forever. Thank you again, Trish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jen, did you do the math of how much we made in 2023? Yeah. Like we have a total income line for what our proposed budget is, but not like the actuals. Did
Yeah.
anybody already do the math? Maybe faster than me?
I can do
Mr.
it.
Pace, you want to do the math?
Yeah, on this,
But I did do the math on the
pull it up.
salaries, and
You have the
it's not
Excel sheet?
math.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right
It's not math.
No, Mike,
Yep.
that salary math is not math, and even at 3% year over year.
Elle, can you help me?
Go back and look at it.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it in a little while.
Okay.
Because the 25 budget is not gonna be based on the 24 budget, it's gonna be based on 24 actuals. So your 24 actuals, the increase of 3% is gonna be on that level. Because, you know, all the salary changes may happen throughout the year. So when we do 25 budgets, we base it on what's happening in 24. We'll have to go back and take a look at the spreadsheet and what came through.
And I've got the 2023 actual income. 1239 171.74.
Is that the same number you had?
Close. Very close. So it could have been a typo.
Can you say it again, Mike?
Yep, 1239 171.74. And I'm just pulling this right from Excel.
And that's, you're pulling like lines 41611 down to 45301. Like it's all that, right?
You said income. I just pulled income.
Yeah, that's income, I think. Yeah.
45301 is the last one.
Yeah, it's the last one, right?
Yep. Sorry, I thought you were, I was
No,
looking
okay.
at numbers and not seeing those numbers.
So $164,000 more from 2023.
No, it's more than that, isn't it?
164, right.
114.
143 minus 1239?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
143 minus 12.
I've got 163828.
164, yeah.
And that's based on,
And again, don't forget, that's going from 23 to 25. So
Yeah.
you also have a
it's, yeah.
24 in there as well.
Breakfast and federal reimbursements.
But like, why?
Federal reimbursements alone is 95,000 on that.
Yeah, but that number of going from 219 to 33,000 is interesting. Did we not have breakfast in 2023?
No, we had it, this is what Trish pulled out of her program. I'm not sure it got into Munis that way.
Okay.
We could pull, the financial statements are really where to go if you want to do an analysis of the final numbers for food service. That's the document that's in front of everybody that we brought in is the cash balance of the audited financial. And then if we want to look at the net, the revenues and expenses, there are adjustments that are made outside of Tricia's system and outside of Munis. I mean, there's several different ways to look at things. You have a budgetary way to look at things, then you have a gap. So gap will take all of the fixed assets out of the equation as far as expenses, and they'll be capitalized, therefore your profits will be higher. So there is a definite difference between a GAAP and a budgetary profit and loss statement. So we can go back and take a look at some of these things and bring it back. But the enterprise fund is, totally separate from the general fund.
Yeah, I'm just particularly concerned about it this year because we're proposing a 0.5 position that is funded from this money, and so I want to make sure that if we're stating that we're going to have a proposed income of X and expenses that are Y, that it's real and that we actually have the funding for that 0.5. That's why I'm particularly
Well, definitely,
worried about it.
There's no doubt about having the funding because we closed the year with $1.7 million in the food service. So this is the document that was just put in front of you from the auditors. You were asking about the cash balance. You want to know what you're starting with? So you're starting with $1.7 million into fiscal 24. So there's no doubt in my mind that there's enough funding to cover all of the expenses that have been put forth today, including additional expenses as part of Trish's multi-year spending plan that have to take place. I mean, RIDE understands that there's this huge influx of money that came in and that people are not just going to go throwing money away and by buying refrigerators and things that are not necessary. So they are allowing for a several-year plan. So the 3-month the 3-month reserve of cash that Trish was talking about probably comes to, it's 150, probably about between, depending on the year, between $450,000 and $600,000 is the reserve fund cash. So you have approximately, in this case, about $1 million, a little over $1 million as part of the spending plan. So where did you guys come to? Close to
225 is what we're proposing
for this year, right?
The spending plan for FY25.
So FY25. So this spending plan is going to be over 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years till all of that money can be used up. And you can't use that money for salaries, though, right, Mike? Or can you? You can use the money for anything. It's food it's just for the
as long
enterprise
as it's spent
fund.
on food services.
As long as it's spent on that enterprise fund, and the general fund doesn't,
So
cannot come outside
is
of
there
that.
opportunities as we're trying to figure out where to find money for additional construction plans and different things to utilize more of this money to offset more of these expenses to free up money in other areas of our budget to utilize it?
No. The enterprise fund has to be in food service.
Only be food
This cannot
service.
cross over to the general
Yeah,
fund
no, I
at
understand
all.
that. I guess I was trying to think if there was other. It's completely self-sustaining, is what I'm asking.
Exactly.
Correct.
Completely self-sustaining.
And separate from the general.
Yeah. So that's what I wasn't sure if there was any money in the general fund that. You know
The
what I mean?
only crossover that happens, and again, this is a UCOA RIDE law, if there is bad debt on the food service side, the general fund must reimburse the food service enterprise fund for that bad debt. So if $3,000 at the end of the year is uncollectible, then the general fund that cost is on the hook. It has to pay the food service. So the enterprise fund functions on its own, never ever gives money to general fund, but the general fund may be required to give a couple dollars to the food service.
Cool. Right, we don't have to do anything with this right now, right? This is just FYI. We don't.
Oh, you'll approve as part of.
It's part of the
budget.
bigger. Yeah. So we can just move on. Though we don't need anything right now. If we're done with this conversation, anything else on this
Then
piece?
we approve, it's part of it.
Yeah. What do you want to look at next? Also, my voice is not as mean as it sounds. This is just my whatever cold I had. This is what is resulting in it. I promise. It's not as raspy. It's that.
I think while we're on the enterprise accounts, I think it would make sense that we go and look at the other sheet that we have here of the sports camp skate receipts and high school musical.
You want to walk us through it? Do you want to walk us through it?
It's actually, it's a pretty quick one. So we've got 3 funds, 3 enterprise accounts that are required per policy to give 15% of their gross revenue to the reserve account for future use and supporting those activities. And you've got sports camps, gate receipts, and the high school musical account. So the top will show you the revenue that came through those, accounts in fiscal '23, and the lower part will show you the 15% reserve that's been allocated and taken out in a total of $21,981 in total for fiscal '23. And when we get to the fund balance, you'll see that represented on the fund balance in the NK Capital Reserve account.
And maybe where the rest goes.
It
Where the-
stays in those accounts, and again, those enterprise, that's the whole idea of the enterprise fund, is that they sustain themselves. So the profits, the revenue, everything outside of that stays there. For example, the musical now has their money as their, starter money for buying all of the stuff that they need for this coming year. And the sports camp, same way. The other, this is fairly new, this whole 15% reserve. It's only a couple of years old, so there's not a whole lot of money sitting there. But the idea and the hope is that things like the reserve money for the musicals will go to support maybe some cushions in the auditorium. We're gonna that will be targeted to support those particular areas in those activities. The sports camp may go and work on some turf, or any goalposts or lighting, whatever can go on out over in those particular activities.
How do these two numbers tie to each other?
It doesn't. You're not going to see it on there. This is a subset within the general fund. It's the 15% is not the general fund, in the NK Capital Reserve Fund. So you'll see it on this.
But so the revenue number doesn't relate to this
because
at
they're
all?
general fund. They're in. I don't know exactly which document you have there. That's the food service doc.
No, it shows also gate receipts, sports camps, and music.
So the auditors are not going to do this calculation for you. They're not going to do this reserve calculation. That up there, what you're looking at are cash balances, not revenue and expenses. Okay, so that's a balance sheet. The one you're looking at that I just gave you, that's a balance sheet. So the revenue is based on the profit and loss statement. So they're two different statements in the financial world. So you won't see it on, you won't see any connection.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, Elle. So for example, 6014, the athletic activities sports camp, on the audit document, right? It says $35,650.
Right, that's cash. That's the cash that they closed with at the end of the year.
Yeah.
That's not the revenue they made that year. Because remember, cash goes over years and years and years. If they had $6,000 left over from the prior year, that's included in cash. So cash is cash is more sustainable. It's an asset that will be added to as the years go on. Whereas the profit and loss statement closes out at the end of the year to zero and starts fresh, brand new. So your revenue is always going to be, you would hope that it would work that way, that your cash is always going to be higher than your revenue.
The other two are the other way, though.
Which one are you talking about? What do you mean the other two are the other?
Like High School Music, 6.
Right, because at the end of the year, they paid all their expenses and they only had $29,000 left at that point. At the end of the year, the High School Musical Fund only had $29,000 to get themselves started for this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's how that works. That's the cash part. So cash is on a balance sheet, whereas revenue is on the profit and loss statement.
Okay. If at some point we could get the breakout of the enterprise funds?
From the you have the audit. Yes, you can get it right on the, it's part of the fiscal 23 audit.
The ins and outs are not, though.
No, but that's the balance sheet. On another page, you'll see this, but on the
again,
other.
the same thing, like the beginning and then the ins and outs, and just be nice to see, like, where.
At some point, yes, we can get that for you.
And if you don't know this, it's okay. For the 21,981, do you know how that compares to this? I'm back on the 15%. I'm just curious, is it about the same as last year, or?
No, it is not. Last year, it was, we're looking at, fiscal 22 was $14,600. So it's gone up.
Looking at it.
That's on the fund balance. Because there's a, no, you're okay. That's because that's fiscal 23's number. Fund balance.
The fund balance projection shows you the 1416 from last year.
This one.
Yep.
Got it.
FY 22.
NK 15% capital reserve for proprietary.
So Elle, the rollover of that money minus the 15% reserve that we're putting in at the end of the year.
Well, now, if you see, we're going to jump right to fund balance. If you go down that column, in that NK capital reserve, you see the 14,600 plus the 21,981. Additionally, there's this $5,300 up top, which was not was not related to these enterprise funds, but is in that capital reserve account for a different reason prior to
But we
22.
appropriate the balance minus the 15% reserve.
Oh, stays in the enterprise fund.
Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah.
absolutely, yes, stays in the enterprise fund, and they are free to use it
Minus,
for
minus
all
the
of their
15%
activities.
set aside.
Correct.
Okay, thank
The
you.
15% gets pulled right out of
Yep.
there and gets put in the general fund.
Sounds good.
Yep.
So when it says NKSD capital reserve, on that line that says subtotal fund balance, and it says 41,881, is that the number you're referring to?
I'm referring to the total, yeah, that is the total in the NKSD capital reserve, and the part that is specific to the enterprise funds is the 14,600 plus the 21,000. But if you go all the way to the top line, there's $5,300 that's also in that capital reserve fund that is unrelated to enterprise funds. That was money that was left over from the prior administration allocating some funds there to do some work on buildings. There was a chunk of, there was 300 and some odd thousand, $346,000. That is the 5,300 that's remaining from that. So the enterprise funds are the 14,600 and the
Yep.
21, and the total would be 41,881 in that reserve fund.
So are we $20,000 short than what we were last? My question was, the 21,981,
Right,
what is the comparable number from last year?
14,600.
Okay,
So we're up,
so we're up.
yep, we're up.
Got it.
They've either spent less or made more.
And next year, we'll see, there's gonna be another enterprise added to that, so hopefully that'll increase even more. We've got STEM Camp. Is now another enterprise fund. So we're starting, as those activities open, that's another, that just started this past summer. So that's fiscal $24. You won't see that for fiscal '23. There was no tuition or whatever the participation fee at that time.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
When you say an enterprise account.
It started in July. The STEM Camp
It was in
dollars.
July.
July,
So we should have it
for fiscal '24.
This year.
This is fiscal '23.
When you say an enterprise account, that's like an auxiliary account.
Yes, proprietary
So
funds.
it just sits there, can be used for other than operational type of stuff?
is,
Or
well,
can you be switched over to operational?
Absolutely not. They live
No?
totally separate. They're proprietary funds. They're restricted for the activity and the mission that they are purposed for.
Okay.
So they never, ever, ever, other than this 15% reserve, which is an actual policy that was instated, there's never a crossover of funding to the general fund. They sustain themselves. These are, generally speaking, activities that are restricted. Have restricted funds, rather, not restricted activities.
Any other questions on this?
I think we should move into the fund balance.
Mhm.
Suppose-
We're kind of working our way towards that right now. Victor, do you want to put that up on the screen for the folks at home?
You have to move. It is.
It's not, that's not the fund balance, that is,
It's this.
Yep, you have the mouse and keyboard.
Oh, okay, so.
It's under
Okay. All right,
and it's the second one.
excellent. All right, so can I download it right too and open it up here?
You can just hit the three dots and then present.
Gotcha. Make it a little bit bigger. There we go. All right, so first page. Okay, so this is the first page. If you all want to, hopefully you're sort of stapled as that. Where did it go? I just lost my first page. There we go.
That's the first.
So we started with the fiscal '22 audited fund balance at 6.9. Everyone's familiar with that. So the first two columns, again, we're talking the capital reserve and the general fund. The first two columns represent those two, the basic general fund. The third column is what we're familiar with, the 1.4 million that came from the town for capital. And then the final column is part of an NK capital reserve account that had a beginning balance of $217,000 for stage 2 submission, SBA submission, and that was money that was earmarked to pay for Rouse's architectural fees. So throughout fiscal '23, I've noted there are several different bits of activity. You guys are familiar with the prepaids. You know, a prepaid $7,913 is held back because that expense is going to be recognized in '23. Again, the $500,000 reappropriation of fund balance. These are numbers that you have all been introduced to prior. You know, the $900,000 that was reclassed over to the capital, the town money, $500,000 to the town money, $1.2 million for the contract rollover, the bonus retention, and the softball field $100,000 vote was done in fiscal '23, so that's coming out of the fund balance during '23, or being reserved, you know, assigned. And the proprietary funds that went through I put them here in the prior year so that you guys could see them, the $14,600,000. And the net change, $669,000, brings the general fund audited fund balance to $4,377,332. Now, all four going across in that line, the first three columns plus the $100,000 for the softball field is what you're going to tie to on this document here, which is the page 142 of the audited financial statements. If you take a look at page 142, this is our fund balance on the audited financial statements. This one?
What I just got this deal.
Oh. It's stapled in the packet. Yeah, it's a stapled. It should be right part of that whole thing. So you'll notice it's the total fund balance by auditor calculation for the school unrestricted is $5,897,232. And if you if you add the first three columns of the fiscal '23 audited fund balance and also that extra $100,000 that's sitting over there for the softball fund, the softball field, you'll calculate that audited financial statement fund balance. So that's how we ended fiscal '23. And now the box, the hard lined box underneath, which shows you the payments that went out for the softball field, the reclassing vote for the Jacobs fees of $54,000, the payments to Jacobs, the reclassing of fund balance of Perkins Eastman. Here, I can probably use my mouse. I don't know if it'll help you guys anymore because it's kind of small. But the $850,000 that was taken out of the general fund, $54,000 taken out of the general fund, all brought over here to the capital fund to pay for these costs. The $54,000, the $766,000 of Perkins money has gone out the door. So basically, I just wanted to give you a synopsis of all the different things that flew through and that were voted upon in fiscal '23. And that now have been...
Just so you know, we do have one more invoice with Perkins Eastman. So
yes.
It does say that we've up till today we've paid $766,000 of the $850. There is another invoice that'll bring us to that $850.
So there's a remainder of about $83,691 for that Perkins Eastman invoice coming through, and then the $60,000 that was just encumbered. It hasn't been paid out yet, but it has been encumbered. Wanted to make note of that so you were aware. The Hamilton fire alarm system and the masonry, these are the A&E fees for that. And the fleet equipment, the fleet upgrades, that is the bus.
Van.
So $75,000.
Van.
Oh, the van. Sorry, the van. That's $75,000 of the van was paid out of the general fund, and then $8,982 was paid out of that town capital, $1.4 million. So
And that's also encumbered. We haven't received
that is encumbered. Correct. That is encumbered. Both of those, and that's the split. So that both of those funds supported the purchase of that van. And then you'll see here. Here's your $21,000 coming out of the general fund and going into the capital reserve for the enterprise funds. And our final appropriation that has to come out of fund balance to support our budget this year for fiscal '24 is $500,000 there. So that leaves you with the subtotal fund balance in all four accounts. And as Kenny noted, Dr. Duba noted, just that 223 in the far column, 83,000 of that actually is for Perkins Eastman, so it's not entirely unassigned right there. That money.
Is the number 8? Isn't that reflected on the spreadsheet though?
Well, it would be. I put 850,000, and then 766,000 was paid out. I could have added the 83,000 to that 763, but we don't know exactly what the final invoice is going to be. So the difference between those two is what's available to pay the balance of Perkins Eastman's fees.
It's similarly, the softball field, they have to come back
Exactly.
in the next few weeks to set the bases. That'll complete that project, then we'll release the balance of that to finalize that.
Right, we paid 94,878 so far for the softball field, so there is that remaining couple of dollars to cover up to the not to exceed 100,000. So that's page 1, and then once you the second line from the bottom will take you to the next page. Decided to summarize it and bring it into one line here, but we can get the detail on page 2. So you're all familiar with this. Most of you are familiar with this. I've updated the policy allocation of 2% to be put aside for emergencies and unanticipated budgeted needs. So that new number is 1.376306. And then everything else here you've already seen. This is what's remaining as far as assigned, and assigned but also flexible fund balance dollars.
I have a question for you. So I believe in our capital reserve fund, if I'm using the correct expression here for the school capital, we're requesting $9 million this year. Where would that be? That's not projected out?
No, that's not here at all. That's the capital improvement plan. That's
Right.
a totally separate, this is just general fund money, right? This does not
General
include,
fund.
yeah.
Okay.
This is, well, general
that's kind
fund and for your knowledge, because you were not here last year, this column here, the TC capital,
Yep.
that's the town capital.
Town capital.
Contributed,
Yep.
town contributed capital, so.
So if they
this-
were to give us the $9 million, that's where it would go.
Right, once
Okay.
we get the 9 million, we can put it here, but it's still in the
Okay.
ask, and it's still.
The school committee hasn't sent an official request for capital yet.
Okay.
We haven't gotten to that here to be able to send over a number. Because there was a prior agreement from a past superintendent about how much each year was put in, and that's where some of that money came from. But we haven't done this year's request.
So this is kind of a look backward as opposed to projection forward.
Well,
This-
right,
this
it's a
document.
current balance. It's actually this is what we have, this is what we've spent.
Okay.
Like the first page, so the first page represents,
Thank you.
like this here, this little box, like this area right here represents the activity that went on last year with voting and different quotes and working through the middle school allocations for costs for the architectural fees and so forth. So it's kind of like this is where we are, and this is where we are here at the bottom. This is what we've got available
Thank you.
in fund balance.
I have a question on the second page, about halfway down. It says 66,000 remainder of 75K allocated to bus.
Where are we? Range
Yep.
two?
I can jump in on that.
Yes,
So there was
page
2
2.
pockets of $75,000. If you look on page 1, about halfway down, you can see the $75,000 is spent, and then in the third column over, there's $8,982 spent. So
Encumbered,
when you add that up with the,
So we're holding another.
so we have 66,000
to go
left.
towards the next. Yep.
If the vans were less expensive, I would have ordered 2. But so this 66,000 represents what's left, but not enough to purchase another van.
Because you bought 2 minibuses though, right?
So we bought two minivans in June of 2023.
Yep.
That order was canceled in the fall.
Yeah, I had that on my list of things to circle back to, because we weren't notified that it was canceled. Like, we approved the purchase, but then we were never told that it was canceled, and nothing ever came back before us to order anything else.
So I went through the chair, and the chair said that there was an approval to spend up to $150,000, but not a specific amount. So we had the approval to move ahead as long as we didn't exceed the
I
dollar
remember
amount.
that.
I'm sorry for putting
Yeah.
it on the
I
spot.
remember that.
Mark.
No,
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 you're
I
in
remember
compliance
that
with
part,
what we
yeah.
said. I don't think we got like an official update that we only got 1 van versus 2. But it's not a bad thing.
Okay.
We have extra $66,000
Yeah, that I
that we can
remember,
reallocate.
but
yeah.
I guess my point was,
Yeah.
there was something ordered, correct?
Correct. So
Yes.
there's 1 van. So right now we have 1 van on order.
Yep.
The chassis is in. I started alluding to this in the last
Yep.
meeting. So what we did in November is we were able to secure a chassis. Now we've learned, we had an original March, April delivery date of that van, which was still gonna be earlier than the other two vans, that ultimately got canceled. Now the type of seats we need for the van are on back order, and our new ETA is this summer.
Okay. So are there okay,
So
circle
I'd
back
love to
that
answer your
budget,
question.
yes.
If that was to get another $20,000 added to it, I would love to come back and order another van.
Okay. Which we would see by the time Maggie's children graduate from high school. Okay.
Unfortunately, the way it's going, yeah. So
Okay.
on the company that originally quoted us 2 vans, they said they couldn't even guarantee us one in the summer of 25. The earliest they would be comfortable guaranteeing would be 2026, summer of 2026, because their allotment from Ford just got demolished.
So, just to clarify, in the FY25 budget amount that we're looking at, there's the 2 different columns. There's the 2,441,416, right?
That's the amount, the 2,441,416 is the amount that's on page 2 that's been assigned.
I'm on page 2.
Yes, oh, okay, I thought you were on page 1. Go ahead, okay, so yes?
That has
is-
been what?
That's been
allocated.
allocated to, right, all of those items above it.
Yep, but then what about the other, the 1331018 number?
That is what's been allocated, what's remaining in the allocation to the town council, $1.4 million ask that
Yep.
they gave us. So we've spent $68,982 of the $1.4 million. That is the remainder. That is allocated to all of those items in that column on page 2.
No, but they're allocated, but they're not encumbered. To Mr.
Correct.
Waterman's point, there's,
Correct.
so how much else is in that line is like the van?
Well, what I did was anything that had a payment associated or an encumbrance, I pulled it onto the front sheet so that now you can see what you have as a somewhat flexible, these are your flexible dollars on page 2. Okay, so they're assigned, but as a school committee, you can reassign those dollars. Albeit, we may have to look at reassigning the town council money because that was asked with specific documents and line items. But I'm sure that if you ask them and you have, I'm sure that they would be somewhat flexible with how you want to spend the money for capital. But the $2,441,000 in the first column, outside of the 1.3, which is part of our policy that must be held for unanticipated needs, those things can all be reassigned, voted upon, discussed, I would imagine, and you would reassign all of that and commit it otherwise.
Good problem, isn't it, to have extra money though? Good problem.
Especially
Just
if
trying
you're
to
looking-
find- just trying to find them.
especially
Or
if
there's
you're
no
looking-
accounting errors, we're good.
Yeah. Okay, questions on this for Al?
Mike, this network restructure project, fiscal year 2024, 2025, none of that is in this budget, is it?
No, so that is thank you for bringing that up. That is a project that's currently out to bid as we speak.
Okay.
That is an E-rate project, so the FCC picks up, we're a 50% district, so that is coming in, my guess is gonna be somewhere in the $800 to $1 million range, and that's for a complete replacement of our switches and wireless access points. Our switches were all installed 10 years ago during the Wireless Classroom Initiative, so they are right now at a point where they are starting in the fall of 24. They're no longer getting security updates, so we would be vulnerable. So our timing is perfect on this.
And what year are they planning the turf replacement? It says in 10 years, but is that 10 years from now or?
So it was a best guess at the time when the turf was put in that at the time the lifespan was 10 years. I know we have a company doing routine maintenance on it, and they're saying our turf is in good shape. So I don't.
Is in good shape.
is in good
Is,
shape.
yes.
I'm sorry, did I misspeak?
It
No,
just, no, I just want
I
to
wasn't
clarify,
clear.
it is in good shape.
Is.
Our turf is in good shape, yes.
Okay.
Be very clear now. So the thought behind that was when it needs to be replaced, the funding is already there to do it.
What's the percentage of a like school budget? Like what should our threshold be? I remember there's like a percentage of what you should have in your fund balance compared to like your operating budget. Are we in compliance with those numbers? Do we know?
Really it varies from school to school. It's
We have a policy though, right?
Are you talking about the 2%?
what you, which you.
No, I think Markham has said it in their presentation, like they say that the capital fund balance should be in a range of, I'm making these numbers up, like 8 to 12% or whatever, and we were on the low side last year when they did that presentation.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
And I can't remember what those numbers are, like I could dig them out, but
I think it was 2 and 4, but I'm
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
positive about that either.
yeah.
Because what is it right now? So I want to make sure that like for monies that we like earmarked for things, like if that's pushing us under that threshold, like we might have to reconsider.
Like we definitely are, like it's 2%, 2% is the correct number for the, hold in case of emergencies, that is the
Oh
policy.
yeah, I know that, yeah. I meant like the total number that you
What
should
is,
have
what is
available.
recommended is it shouldn't be less than 10% of your regular general fund.
How much?
It should not be less than 10%
Yeah.
of your regular general fund operating budget.
Be the-
So if we take 5.8, the actual audited fund balance at the end of the year, the general fund, the 5.8 million, 5,897,000 and change, and I just did a quick one over 80,000, we're at like 7.3%. So we are 2.7% lower than what the recommended 10% would be. Might be a little
And
less
that's with the
sorry.
bigger number, right?
Yes, that's with like the whole number.
Yeah, that's not what
should
we
be
actually
looking at
have.
the less than 2%
Yeah.
number, yeah.
Yeah. Making Maggie do math in her fancy calculator. So school days.
It's not.
Okay.
Is that one of the TI-84s?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you buy that calculator?
So does that mean that we need to basically be saving about 2.7% a year to meet that 10%? It's a structural issue? Anybody, so, Al, I'm sorry.
I'll let her finish that.
I don't know if it's to you or not, but so does that mean then if we needed to hold 10% aside, that we need to temporary a savings of, maybe not this year, we're already there, but next year, say 2.7%, to reach that 10% threshold, so it's a structural issue then?
No, we do not have a structural issue. Absolutely not. It's the recommended amount. A
Right.
structural
It's a
issue would be if
recommendation,
we
not
had
a
a
requirement.
negative fund
Okay,
balance.
so-
And that would be, a structural deficit would mean that we have an actual negative fund balance.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're still in
This
the
is
positive, we're
operating.
still in the
Yeah.
positive, but we should probably be sharpening our pencils a little more.
With the bond not passing, that was where,
That
this
was a
this is
part
how
of
this
that.
happened. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
if the bond had passed, the $850,000
We
would have been,
Right.
exactly, and with that not passing,
Yeah.
that is a big hit to that bottom line. Like
Sure.
the number was much more healthy last year than it was this year, and we knew that, but I think that's something that we need to identify and acknowledge, and then also think about, as we're thinking about future projects, that's what I was talking about last week, about how if we have to front another 850, like where does that come from and where does that put us? You know what I mean? So that's where I'm thinking about the big ecosystem of what we have available, and then also making sure that we have a good reserve, and then also are able to achieve what we need to, and
We need to
thinking about future
recoup that
plans.
money. too.
Yeah. That's where that's where you keep hearing me looking for money, because I'm trying to figure out where we have opportunities that might be able to
Thank you, Bob.
do that. So, all right, anything else on this one? Okay, thank you. Where do you want to go next?
So this will lead us into our operating budget.
Can we just have a quick recess before we dive into that?
Yeah, sure. You want to make a motion?
I make a motion for a 5-minute recess?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
come back from recess. We'll turn it over to the administration again.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to the operating budget documents that you have. You each have a binder in front of you that we will go through this evening. That will explain the budget. The first sheet that you have, that long sheet, this was kind of like the, Elle and I were calling it our dashboard, because this is the entire budget rolled up in all the line items. This is what we had reviewed in the past. You have that in front of you. And then in your budget book, you have the breakdown of each department and school with other details that are within the roll-up of the budget lines. Do you want to start off with what the changes are from the last time we presented? I know there were some questions and regarding the budget. So the budget that you have in front of you right now does have a slight increase from what we presented last week. I just want to explain the reasons why. So what we have placed in here in addition is 25.
Sorry, Ken, do we have what you're reading off of?
I sent this to you
On the
earlier.
internet.
Email.
Hold on.
So it's the spreadsheet.
Yeah, that's fine. I was looking for it in paper.
So GED services used to be covered by the state, no longer covered by the state. So we have to make up the difference by putting in that line into the budget. So we are planning for $25,000 to put towards GED based on what we have had in the past, knowing from working with them of what the cost will be for the amount of students that we have that go through the GED program. So there's $25K in the budget now. The snow removal that is in there did not include the cost for the February 13th storm. So we did, right, Mike, that is an invoice that we now have.
Which one is that now? Because I received another one today. I just want to see if that's.
So snow removal, it's for $10,455.
And then today we received, the last storm was, let me pull it up. The storm on the 13th was $8,730.
Okay. So what we were looking at is just basing off of what we had to do this year to make sure that we have enough in that line for next year.
So what you're saying is we're budgeted for 2 snowstorms.
Budgeting, we're just, I mean, based
Yeah,
on.
no, I know it's
I mean,
I know it's tricky. I was just
it is hard. It's
making
hard
sure
to
I
plan
understood what
for
you're saying.
the weather.
Yeah.
And then there are 2 other positions in here under salary. So we did go back and we looked at the number of school counselors at the middle school level, looked at some data that we have, and also looked at projections for next year, and also reviewing some recommendations that came from the middle school. So we are proposing to increase the school counselor at Davisville Middle School. So you'll see an addition of a 0.5 school counselor. You might be asking why 0.5 when the school counselor right now is split at Davisville Middle School, 0.6 at Davisville Middle School and 0.4 at Lickford Middle School. We think we will have a better ability to hire someone at a 0.5. So if you think of the 0.4, the person that's split between 0.4 and 0.6, if that position went to Davisville Middle School, we now need to fill the position at Lickford Middle School, which is a 0.4. And we think it would be easier and to get a 0.5 position, so that's why it's 0.5, not 0.5. We also have on here an addition of a special education teacher, 1.0 full-time, and that goes back to the recommendations that Dr. Santa had recommended at a previous meeting, and most likely that would go towards one of a middle school program. She will be here later. She was teaching, and she is on her way here, so if there are questions about that, she'll be able to answer that when she gets here. So those additions were put into the current budget that we're proposing that's in front of you. So with those additions, you can see, looking at this larger sheet here, that you have the proposed budget for FY 2025 is now $79,974,066. So there is an increase there. If you look at the proposed appropriation from the town, that's at $61,602,009, and it's a 3.5% increase. It was 3.2%. We are up to 3.5% with those additions that we are proposing. We can go through this front sheet with you if you want, and just go through what we are expecting as far as the total amounts that will make up our budget that we'll have here. And then we can go through any of the other details or any other questions that you may have.
Superintendent,
yes.
just really quick, you said 3.5, is that actually 3.48 change?
Mhm.
Just roughly 3.5 as opposed to 3.48? Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, it is rounded there, but at the time, yeah, it's 3.48.
It's like 399, 1999.
Right, and
Let's go with the lower
3.48 to sound better than
Lapel.
3.5. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you for pointing that out. So if we look here at the top, I'll go through some of this just to give Elle a little bit of a break from speaking. As I stated, the proposed town appropriation is $61,602,009, which is a 3.48% increase from the previous year. The tuition from individuals is $150,000. Tuitions from other LEAs is $4.2 million. We have the investments from earnings of $280,000, $60,000 from other fees, and $25,000 from rental income.
Can I
Yes.
jump in? It might be easier if we jump in as we go.
Sure.
Were you able to find out the breakdown to account for the increase in the rental income?
I did not.
Okay.
The state aid is at $13.2 million. Our Medicaid revenue that we're expecting is $325,000, and that increase is based on how we're doing our Medicaid reporting for this year and continuing to be able to do that for next year. We also know that there's a change in what is receivable from Medicaid, and psychological services is now a reimbursement, so we'll expect that there'll be an increase in Medicaid based on those services as well for next year. And fund transfer of indirect costs of $50,000.
Going back to that Medicaid comment you just made, does that mean that services that we were providing via IEPs that we were paying out of pocket, for lack of a better word, may be Medicaid reimbursable now?
So the Medicaid, services through an IEP, a child's IEP for psychological services, were not reimbursable through Medicaid.
Yep.
And they are now. You don't get a full amount back. It's a percentage, it's a formula they use, but we will get some reimbursement for those psychological services in the future that we did not get.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay.
Indirect costs will be coming directly from the grants. So whatever, we have an indirect cost rate that gets calculated every September. For fiscal '24, it was 4.88% of costs that would go from the grant to general fund to support any of the administrative costs associated with managing the grant. So we estimate $50,000. We're hoping that it's going to be a little bit higher. If with ESSER funds going, that would be fiscal '25. So that would only be the collection of ESSER grants that would be at the final submission of the ESSER reporting, the financial reporting, the FER, final ER report.
Can we go back to 41510, the investment earnings? So that's an area that I see, like last year we had originally budgeted $60,000 for that. And then, we know what the year-to-date actual is, and then obviously the amount that we're, budgeting there is quite higher. I just
You
wanted
mean the
to.
projection for fiscal '24, or you're talking about the fiscal '25
The green
is higher?
The
Okay.
green
Yep.
line is higher than the yellow line,
Yes,
which is way higher than the 24 original budget line.
correct.
And so I just wanted to confirm that, like, there is a potential, like, if the market shifted significantly, that we will not bring in that interest. And that concerns me. Not that you wouldn't want to budget, like, what it is, but, like, to go from budgeting $60,000 to 280, like, on something that might not happen. Like, if it shifted immensely, is there a risk that we won't actually take in that money and therefore, like, we'll have a budget issue?
There is a risk because, like with any financial market, you're dealing with a risk. But if you look at it, it really depends on which approach you want to take. We took the very conservative approach last year and only budgeted 60,000, and now we're looking like we might close at 400. If you look at things like political voting campaign years, I mean, we're talking the market. You would imagine they want the market to be as stable as it is right now. People are counting on the money that they're getting, so. If you look at what we've received year to date, for the first 6 months of this year, it's 253,000. If we look at the potential for receiving the same amount for the next 6 months of next year, because our election is going to be in November, so if things stay stable until November, I would imagine that the potential for the market to have a very risky shot of losing money is going to be from January to June of 25.
It's quarter 3 and 4.
So
but
that's why
in
we're
this budget.
budgeting 280, because we know we just made 253 in these first 6 months. So we could potentially, if we're going to forecast that, it's entirely up to you. We could rein it back to 60,000, but I recommended we go with a higher number than 60,000 last year, and we have people in the community that are wondering why we didn't project the accurate number. So I guess it's which way you look at it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, like, the 2022 actuals of 23,000 and the 2021 of 28.
Right.
And so I think I'm very nervous about that number and the. I understand everything you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying from a, like, to risk, to say we are confident that out of our entire budget we're going to bring in $280,000 from investment income. Like, I just want us to be aware of what we're saying, because that is a huge difference from what we did last year, and also a reason why it's 3.48 for what we're asking from the town, because, like, we are assuming that that is what is going to happen, and I so hope you're right. And that it's all lovely and we make the same returns that we make this year, but I just want everybody to be really aware of the fact that we are banking on a significant amount of money that, like, we might not have, and what that will mean if we have to adjust mid-cycle, etc. So I just wanted to make sure that we are all on the same page about the significant difference of what we budgeted last year for that line versus what we're budgeting for this year, and that decreases what we're asking, which is fine, but that it's a massive philosophy change in how we're budgeting on the sheet. Just wanted to make sure we were all real clear on that.
I'm with you. I'm not comfortable with this number because of the fact that it is something that we have zero control over. You know, it's not something that we can adjust. It's something that we're at the mercy of the stock market on, and we have 2 years of a blip up, but looking back at history, we have 2 years at a drastically lower number.
Well, the drastically lower number, just to understand the market in and of itself, the drastically lower number is because that there's an inverse relationship between the stock market and where we have our investments in a safe place. So what happens is when the stock market goes down, which ended up happening after the political environment switched, the interest rates for the funds that we're running into, which are conservative, went up.
I understand.
So it's just a matter of where you see the political environment going in the next year. It's again, whatever you guys.
I'm not questioning what you said at all. I totally understand it. Yeah, I just want us, as the committee approving this budget, I want us to be real clear on that. This is based on, very respectfully, your hunch on what the market might be doing, not on a financial advisor's projections, not on anything like that. Like, and I understand you completely, but I just like to see that huge number and then think about, okay, what if in December something crazy happens and the market crashes and we get nothing for the third and fourth quarter? Like, where would we make up that money is what I'm kind of pondering.
Right.
And hopefully it won't, but I just really wanted to make sure the whole committee understood that we were doing something very different. And not that I disagree with you, I just really that one's been keeping me up at night about like what would happen there, like and what, I mean, it would be a big problem.
The other income numbers are all based on something that, tangible, for the lack of a better word, you know, that we can point to and say,
One of the conversations that Dr. Duva and I were having with Ralph when we met with him was an introduction to the bank that they are now working with, which you can lock in CDs for a certain amount of years, which are fixed interest rates. So you can count on that money coming back to you, provided you can hold that money up for a while. We've got several $1 million in fund balance. If we're not using that money can be held into another higher rate. Marketable security, marketable security.
Yeah. But we don't have that right now. Ours is in
No, not at this
the
moment,
Wild
because
Wild West.
we can't, yeah, we, those are decisions that are beyond the scope of what we're able to do at this moment, but that's not to say that something in the summer can't happen, or even in the next 2 months when we're fully staffed. And the conversations continue with the town, and we continue to mend and, you know, and work synergetically with them. So it's just another point of being able to have something that's a little bit more stable and going on.
I mean, in perspective, I mean, this is $280,000 out of what's $61 million budget. However, it's a number, it's a larger number. What was the percent that we actually?
We're at 4.75%.
So we got 4.75%
Right now, yep.
right now. Okay, that's kind of high. It's kind of a little bit higher,
And we
but we're
could be
getting
going
it. If we
higher.
can lock in, then we will guarantee getting, as you said.
Right. The
If we
town
don't,
is getting more.
then it can fluctuate.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
the town, I don't remember exactly what their number was, but I think they're getting closer to 4.9 or something a little higher.
Right, and
than what we-
these aren't risky investments. These aren't, you know, we're not playing the market,
CDs,
so to speak.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay, thank
But
you.
they're not locked.
Not at the moment, no, because I would assume have to come to you for permission to do that with funds.
And the funds that are in there now, we could move out, could we move them out and put into our account so the money's there?
Right, well,
So
we
we don't-
sweep it back and forth, right, as soon as we get our deposit, you know, whenever there's we only keep the amount of money in the general fund that will cover maintaining regular operations and payroll. So we do a sweep on a regular basis when we need the money, but we leave most of it, as much as we possibly can, in the investment.
And that way it keeps building.
Any other questions on what we've covered so far? Go ahead, Ken.
That's the revenue for our budget for the school department. Underneath, we get into all of our expenditures with our personnel services, compensation, benefits. I don't think it's necessary for me to read each line item, but are there specific questions? As is, you know, the salaries and benefits are going to be increased from what you saw last time because we did add 1.5 positions in there.
I do have questions. I'm trying to cross-reference to what you had provided right before the meeting, so bear with me. So,
I have a random question, Jen.
that?
I have a random question while you're
Yeah,
collecting
go
your
ahead.
thoughts. For the payment for services volunteers, can someone remind me what that is?
Mentors, for links, it's the links.
Links.
Mentors,
The
mentorship.
Links program. It's the layman in North Kingstown.
I believe you looked that up. That is the UCOA.
Precisely.
Yeah, because we went back looking too, and that is where it's supposed to go. They're not really volunteers, but that's the.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I just like, I always try to think of like if I was a community member, like, and I was looking at it, what would look interesting to me, and like $20,000, like that would look interesting to me. So I just wanted to get some clarification. Thanks.
I thought it was the golf program, but I do.
Different links.
What line is that?
It was a 53212 payment for services dash volunteers.
Okay, so these are gonna be kind of in random order, just because I haven't had time to organize them, but for substitutes, from 2022 to 2023, the amount for Fishing Cove increased by almost 50%. Was there a reason for that? And then the North Kingstown High School CDP and the Forest Park were about 35%, the average was like 25%. Is there a
So,
reason why?
It
Do you have a number on that?
What, Doug, what are we looking at?
What number is that?
Substitutes 53223.
533.
You say the breakdown of each school.
Thank you.
I didn't break substitutes down by school.
It was in the
Did
file
you
that
do a
Ken sent.
Calculation on it?
Did we all have that, Jen?
Yeah.
No.
Jules sent the file to us all Friday.
Yes.
So it's under instructional.
Oh, she's looking at the
Teachers.
tab for substitutes, for
Yeah.
actuals and things of that. You're looking at the actuals and so what was your question? Because I didn't do calculations per school. I did the overall,
No,
all
I know, but I
substitutes
looked
in
at it, so I'm
total.
asking the question.
I have not analyzed the per school
Okay.
calculation, because those are done by allocation. They're
So-
not done specifically by, when we get a bill from ESS, it's one bill, and there is a breakdown there, but it has never been allocated here on a very, that specific scale right now.
It's coded to school though.
Right, because at the end of the year, there's an allocation on how many teachers are in each school. There's a calculation that we did for allocating those out. So we have to do an analysis on that, but that's something that's gonna have to happen when we're fully staffed. There's never been a true analysis of those bills. There's a check-off, there's a checking to ASOP to make sure that people are coming in and out, but there's not a full analysis of ES.
The reason why I looked at it is because of the large increase in substitutes for this year, which we've talked about, but I think I'm curious what's driving that increase,
There are a couple things.
which we've talked about, but
Yep.
I guess my specific question was, do we know why the substitute rate at Fishing Cove was so much higher?
Kenny, she was
Something
looking at
It's just
within the
put in that
tabs.
line.
Yeah.
She was
Not
just
where it's
looking
coming
at
from.
within the tabs. She's looking
You're
at
saying
prior
it's not
years.
accurately coded?
I'm saying that it's done by an allocation code and it's not specific to,
It's just
okay.
sitting there and living in that line, but it could be dispersed to other buildings.
Right, it's
So it
dispersed.
looks unevenly at those buildings. I'm looking at what you're looking, but
Yeah.
that's not it.
Okay. So,
Because there's a UCOA, there's certain things in UCOA that get allocated, that you can allocate per UCOA, because it's either not cost efficient to do it on a on every single level, to sit there and go through $40,000 of bills every single week and allocate every single substitute that's out is much more time consuming than what was available to the team here. So that is something that's a conversation when Leslie comes. It's on the to-do list of, we've got to now start looking at these bills and ASAP, seeing if there's some type of export that can be done to match these things up.
so then that brings me back again to the question about the increase in substitutes.
So the increase is done on overall. The cost is the cost is the cost. What we paid out for substitutes is what we paid out. And there are several things that go into that, like, for example, the maternity-paternity policy that went into effect. We're going to pay a whole lot of money on that, and the cost of that hasn't even been realized yet. That is going to cost us an enormous amount of money in substitutes for several reasons. One being that, A, we can't get the substitutes. We're having a very difficult time getting them, and especially if they're long-term, because we've got to get them for 80 days. So that is one big driver of the substitute line, as well as looking at the historical numbers. Look at 22, look at 21, look at 23. Look at the jumps from prior years of the total cost of substitutes. It is an exponential increase, and is definitely something to be concerned about. So I agree with you.
I am very happy to support the increased cost to provide the family medical leave to our teachers. I think that's an important benefit, and if you're telling me that's the whole driver for it, then
That's
something
one
that I'm
driver.
gonna have
And
to
then there's
absorb.
just a simple percentage increase that we expect from year to year to year. But then there is again, we have not been able to even realize or actualize what the cost of that is, what the impact of fiscal
We did
impact
a
of that is
fiscal-
just yet.
When we made that decision with the contract, we did a fiscal impact analysis of that. Like, we didn't make that decision blind. We had information regarding that during the negotiations. So it's not like, I just want to make sure that
Yeah,
we're all
no,
clear, like, that's not a surprise.
It's not a
We
surprise, right.
were most certainly
So
thinking
that's
about
one of the
that.
drivers.
So we're on 53225, correct?
Five,
Or-
three,
Correct.
2, 2,
Well, how-
3.
How much?
223.
Sorry, how much was that? Do we know
I
what the
actually
fiscal
don't
number
know.
on
I
that was?
wasn't involved in doing the calculations on the fiscal impact at the
Yeah.
time. So I'm not entirely, we would have to go back and pull those numbers.
Yeah.
I know that we did what we could get estimates. At the time, we had an HR coordinator here who was able to give some numbers to calculate how many people are on maternity or paternity. At the time, maternity. Now we're actually adding paternity to it. So it was very difficult to actually say, okay, these are the maternity people, and how many people are we going to add for paternity?
Right, right.
That's a whole nother variable that
So
was
it's kind
never.
of, even though we did a fiscal analysis, it's a bit of an unknown, it's kind of a
Exactly.
black box. sort of
Precisely.
thing.
Precisely.
So,
But
but we
we
shouldn't be
don't know
surprised
if
that the
it's-
cost is going up, though.
Precisely.
For
That's
at
my
least for
feeling.
that reason,
That's-
maybe others that we don't know.
That's my feeling. Yes.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, there's it's $500,000 difference, correct?
About that, looks like.
Well, from our projection for '24, it's only about $60,000, $62,000 higher. If you look at the FY '24 projection that we did based on real-time numbers for 15 weeks, the first 15 weeks of this year, which is what I was explaining in the last meeting. I said the first 15 weeks of this year were something in the world of, you guys got the details. Sent you the tabs. If you go to your sub-tab, it was $700 and something odd thousand for the first 15 and a half weeks of this fiscal year. We did a quick calculation and multiplied that out to a 38-week year and came out with this substitute projection.
From last year to this year, it's
But-
roughly.
Yeah.
But yeah, from last year to this year, the projection would be. But remember, there's also another thing for this year, which is also happening again next year with the TAs. So that's why I said there's several drivers and layers to this onion. You've got your substitute pool that started back in 22, 21, 23.
Yeah.
You've got the TAs that we're going to be paying through the substitute line that we move the salaries over from. We spoke about that last meeting around. So that's about I think it was
I
230,000.
don't think that those are in instructional teacher line, though.
They are part of UCOA. That's where they get coded.
You don't get coded in other substitutes?
No, they're BMAs for special ed. They get coded in that line. And other substitutes down below that you are now looking at, 53,225, that's principals. And I think nurses might go down there. There's one other body of people, bargaining unit that goes there, but primarily the other substitutes is principals and people in administrative positions that require substitutes.
And nurse.
And nurses? It is
Yeah.
nurses, right? Yes, so substitute, the 25 number.
So policy changes over the past year, 2 years, whatever, is basically accounted for the increase that we are seeing.
For one driver of it, yes, and also.
All of the ones you mentioned. of
And the
course.
fact that we can't get TAs,
Yeah.
so we have now transferred so that we make sure that the kiddos get what they need.
Yeah.
We've transferred a chunk of money saying, we know that we are not gonna fill all of our TA positions at the beginning of the year, so let's make sure we have funding available for third parties. And that's another bit of that money that's in there.
So is that reflected in the, shouldn't there be a decrease in the salary line then?
There is.
But,
If you look over to the variance on the salary line,
yeah. What line are you on?
51,000.
Yep.
Row 29, you'll see $22,871 as a variance from the projection to the original budget for fiscal '24. This is the fiscal '24 variance right here, that we moved TAs.
Yep, but that's not
And then,
in this
but
year's.
that's fiscal '24. That's the fiscal '24 variance from the projection
Aren't
to
we-
the original
Aren't
budget.
we working on fiscal 25?
Yes, but that was the TAs that were moved over, and
Yep.
then the TAs that were moved over were done on behind the scenes. I don't have a
Yeah.
column here to show you that it was moved. It was moved. We moved that money down from salaries
Yep.
down to,
So what I'm trying to say is, in the green line, like FY 25,
yes, that is reflected.
I am looking at a very high substitute number,
Mhm.
right? Over $500,000 more than it was last year.
Right.
I am looking at a very high personnel service compensation number.
That
I'm
doesn't
hearing you
include,
say-
that personnel compensation number does not include the 6 TAs that we moved down to instructional teachers, to substitutes. Remember we talked about that
No,
at the
yeah.
FTE the other day? We said there were 6 less. You'll see that there are 6 less because we took those salaries out of the salaries line. If you look at your other sheet.
So you're not hiring those people.
They're third
So-
party. They're being hired through a third party. We're not hiring, well, we talked about this. We would like to hire them. Realistically, we've come to the conclusion that we cannot fill those positions, and we have an enormous amount of TA positions open, and we don't have the personnel to support the children who require IEPs, who have IEPs who require services. So to be proactive in that sense, we're taking money out of salaries because we know we still have 6 TAs that we can fill. And if we get the 7th TA, we get rid of the third party. We get the 8th TA, we get rid of the third party. But right now, the money's sitting in the third party to be able to satisfy those needs.
For FY25.
Correct.
So if you so I'm assuming that the benefits are not
The benefits were
included
moved
then.
with it. All of it was moved. Everything for those 6 TAs was moved out of the salaries. Out of 51,000, it was put down in 53223.
I'm still struggling with that.
No, you're right, that
Yes.
doesn't.
Because we, like, with the staffing presentation, those positions did not exist in the staffing line because they're being contracted out. So therefore, they're not a position, they are a contracted service, which means they're not really a substitute, because to me, a substitute is somebody who's in for a short-term position. Like, we have said that we are not filling those positions as a district employee in this fiscal year.
We would like to fill those positions in fiscal '25, but if it is not possible to fill those positions, the required services are still necessary for the children.
I understand that. I'm not disputing the need for the people. I'm saying if our intent is to fill
Just
them,
keep it.
they need to remain in the salary.
They can just go
line.
back up there when we get the people. Right
No,
now,
it's
we
not
need it in the
budget.
53,000s to get the third-party dollars paid.
Some of them are also being covered by subs right now. They're not.
That's different. They're
Long
covered by
term
subs from necessity, which I understand. But if we are saying that our intent is to fill those positions permanently, then
It
they
should stay in
need
the
to be
line.
in the salary line.
Then we'll just do a budget transfer next year. We'll just put it up there on the 51,000 to do a budget transfer when you need to hire those third-party people.
Yeah, I mean, our goal would be to do that, but there was an inordinate amount of, I couldn't start school with the number of one-to-ones that were not hired for.
We're
We
planning
couldn't
for
find
next
people.
year, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that-
I think we can assume there's gonna be a similar issue.
Well, I think we have to figure out how to
I mean, I
prevent.
would like to, but it would be my first choice.
So the funds are there. If we need to transfer it later, we can transfer it later. Right now, we're looking at what we're currently doing, and they need to have to continue doing that because.
That's not how you do it.
And
Didn't you say that our
There were
philosophy?
way more than 6 positions, so I created a memo with, I don't know how many positions on it, I have to go back and count, stating that, and these particular, position control numbers were assigned to, normally would have been a typical one-to-one TA or another TA, but I had to get a third-party person, so I wrote a memo with every single position control number of current positions that were handled by a third-party person, Momentum, Perspectives, anybody I could find that were qualified to provide the services. There was way more than 6, so I think what was done was a good speculative amount of how many we're probably still gonna need to hire that would be more like a sub. But we, when we fill positions, we've gotten rid of some of the contract people. As positions have come open, I've had to get another contract person, it's gone up and down.
So, I'm sorry, like Kenny said, we have eliminated those positions. Like, those are not staffed positions. We have moved them out to third-party contractors. So, to me, that means we have reduced our head count. Like, those are not district employees. Those are third-party people. We are not budgeting them.
I don't think he said we eliminated
I
those
didn't say we
positions.
eliminated, we moved, I said we will still have the same number of
You can move it back.
FTEs. We're just
They're not
We're just
FTEs, though.
accounting them in a different, well, they are, they're full-time equivalency, they're not, they might not, so they are FTEs, right? Because FTE, all FTE stands for is a full-time equivalency, right?
Right.
Of how many people. It doesn't matter where they're coming from, the number of people are there, right? We're still gonna have the same number. We didn't eliminate teacher assistant positions. We're still gonna have those positions to be there with the children, either as a one-on-one or as a grade level or building TA. It's just some of those positions right now, because we can't find the people, they're in as a sub or an agency. The funds are there, the money's there in the budget to account for it. It's just where we're putting the money. There's a disagreement right now, I think, between administration and school committee where that money's going. And the
I mean,
money's there.
the school spring
And
will
if we
still have
need
those
to-
positions advertised. Like, they will be out there, like, looking for potential candidates.
I think, like, so it sounds to me like if 8 people showed up on the door and knocked and said, "Hi, I want to be a TA," we would hire them, correct?
Yes.
And the money
We
should be
have them.
budgeted in salaries. That's the way I look at it.
And then we'll just have a lot of work to move it out of salaries when Rachel needs to hire people from
So
Momentum.
I
But
will
that's
tell
fine,
you,
it's
this
just
has
a
been
transfer.
problematic
I mean, I think
because it took a very long time for many reasons, no one's fault, for the money to get transferred, but we had to pay the bill. Had people threatening, listen, we're pulling our people as of Friday if you can't pay us, because we're getting into October and November without paying. So the problem with that is that meant that Deb in my office was pulling money from every single one of our line items to shove it to be able to pay for these folks, which is also not really what you're supposed to do, but we also couldn't not pay the folks. So I think the intention is, know that these are positions that we're gonna hire for. My first choice is always gonna be a district employee, but also to honor the fact that there's probably gonna be quite a few positions I can't get that way. And it's more than 6.
And
So
we're
talking about
we're
6.
There's
anticipating,
13,
we're
I
anticipating.
13, that's like it's 12 or
There were
13.
13, I took half of them. So
Right.
when we get to the point where we hire 5 and we still have 1 open position, then we talk about doing the budget transfer and moving the money back.
Right.
We're
Until that
It's a
happens.
lot of work moving it back and
We're
forth.
anticipating, right, this trend where we can't,
Then you need to put it in
Hire.
contracted services
and
then.
and that's where, you know, we
But the
need to
FTEs are
get.
accounted for, and they have to be because those are accounted for also on student IEPs, they're also on my PPS sheet of who I need to make sure I have filled. So, and every one of those positions also has that position control number, so that we're not losing any people's.
So let's go back down to, I hear you and I understand what you're saying, like, for reals. I definitely hear you, but what is the number in the 53223 that used to be in salaries and benefits? Because I'm concerned that, like, I understand why from a practical standpoint you would do it like this, but from a, like, budget standpoint, like, it does not seem right to me to be listing it like this because of historical trends and because of, like, being able to do 5-year look backs, et cetera. Like, we're making a massive line item change that doesn't reflect the full cost of what it costs to run this district with staffing. And I understand, like, practically it's easier to have that money somewhere else, but I'm worried about, like school committees change, superintendents change, like, you kind of want consistency in your line items, and what you're talking about is, like, a post-budget reallocation of vacancy funds to a substitute line, not, in my opinion, like, how you should budget
Not really,
salary dollars.
it's actually a preventative and progressive movement towards what actually you expect to project. So I disagree with you,
Yeah,
respectfully
it's
disagree
okay,
with
yeah.
you that you're telling me that that's what we're gonna have in salaries,
Yeah.
and I'm telling you we're not. Because speaking to my director, she's telling me that the trend that she's seeing is that we're gonna have to pay a third party, so I'm projecting accurately. And then there'll be notes in the file that show why the projection was done in that way. And that's how we analyze our files going forward. What I found when I came here was that things were not projected in that way. They were rolled and they were thrown in. I'm looking at numbers to what reality is, and I'm looking at actual numbers of prior years and the actual numbers for this current year, and projecting what everyone in the departments are telling me they see in their department. So
But if the budget, no, that's okay, but if the budget, so say, for example, all this money's in the substitute line, and there's a ton of substitutes that we need in September, October, November, and that line gets depleted, right? You don't have any protections for the TA money that would normally be sitting in a TA salary fund line, because
Sure you would, if you were doing you project and you look at, see what's happening. At that point, we're fully staffed, and we're watching month to month, we're watching to see what's happening in the substitute line. And then the money's, if we hire we know how much money was put into that line. And as we are not gonna get close to that line until, you figure we spent $770,000 through the middle of December, from September through December on substitutes. We've got $2 million there. Let's say we hit $900,000 from July to December of next year.
I'm just saying, like, it's hard because, like, we're looking at actuals that are not even close. Like, I in a perfect world, yes, that makes sense. But also in a perfect world, like, we would be able to do budget transfers. So, like, and I know we have not. I very much appreciate all the work you've done, like, with having a decreased finance department. But, like, I don't think that I just have concerns about how we're listing it and how it's not consistent, and that it puts money in a pool that like is really for compensation and benefits. And my recommendation is not to do that, but I would defer, like.
Or like you said, a third-party service. We are heading into this budget knowing that that money is for a non-district employee, and that's what I struggle with. Like,
No, it's for a district employee,
It should
but
be
knowing
in
that we
salaries.
can't, but the FTEs are being counted for. So those are not FTEs that have just gone out the window. These are FTEs that we know, but we're reasonably sure that we're not gonna be able to find, there's more than 13 TAs. There's open positions right now haven't been able to find people for. So let's say we have 16, guessing about 16 positions total. It's completely reasonable that at least 6 of those are gonna have to do third-party billing. And frankly, it's been hard to get, I think saying, oh, just transfer it in and out, it's not that big of a deal. It's a lot of work on our folks to do that. It's been a lot of work on Deb and Elle to sit there and transfer money in and out, and keep track of every single one of the budget transfers within Munis. So I think this was just a way to be as accurate as possible, knowing the desire of the school committee to be super accurate. I think this is an accurate depiction of what we're anticipating. The FTEs are still there, though.
And what you're going to look at is,
Otherwise
if you drop that substitute line number, and then your actual at the year end is going to blow out that line, you're going to be way over budget, then people are going to question you as to why you didn't budget accurately. When you knew your substitute line was going to be $2 million, why did you go to 1.7 or 1.6 just to have something be consistent to a prior year? Now you're not budgeting accurately, and you've gone way over budget in your substitute line.
Yeah, I think if you were all saying to me, like, we're not even going to try to fill these positions, we're just going to fill them with temporary people, I would be
That's
on
not
what you're saying. But that's not what I'm hearing, and so I'm not, I think we should move it personally, but.
We're gonna
As a
attempt
practical
to
matter,
purchase
can we switch this tonight before we vote on the whole budget?
No.
Is that feasible or practical? That we could do that
It's
tonight?
not feasible,
That
because
we
I'm
could
not going
change
to
that
my
tonight?
office for 2 hours. and
So
you're-
I would submit that perhaps we could continue this conversation in another meeting.
Well,
Maybe make these changes.
yeah.
You made your point. I understand your point. And I said both sides really, but I'm going to defer to staff because I think they're closer to the ground level of knowing what's going on.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm actually concerned about the actual problem, which
Yeah.
is are we paying our TAs enough? And also the problem about, like, are the people that are getting hired from these third-party folks actually making more than the folks that we have in district? Like, I don't feel like we have any
I'm not
understanding of that.
I'm not
Yeah.
discounting what you're saying. I'm just saying, as a practical matter, since
Yeah.
we do have to vote before midnight tonight, as I
No,
understand
we
it,
have until tomorrow.
well, we're not going to stay at midnight, I hope, that we resolve it at a later date.
Yeah, so I think what I'm trying to figure out is,
These positions were offered to the folks that work here, and they chose not these positions, or they chose other positions, and we haven't been able to fill the
right,
position.
we haven't had people
But not
applying
out the
for,
door.
it, you know what I mean? So
no, I understand what you're
My
saying, but
recommendation is
what
to
I'm
keep
curious about is why we're getting a budget that, if we are not able to fill positions, one of the reasons that you can't fill a position is because you don't pay people enough money
but that's not
to
going
do
to
that
get,
job.
but in all due respect,
Yeah.
that's not going to get resolved tonight because that's contractual issues.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's a whole other conversation that's due to contracts
Yeah.
that we can't change contracts tonight. But
No,
what we are trying to do is to put a budget in front of you to be approved, and the money is in this budget to cover the expenses as we see them being spent
Yeah.
now, and as we're expecting them to be for next year due to the lack of the workforce.
Yeah.
And we have to make sure that we have people in these positions to provide the services to the students, and we're telling you, this is how it's happening now, and we're predicting that it's probably going to happen the same way next year because there aren't people out there applying for these jobs.
okay.
I recruit right from the source. I just came from CCRI where I teach TAs. I'm recruiting from the source, and we can't get people.
Yeah, that's what I
We're
think.
getting them in dribs and drabs. I do think it's getting better. I'm hoping that I can get an additional 10, but I just don't see it. And even though we're running in or graduating multiple more classes than any other year combined, it's just an issue.
the other positions that we haven't been able to fill, like the bus drivers and the bus monitors, where are they budgeted?
Those
We don't
are,
hire a third party for them.
yeah, those are, those are in the other lines.
And do
I would
We don't-
say
we
they're
don't have
budgeted in
anyone even in
statewide, they're kind of budgeted in the statewide.
Right? Because we don't have
We don't use
subs
substitutes for
that.
those?
No, we don't have subs.
Is that legally required for K-5 to have a bus number?
Right, but no, we're talking
Talking about bus
about,
drivers.
we're talking about the vacancies that we have are a driver and a monitor for the minibuses, and those students are, that's all measured between statewide, because we don't have them, and they're not subs to put in for a bus driver, because if there was a sub, we'd be hiring them as a driver.
So we don't have those FTEs in our budget.
So the money is there. So you can't talk FTEs to money, right? The money for those services are there, but right now, as we had said earlier, if we can maybe get a van instead of a bus, right? It's easier to get someone qualified to drive a van than a bus. That's why we're purchasing a van. What is in the budget are the costs to cover another driver and a monitor if we get them, but right now that's being covered through statewide. That's why we want to be able to decrease our statewide line, because it costs a lot more money, right? And that could be a savings for us in the end, but we don't have the people to hire.
So just to clarify,
And there isn't a way, there's no subpool for drivers and monitors,
so
as we have for teachers and TLs.
we have 13 vacancies right now for TAs, right? Is that the number you used, or 12?
When this data was exported,
Yep.
there were 13 vacancies, and we moved 6 vacancies, salaries and benefits for 6 TA vacancies out of the salary line and put it into the into the substitute line
Okay.
to cover subs.
And then the other 6 are still in the salary.
Correct. And if we get to a point where we've been able to hire 4 of them, then we can then we start thinking, okay, we might be able to move that money out. Then we've got a little lead time, we've got time for Deb to get in place, Rachel to get in place. We still have 2 vacancies that are.
What's the
that
cost
are
for one
available.
full-time TA and benefits?
I have to look, I've got to look at
Depending
the
on what
details.
step they come in at.
It depends, yeah, it depends on the
It depends
step.
on how much health
So
insurance
what number
they
did
have.
you
And with
use?
health insurance, I have to go
Yeah.
look at the salaries right now. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I want to know exactly how much of this increase is
The
due to those
typical
6
number
moves.
I
So I wanna-
use is
if you could go.
45,000.
I can give you the numbers that I used to transfer it. I have my journal entry.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it right now. I will
Awesome.
get you those numbers.
Perfect. Thank you.
Can I just say something? And I think what you're doing is actually appropriate, because if we look at the compensation line and we're not spending that money, our constituents are gonna wanna know why we're funding all those FTEs if we're not using it. Because they're gonna see that as an unnecessary expense. So even in my past, again, this was in New Jersey, but if I had a full-time staff position for a nurse practitioner and I couldn't fill it and I had to get an agency, I would transfer that money into an adjunct line to preserve that one FTE without the state saying, well, you have this money, you didn't fill the position, we're now taking that money away. Which is kind of what you're doing here, is you're moving that FTE in order to protect that money. And then once you do get a full-time person in that position, it's a rather easy transfer of that line back up.
Debbie, how does that protect the money?
Just a little bit of time to put that.
So it somewhat protects the FTE as well as protects that funding that's there.
How? I hear what you're saying, but I'm just curious on like where you see that being more protected than putting it in a salary line. And I agree with Mr. Sheehan, this conversation is semantics, not numbers, so I actually do think we should move on. But I just was curious about, from your perspective, how that protects it.
How it protects the FTE.
No, the money.
The money isn't really not being protected in one way or
Yeah.
another. It's the FTE that's really being protected. The money's gonna be spent whether it's spent on an adjunct or a full-time employee. So they're just moving it to move that FTE so that, again, parents aren't gonna come back and say, you have all this money for FTEs, it's sitting there, you're not using it, why aren't you hiring? When indeed we have. We've met the student needs.
It's getting moved no matter what, though, is my understanding. It's getting moved when we need to move it. Like when we're hired, we need to pay the sub, so it's not just sitting there. It's getting moved, I think,
Right.
currently. Right.
It's moved, it's in the substitute line.
Yeah, so I don't think it's just sitting there. I don't think constituents would see an amount just sitting there, like I'm not seeing
Okay.
that, if that makes sense.
No, but you're not reducing your FTEs. You still
Well,
have your FTEs.
Oh, I get that. FTEs are not
Because
this. It's
if-
personnel, services, compensation, and benefits numbers that there needs to be an asterisk on for FY '25. That's the big difference.
It's the same FTEs, but different place. in the
Yeah,
budget.
different places where
The
you're putting the
dollars
money,
are in a different
dollar
place,
amount,
right,
yeah.
to cover.
and could go for other things.
And if they don't go toward that, then that's a good question to raise.
Okay, other questions?
57309, technology related hardware. There was a question whether we could use this, whether we could use ESSER funds for this.
So just know, we do have another slide to go through. We did look at, you had asked us where could we pull items out of the budget to put into ESSER. So we did work on that. Jody does have a slide. What I directed Elle to do is not to remove anything from this budget that we're presenting to you. So that way we can then show you, here are some lines that we could reduce
Okay.
to put into ESSER. And then if you wanted to approve the budget minus those or make a motion to move that money somewhere else, you
Okay.
could. But I wanted to make sure that the budget I was presenting to you had everything in here.
Okay.
And then we can make the choice to, so if you want, we could
No,
jump
well,
to
I'll
that
just skip
slide
those and
now,
then we
or-
can do that. But I did have a question on this particular line, looking at this printout. So 57309, the original budget was 0. The revised budget is 980, but the actual and the encumbered are bigger than 980.
So 57309, the hardware line,
Yeah.
it was not funded for FY '24. I
Yep.
think that's what you're seeing and saying.
No, I'm
Correct.
saying that actual and encumbered is,
So I have that, I have an encumbrance so that if a mission critical device was to go offline, I already have an open PO with Dell and I could get something overnighted.
but what about the actual?
The actual 57309 of 980.
No, 13226.
I'd have to
Right,
look
we
at.
have not, we haven't done a budget transfer to find the money to cover that. So the revised budget is still sitting at 980 because we have to find the money to cover that in another line item later on when the projections get done in a more detailed way. But you're seeing 980 in the budget because Mike mentioned that to me last year when we were doing the budget, and the $40,000 for these particular parts and hardware was omitted from the original budget
Okay,
for fiscal '24.
okay.
So there is no money there. So in essence, just like I explained to you earlier about under budgeting the substitute line and blowing out, that line is now being blown out. So I have to find the money in a
I
different
understand the
department, like later on.
Transportation, Mike,
Mhm.
any feedback on ways that we can reduce our reliance on statewide?
So,
Well, I mean,
55111.
so filling our 3 vacancies would absolutely reduce our reliance on statewide.
And the issue is that we have no drivers.
So the issue is we have not no drivers. We're short 3. We have 3 open positions. Although I do believe it's down to 2 open positions now. I believe we recently hired one. So in the month where we were able to add a driver this year, our statewide bill has decreased by between $12,000 and $13,000 per month, and it stayed that way.
So we have vehicles that we could put people in.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
And
we
what-
have 12 vehicles, 12 FTE. We have the 1 van on the way. In the budget request, we didn't ask for additional personnel because right now, we don't want to have an equal number of vehicles and drivers because a bus goes down for repair, maintenance. We need to keep, a spare. It hasn't been an issue right now because we have not been able to fill.
So bus that's on its way at some date in the future aside, today, we could hire 2 drivers and put them in a vehicle
In a vehicle,
today.
correct.
And the obstacle to hiring those drivers is people do not want the job?
We have not been able to fill them, yeah.
And do you think that's money? Do you think that's people don't, it's
So-
just a shortage everywhere? Is it a?
So what we've found is the ESP contract is beneficial in that our minibus drivers are guaranteed a certain number of hours per week, unlike other companies, other statewide transportation, whether it be Ocean State Transit or First Student. So what we have found is we have people reaching out to us applying to us. We've had a number of people accept positions, go back and tell their other employer, and their employer just outbids us essentially. And so we're capped at what we can offer as a step. So I don't know if word got around to come to us, get the offer, and go back, because it happened a number of times at the beginning of the year in succession. It was quite frustrating.
And we're gonna be starting the negotiations for that contract this year, correct?
The contract is good through June of '25.
No, yeah, so that's where I think I'm concerned is like, we're talking about TAs, we're talking about bus drivers, they're both in that same contract. And we're not negotiating, like we're not renegotiating it, and we're not able to fill positions, but it's costing us money. Like I'm not confident that those nice folks that Rachel are subcontracting are cheaper than having our own employees. I'm not, I just heard that cost a lot of money to have statewide transport our students. Like, so that's where I'm looking at this budget, and I'm thinking whatever we're doing is not like working. And although I don't think we want to renegotiate a contract right now, like in the past we've done things where we've done incentives isn't the right word, but like there are things that you could do to try to like incentivize
Could be incentives. We could
employees. Yeah.
There
Because
is
every
a systematic shortage of bus drivers, right?
There is.
I mean,
That is a
nationwide.
Yeah, nationwide that is an
And
issue.
TAs too,
Yeah.
yeah, but
statewide.
it's costing us money. That's
Yeah.
where like it comes back to me. I'm like, okay, what was the number for the statewide? Because we don't have a bus driver.
Right now, since we added a driver in
Yeah.
October, we've been saving between $11,000, $12,000, $13,000 per month.
And the TAs are working for the agency, so they are working somewhere, they just don't wanna work directly for us. Like, so, and it sounds like, so, I think that's something for us to look at some point, is what could we do?
It sounds like these other contractors are just paying more, and beating us.
I heard a very large number from Providence at the end of their when
Their
they
first
just
student though.
their first student contract. The drivers
I know that.
the drivers are getting a very large number because they had that strike was the
Yeah,
beginning of this
yeah.
year.
So did we do the same thing with the two bus drivers' salaries? No, they just.
No, the
we
bus
didn't-
drivers
We didn't
is-
transfer that to the statewide line?
No, that is currently in
In
the
salary,
it's
yeah.
in the salary line.
Because there's not like a sub, we didn't.
Correct.
It's a different, the statewide cost is.
Where's the statewide?
So it's going to be the transportation contractors.
Line 55111.
So it's included with the North Kingstown Bus Drivers Bus Contractors Association. 55111. Dr. Julie was right. No.
Just a quick question, line under that 55121, what are student vehicle registrations?
I don't know.
Probably the registration for
Parking slots.
any, No, I'm not sure. I would have to actually ask Deb Hancock and Michelle Hume about that line, but,
Let me see if I can find something.
yeah, see, I mean, when you go into Munis and take a look, there's
Yeah,
not
that's
a
all
whole-
right. Yep.
yeah.
So students do pay the park,
That's not it though.
but
This is,
No,
But
I
is
feel
this-
like it's a
I don't-
UCOA.
Is that the sticker,
prepaid.
to pay for the sticker to put in
Yeah.
the kids'
I
car?
feel like it's a UCOA code that
Yeah,
you have to
UCOA.
separate registration for vehicles that transport students relative to registration for vehicles that the
yeah,
maintenance
that says
department
like
has.
this
There's some
van
kind
is
of
a
funky-
bus stick.
And I
Okay,
think
something
that
we'll
I'm
find
almost
out, but.
positive that that's what it is. So that's the majority of the registration for the buses, for NK, because we're responsible for their
I'm seeing
insuring and
PPS van
registering,
registration.
transports child.
It's like registering a vehicle.
Yeah, and I think that's a
not-
weird UCOA for some
Transition, like transition
strange reason.
services, so we got a couple more trained to have a chauffeur license, so we paid for the cost of the chauffeur license, not very expensive, so that they can bring the kids to transition services. I bet that's a piece of it, because we did that at least twice this year. And plan to do more next year.
I have a question with that though, why are we paying that fee?
Because we're asking them to get the chauffeur license so they can transport kids to jobs.
But it's part of their job, correct?
It's an added expense to their job. They're not getting paid more for their job because they have a chauffeur license.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
And it
It's
wasn't,
not a huge fee, but we like, we'll cover the fee, thank you for getting a chauffeur license, but.
Right.
and it wasn't required when they were hired to be a chauffeur.
No, no, no.
Right.
And they don't need no additional pay because they can't.
55809 employee travel. What is professional development at the high school? What does that encompass?
So I went back looking and we didn't have anything that anyone put in for that, so if they were going somewhere, it would be the mileage for them going to the conference, PD. But when I went to look in, we didn't have any.
So it's not to the high school, it's people from the high school go
It's,
there.
I think, yeah, it's a
Okay.
line
Well,
with
and
teachers
I
at
think you
the,
guys
so it's
had a
not
link
here.
in
it's
the
just
spreadsheet.
by
Yeah, I just didn't know what it meant, I wanted to
Specifically
understand
You
it.
can, yeah, I did.
Employee travel.
Did you go to the link? Because you
I
can
guess
see a bunch of that.
Yeah, because it was a
Yeah,
high
it
number
was just, but
in
it was listed
2023,
as,
which is
it
why I
was listed
wondered
as
what it was.
MT, PDHS, so.
NT is non-teacher, PD,
So it
so
was
it could be
travel.
some of the
Location
other
at high school, but no one had.
Yeah.
So it was not expenditure.
53406.
Well, Jen's looking at this. Can we go back to the state aid number? Back at revenue. So obviously that number is that an increased number, and so it again going back to just revenue and what we might get or might not get. Like, what do we think the potential of that number being different than what we actually end up getting at the end of the year?
Which one,
could
I'm
be?
sorry, for which year? We talking about
For this year,
25,
with,
February
13.2 million.
25? Well, that was the state enacted schedule. That was the schedule we got, so that's the locked in. If anything, they add more to it. Like,
So that is the
You can't
floor.
reduce it.
they can't reduce
Is that
that. That
correct,
was the
Mr. Sheehan,
state,
from
that
your
was the
experience?
FY 25 on RIDE's website, state enacted governor's budget
I
Yeah,
haven't
but-
heard anything about it.
for
Gone
us.
through or they
Yeah.
reduced
I mean,
it?
I guess they do have the power to do it through
They-
the
I mean, they
June
could,
budgeting
through
cycle,
general
but
assembly,
I've
they could
never
make a
seen them,
change.
like,
Haven't
take
heard of
money
any
away
changes
from you.
coming up.
I've never had them, I've never seen them take money away and reduce the state after they've given it to folks. I mean, unless something pretty severe happens at the state level on their budgeting, that's the budget number they gave us.
Okay.
And remember, it's $56,000 short of the MLL, because we still have to look at that whole program. So that number may go up to support, but of course, we would probably have the related expenses that would go for the program. So, but that's in future months, I guess, in the next 2 or 3 months, we'll look into that program.
53406.
Yeah, how'd you know? Did I say
You,
that
you
right?
said out loud. I'm like, let me pull it up because it takes a minute to find it.
And I think that I sent you the detail on that.
So that was the athletic one, correct? With the interscholastic league fees,
Yeah.
coaches' dues, tournament fees. Looks like CPR training.
And that's from prior years?
I'm
That was
looking
my
at
question.
24.
My question
No,
was
the
prior
number
year.
changed, the actual number changed, because when the data dump happened and we were analyzing, I had to do a reclass. And I had a note to get a reclassification of several funds, because when our new athletic team started posting POs, they posted it to the wrong line. You'll notice that, well, I don't know if you can see it, but the 58101 or 102 number down below has been increased with the money that I took out of column F, which is the
But for-
year-to-date actual.
For prior years, though, that was what
No,
I
no,
was
no.
questioning.
Not prior years, no, I didn't touch any prior year.
But yeah,
stuff.
that was what I wanted to know, because 2023 was 38, 2022 was 78, and we're budgeting
38,
25.
78. No, there were one-time fees in there.
Right, and
My-
so that's what I was wondering, like.
There were, yes,
what-
there were
what are
one-time,
they?
I think, didn't I put them in the note that I sent
But
to
you
you? There
said
were
it was-
one-time fees, there was remediation, Mike, this is the one that we went over.
No, it doesn't say remediation, it says AED courses, repainting lacrosse lines, Rhode Island Track Association, basketball photos, which made
Yeah,
it
that
sound
was
like
the
those
one,
were
I
the
did that,
athletic ones.
yeah, that was the ones I did today, that was what I was able to find in that account.
Okay, so
that was
prior
used.
years, and if you want to, do you have Munis open?
Yeah, I've got
In
Munis
prior
open.
years, I believe this is the one that we did a deep dive into the prior years and found that there were.
They were putting fees in. They were putting similar
Well,
fees
that
in
was
2
one
different
part. That was
object
one part,
codes.
so I
Yeah.
moved the fees down for fiscal '23. You can't do anything for the prior years.
Right.
It's locked into it. No, but there were legitimate other services, because that's other services, that this is the title of the line. So it's not just it's not just those fees that were put in by athletics. If you look in there, I believe that there was mold remediation. I think that there were several other
Yep,
items.
let me check. Yeah,
in
let me get to
prior
a different
years.
one. I just hopped into one.
Okay, but things like that, like,
They were one-times,
Okay.
like one-time fees, but I'm almost positive that that's the one.
I mean, I think if you took like a couple of year average though, like, we're low there.
yeah, that's why it seemed, and we had budgeted like
45.
45 for this year, so 25 seemed like a
Signi-
drop.
Yeah.
Right, and so what, the things that I guess they put in the 22 to 21 actuals, I would have put them directly down into repairs and maintenance to be more specific, not bopped them into other services, because mold remediation, those types of things, they're specific to facilities, so to put them in other services was, I don't
Asbestos
agree with
testing,
that. Asbestos testing, is that what you're
mold
finding? Mold remediation.
remediation,
I
air
would have put that stuff
samples.
directly down below. I don't think it belongs in that other services area,
Okay.
personally speaking, so.
Yeah, but so I guess the question is though, so we reduced that line by $20,000, right?
And it's down.
It is somewhere else.
Well,
Yeah, didn't we
would
put it
hope
somewhere
that we-
else? Yeah.
Well, it would be in facilities, but again, those are unbudgeted items. I don't think that we budgeted mold, remediation, or asbestos.
So we
Activity.
I just think
budget,
that if
So,
we're,
I
I think that what I'm looking at is like 45, 78, 37, 25, right?
Right.
And so if you average those numbers, and then you think about, okay, even if those were misclassified,
Mhm.
that those unexpected things would likely happen, and therefore we should have that budgeted somewhere, and so,
That's
What
the money
line-
budgeted in facilities. We put 120,000 for unanticipated things down in general contracts.
What number is that?
that was
Let
the,
me get there.
you asked me the balance of the 180 to 120. What was the balance of the 60? I'm looking for it myself.
Is this, what is it? I think it's this one here, 54312. M&R service contracts and agreements.
Right, 180.
There's 180,000 in there, I believe. How much did we put in there, Mike? I think I have a note.
180.
Yeah, but I think I have a comment. Let's see my comment. I think, it's 180, but how much of that was for potential other services?
120.
120.
Yep.
So that's where those other services
120
would
or
now be more
119.
specifically defined down here in facilities where they really belong, in that 120,000 that Mike added, that they decided to add as contingencies.
Now, Elle, if something was covered by, let's say, the mold remediation,
Mm-hmm.
because I do know that the trust was involved. At some point, would there be like the trust reimburse us for that?
It would, if a trust was reimbursed, well, there were a couple of things. Gail changed it a little bit, but I changed it back.
Okay.
So, what we would do is net it against. The
Okay.
check would come right up against, and we would post the check there instead of other revenue, because it's not really other revenue.
Right.
You don't want to count on that in future years.
Right.
So you net it against your expense,
Okay.
and that would, so that would go down below.
Okay.
so in the 54312 line,
Mhm.
we're going from a budgeted amount of 61,000 last year to 180 this year.
Right.
20 of that is coming from the other services line, and 100 is coming from,
We base that off of what we brought to you this year of repairs, emergency repairs that came. It's an
Yep.
estimate.
so that other 100 we just have to make up, but 20 of it's covered from what we transferred from that other line.
I thought 120 of it was from the maintenance, like 120 is 180 of that number, so 60 of it is.
60 of it's rolling over from, previous year's anticipation, contract increases, and then 120 is kind of
So
the
we're not picking up any of the difference of the line that we started talking about.
other services
Yes.
line. I don't know that answer.
It's an unbudgeted number.
Yeah.
It's unbudgeted expenses. We can pull it out of the 2% of fund balance like you're supposed to when you have an unanticipated budget situation.
Yeah.
$20,000. I mean, you might end up with nothing for your 100,000, and now you've got extra. So
Right.
it's really,
Right. We hope not to use it.
we hope not to use it. We hope to find
But-
that as savings.
Yeah.
But if you have to, it might be 400,000, and then we're going to take 300,000 out of fund balance.
Right.
Depends, I think.
So it didn't go to the 54312 line.
Doesn't sound like it, no.
So there's just a potential, like, you might be short there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you used to have it in other services, now you don't have it. in a line that you have access to for facilities.
So I
Do you
would-
understand, like,
Right, no, I see where you're going. I would take that mold remediation out of that. I would consider that part of that unanticipated cost.
from the 54312 line?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Accreditation,
But
5203.
it's interesting, wait, just wanna come back to 2023, we're hitting 60,000 as a base, but 2023 closed at 50,000 for that contracts and services, that 54312 number. So going with 60,000, it's a little, 61,000, it's higher than where we closed in fiscal '23. Fiscal '22, we closed at 33,000. Fiscal '21, we closed at 45,000. So we're already, on average, starting with a baseline of 61,000 in that line, which is way over the last 3 years, actual numbers. So you never can really tell what an unbudgeted expense is gonna be or what you can anticipate, but we do have that 2% in fund balance of 1.3 million that could cover any of those things, like the ones we brought to you this year for Encore, Tran,
Train.
like Gem,
Train
which
Gem.
actually took us to this year of 258,000. So you're talking about a swing like that. So I don't know what number we put in next year. We put 180 because it's somewhere in between. Somewhere in between where we closed at 50,000 in '23 and 258,000 in '24. So, it's hard to say. You can't
That's
get
not
that crystal
unreasonable.
ball out, but I have an 8 ball in my office that we
Yeah.
can bring out.
Right, yeah.
No, and the budget's
We've got a pair of dice
obviously just
here.
like a best guess. It's just making
Yeah.
sure that we have the resources that you all will need and that we're requesting the right amount. Like, that's what this conversation is about, is trying to make sure that we are setting ourselves up for success. Obviously, weird things happen. Obviously, unknowns happen, but I just want to make sure that
It's hard to-
that 79974 number is really the number of what we need to run the school district, like, for next year. That's where I'm trying to just make sure that we, as I'm seeing lines go up and down, that we understand, like, what is happening there.
I mean, the only thing we have to base it on is past performance, past numbers that have come up.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there are anomalies that come in, as you said, and I think you boosted the number just in case it was another anomaly. So we're somewhere between what had been almost the average over past several cycles to one anomaly and then kind of hit it in between.
Well, no, it's $120,000 different.
Well, no, we closed at, you're talking about fiscal '23, closing with an actual dollar cost of $50,000 in that 54312 line. And
Yeah.
now we're budgeting 180.
Right.
Because this year, fiscal '24, we're closing at 258,000. So we took something in the middle there saying, well, we don't want to budget 50,000. We had a baseline of 61,000 in fiscal '24 and we got blown out. So we you have a baseline of 61,000 and then you add 120 for any potential contingencies, and 180 is kind of in the middle. Hopefully we'll see a savings. Hopefully we'll close the year again at 50,000 next year. That would be ideal. Then we've got 130,000 savings.
So with that 197273 number,
Wait, where are you? 19, yes, that's actual numbers this year.
yeah. Where did you move that?
Those
money?
are the expenses that we brought to you and asked you to take out of the 2% contingency of fund balance because it was going to blow out our budget. And
So why is that? But that was fund balance money, so why?
No, you didn't approve it. You rejected it, and Jen said, find it in your balance, so that, find it in your budget, so that's why it's there. It's in the actual.
Yeah.
It was 129,000.
Yeah.
Some of it we did take out of capital. We don't take money out of the
No, we didn't
2%.
take it out.
Some of it we did.
None of it. Wasn't it all rejected?
No, it wasn't. I
What
went
did,
through
what
it.
did we take out of?
We took out the
17,000 for train, maybe, I think?
I guess I was just curious where that money came from.
It came
Because then I
from
went to
the
change.
general fund.
Yeah,
It
but
was
what
the-
lines?
I don't think we've
That
done
is-
it yet.
It was this line, I think, whatever
We haven't
we
offset
had
it. We haven't brought the money in yet. So I can tell you, I'm waiting for April when hopefully no more snow will fall. And right now, I'm gonna use a very round number. Right now, plowing's at about $20,000. We budgeted 50. If we get to April and that number, I may go to Elle and say, let's take 30, the remaining 30 from snow, and now we're only
Yep.
this
Nice.
much down.
Supported.
So I don't, to answer your question, we haven't closed that gap yet.
Yeah.
It was $60,000 in roof, no, here it is.
The
We
rooftop.
took $69,000 for the Stony Lane rooftop. We took the fire alarm for
Wickford?
Hamilton and Wickford Middle School.
So the last two items we brought to you that came out of the town council fund balance, the Hamilton fire alarm
Yep.
and the
And the-
masonry work.
yep.
Those two,
That's not in here.
that's not,
Yeah,
that's
no,
not
those aren't in
here.
there.
No.
We took the Fishing Cove rooftop, which was 17,000. We took the Hamilton heat hot water pump, which was 17,000. We took the expansion tank at the high school, which was 16,000. So the total emergency repairs were 119,000. The biggest one being the Stony Lane rooftop.
That's what we can.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's where
we
we
got
come.
180 there now, projected out.
Right.
Right, because that's the 60
Yep.
Plus the
plus
20.
the one to begin with,
Yeah.
plus the 129.
Right.
Yep.
That's how we landed there.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. But none of those were
We
approved to
haven't-
come out of fund balance.
No,
They were
those-
approved, they were rejected to fund balance, and they were said to come out of the current operating fund.
Correct. And we
Which is
haven't
why that
found
line
that
is
yet.
blown out.
You
Right.
know,
Right.
I guess what,
So that's where this is. See, this 129, because then there were a couple of other little things in there. That line is currently kind of, blown out, and our projection's at 258 relative to the original projection of 61,000. So we're now $220,000 more than what our original projection was here. So we kind of went into the middle with that 180,000.
Yeah, 129 of that is the unanticipated expenses.
Mhm.
so what that will mean is if this budget is approved, that we will not be getting requests until all of that money is gone.
well, I want to say the 180 because so part of that 60. All right. So we've got the
I mean,
120.
obviously we'll be approving things that hit the threshold, blah, 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 but like,
No, but like the 60 is like also in there is elevator quarterly elevator inspections. Like there are
Contracts.
predictable contracts, and we know.
Yeah.
So 60 of it, we know where that's going. It's the 120 that's kind of our, okay, this broke. We now have the money to fix it. If it's above the threshold, we come to you. If it's not, we make it happen.
and we've never had that before.
We've not.
Did you?
If this sticks, thank you.
53703 accreditation, did we confirm that $5,000 is enough?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 54203 custodial services, I know that we can't change that number in there now, but I would like to bring that up for future discussion for negotiating that contract.
Jen,
Andrew,
you think
did you
it's
confirm
just too
that?
high? you're saying?
We had addressed it too late last year, I think we're in the window to address it this year.
Okay.
Did you were gonna check on that for our conversation? Our last
Yeah,
conversation?
we have a
Yeah,
window
yeah.
that we can operate with.
Yeah.
In fact, we have a rolling window of 90 days, but I think now would be, at a subsequent meeting coming up soon, would probably
What
be a
is
good
that
time to have
window?
that discussion.
When does that window?
It's a 90 days. So
It-
we
It's a
could.
rolling 90 days, but there's also a natural drop off at June
June,
30, I
yeah.
think it is. So, now is probably, after this, now is probably a good time for that discussion.
And that could potentially affect the custodial line. In theory.
Yes, in theory, hopefully, maybe, who knows?
Or at least have us be able to predict and control it a little bit better, perhaps.
Thank you for the late bus information. Do you have it at a by day level?
I believe they do, but it's yes. If you want it by day, yes.
Yeah, the more detailed, the better.
Yep.
Does that surprise you?
No, we do. So for ease, we Debbie Hancock in Transportation put it together because it comes from. So there's a DMS sheet, a Whitford sheet, a high school sheet.
I'm sure she wants it by school, Mike, let's be
Yeah,
real.
by school by day, if possible.
Although we appreciate the effort to.
Just
kind
because, I mean, like, if like nobody's taking it on Tuesday, that would have
Fridays.
been helpful. Well, Friday.
Friday,
Well, that would
Friday
be
at the high
help-
school is the light. Is
That
the
would have
light
been
day.
helpful to see.
Yep.
Like, without that information, now it's like, okay, I guess 5 days.
Is that in the budget?
It's so
Like what we have currently?
what we have currently is in the budget, correct?
It's,
Alright.
it's 5 days.
5 days at the high school,
Yep, and
4
then
at the middle.
four, okay, okay.
And what line's that on?
That is within the
Transportation.
transportation contractors, the 55111, I think.
And then, so where did we land on summer school transportation?
So Michelle Hume reached out to our drivers. One driver expressed interest.
That's not what I asked for, though. I wanted to know why they didn't want to do it.
So first question was who would be willing to do it.
Yeah.
I asked that follow-up question. I don't have that.
Okay.
I can say for what it's worth, like just in my experience with working in different districts, I've never personally seen summer school transportation happen, again, just for what it's worth,
Yeah.
just throwing it out there. It hasn't been something that has been a common practice in districts I've been a part of, that's just me.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I just, whenever I'm thinking about, there was a statistic, and I don't have it, Jen might have it in her brain, I don't have it in my brain, of how many students were kind of offered to attend summer academy or whatever we call it, summer academy, sorry, versus those who actually did attend it, and then looking at all of the data that we have that's disproportional. Like I just feel like it could help significantly.
Yeah, understood. Totally.
And so I totally understand that it would be
Yep.
exceptional, but I like to be exceptional in our district, and so that's where I feel like it definitely is creating a barrier for students getting additional support that may have long-term costs to the district. You know, so like investing in something like that, then maybe we need less interventionists long-term. Maybe we need, you know, so that's where I'm seeing it as an investment in trying to help those students get to the services that we have provided. And so that's where I was curious about the why, like, because, and I understand that we don't have that answer, but like, is it the number? Like, it doesn't need to be more money. Is it that they are contracted to do something else? Like,
So I do know some of the drivers do, so we all but eliminate statewide in the summer, because some of the big bus drivers come and drive mini buses for us. But
Do we, like, is there, like, the Y does transportation, can we subcontract to them? Like, can we be creative with who we're,
so I do know that, so we have some heavy field trip days where we have to subcontract out, not so much with the Y, but with First Student and Ocean State. And I've asked for the information because we have some quotes. I just don't have them here tonight, but it is incredibly expensive to bring somebody in from outside our organization.
well, that's where I was curious, like, if the no is I don't want to do it because it's not worth my time, like, what's your time worth in the
So,
summer? You know, like, that's where I was curious about is if it was a salary compensation issue.
I did ask a question.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Maybe we could put this on an agenda to talk about. I think it's a meritorious idea. I mean, the kids that need it the most often are the ones that have the least opportunity to get to the schools over the summer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to budget for it.
No, that's what I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know
Like,
if
I
we're
wanna,
able
like,
to, we're
yeah.
able to move stuff around tonight, I guess what I'm asking.
We could add stuff tonight, that's literally.
We may have a we may have a 1 year.
I currently have it for this coming summer, 24 budgeted into ESSER.
Okay.
4 buses
Yeah.
for the 20 days that we run the regular summer school, and for
Okay.
4 TAs, 4 bus monitors as well.
And you think 4 would be sufficient based on,
Yeah, I'm hoping.
well, are you using the projections of students that have shown up in the past, or are we using the projections of students that could possibly show up?
True, but we also have a capped budget of number of teachers that we can run that program too. We don't have there's a certain budget in there for the number of teachers that we have, is because we're still paying half of the salary through town.
Through the budget that we're approving right now?
Correct.
That one.
Sounds
Thank
like
you
you
for
got
adding.
Yeah.
So we made some progress, but not exactly where we need to be.
Then you could readjust next summer and see what
Yeah,
happens.
I just,
If you think about 4 different zones in a district,
We have to
that makes
observe it,
sense.
exactly.
Right.
I figured there were 5 elementary schools, 4 zones, they could run an early run and a later run for the elementary to get both the high school, the middle school program, and the elementary. We just have to stagger the start and end
Right.
times.
Have we ever asked if they need transportation?
Because, yeah, sure.
I think going back
And
2 years
when
ago,
they
they had asked for
sign
the
up
data
for
who
summer
said
school,
no,
or
and
when they offer summer school? And that would be a helpful data point to
Right.
know how many of them need transportation.
Right,
and will take
versus
it.
maybe if they live nearby or something.
I mean, there's all sorts of data that I would love to know,
Mm.
but I do,
I mean, that might not be the only reason why they're not attending. I mean, there could be other reasons why they're not attending.
definitely many reasons, I'm sure, but it's not helping, I'm sure. Like, you know, like, I think that's just, if we could get that information on why, that would be extremely helpful. But I will, with a lack of data, I will make an assumption that transportation might help.
is definitely part of it, I'm sure. Thank
Gotta
you,
get the
Jody.
data.
58101 professional organization fees. I do not see the driver for this increase, and I would like to know why it's gone up to $5,000.
Most of that was fed by the individual school tabs. Did you look at the school
I
tabs that
did,
were included,
yeah.
and did you see the drivers there?
No, that's why I'm asking.
So this Scholastic, I think that was also the other services that we moved from up above. I mentioned they were moved down here, they were reclassified down here. Some of those services that were in the other services that the 406, was it 53406?
What types of services?
The Rhode Island Interscholastic fees for athletics. The athletics department
Okay.
has like and I know there's one bill for $8,700. When Mike gets back, we can talk to him about that. But that is underneath that, the 58101 as well. That was a reclassification that, it's brought down here. So,
How
and
much
some
is
of
that,
it was,
do
so
you
that's
know?
fed by several different places. Did you get, in those tabs, were you able to see where all the different places that fed that number?
Everything that is in here with the history, every single thing that's in here, there's nothing that would indicate a jump.
More principals, more staffing being, locked in. I mean, we can take a look at.
Yeah, that's
but
why
it was
I'm
fed
just
by-
wondering.
It was fed by most of, there are fees. Do you see 58101? I don't know.
So the high
Yeah,
school
yeah.
is up. I'm just looking at athletics. So under 58101,
Mhm.
I mean, this is one area where it was
Exactly. There's the.
budgeted at 400, and now it's 21,000.
And any idea why?
There would just be additional fees. I think they weren't allocated in the right lines previous
But also, I
years.
think that in last
different.
year, there wasn't a lot done because Dave was new, and then the flux and the transitions. I don't think that maybe some of these professional organization fees and such were not taken care of, or they were not paid for.
No, I think that we had seen that they were not allocated to the right line, I thought.
That was one of the, that was one of the ones I was
fine.
telling her about, the 53406, that I moved the Rhode Island Interscholastic down we moved that down here. But that 21,000, I don't know if that exact cost was paid out in prior years, is what I'm saying. The 21,000, I think, is
Are you saying
more
the $21,000 number, that's what the fee is?
yeah, I see $21,000 number in athletics right
Okay.
here for the high school.
Okay,
And then there's $1,200 for each middle school, also contributing from athletics.
okay.
These are in the sub-tabs,
Okay.
the all lines. If you go to the all lines tab and you go to 58101, you'll see all of the funds, all of the things that feed that. It's kind of in row 13,500, or what is it, 13,657?
That's not what was sent to me, so, okay.
You don't have the all lines, the tab
No,
for all
somebody
lines?
sent me a snippet just of the 5801 that does not include that, so that's probably.
But she got it.
It was sent in a separate file, that's probably why.
I think this was shared. Oh, this is the Excel sheet that was shared with everybody.
Somebody sent me a separate file with
Oh.
just that one
Okay.
particular piece. and
Okay,
it's
but
not
if you
in
go,
there. Yeah.
if you get to see the one that was shared out, that one in the all lines.
Yeah.
They have gone up, most likely.
Let's see, so.
Does it match that? Does it match up to that?
Probably, and these guys are pretty
Did
cheap,
we
so-
settle the question of field trips, 58,102?
Same conversation, the 75,000 is up in curriculum and gets budgeted, the transfers get budgeted down here once Joni gets a request. Joni, would you like to speak to that?
You could sure speak to that.
Thank you.
We understand it, I think.
Yeah, I think we were just.
The question
looking
was
for
about-
some, like, what actually was spent in terms of field trips.
She can tell you.
Do you wanna know what we currently are at now?
No,
For FY '23. That's not a joke, like, it's not field.
Yeah, she does all the POs, so she knows all
Yeah,
the trips
I'll
that
have
go.
to-
She's
I'll
like
have to
the
go
hub
in.
of field trips.
Else asking you to explain the field trips.
Well, the field trip line,
Mhm.
right, that's there, that's under the curriculum. And so as schools put in a request, and it does go through
Right.
the assistant superintendent's office, so Joni does
Yes.
manage that. She then moves those funds,
Correct, down
To
to
where they need
the
to
appropriate
be,
school and
based
to
on
that line number.
what field trip
Exactly.
each school is going on and the cost of those field trips.
So the 75,000 is not only field trips, that's why I said Joni can speak to it, because there's a, if there are other, some textbooks, sometimes she helps to, if there's something that's needed that immediately doesn't come out, there's some, might be some PD, there are different things in the curriculum development line that then gets moved as people request. And one of the main reasons that it's done in that way, and we're open, we've got to talk about potentially another process, but, and again, not placing blame on the schools.
Different question, like.
I think what we were looking for was what was actually being spent on field trips.
It's about $5,000 per grade.
Okay, that's good.
$5,000 per grade.
K to 8. Flex, some are more expensive, some are less expensive, but when we budgeted and decided what they were, we allocated about $5,000 per grade.
Do you know, does that include transportation costs, or is that just
That does
the,
not include transportation.
so that's just the admission cost?
Right, right, so that's all, that's what you call it, that's the only thing you can put in that
Gotcha.
line
Yeah.
for that,
I'm
is
just
admission
curious.
fees.
K through 8, right? That's 8 grades times 5,000 per grade. Is that $40,000?
40 transportation.
Is it
Right.
by school?
The fuel and the transportation.
Yeah, like what math are you doing? When you say 5,000 per grade, you mean Forest Park, first graders,
All
5,000?
kindergarten, 5,000 across the district,
Okay.
all first grade across the district.
So that,
Okay, so 8 schools, no, how many elementary schools do we have? 5 elementary schools. So they each get 1,000-ish.
9 grades times 5, so it's the 40,000 is the
Okay, so
base, where we start.
That would be.
Yeah.
Some go a little higher, some go a little lower, but it all,
Where does the transportation come from?
that's another
That
line.
comes from that line, but we moved it to the
We moved
correct
it.
line for fuel and for transportation.
we budgeted for 15,000.
Huh?
This line only has a budget of 15,000. Journey's total line has a budget of 70,000. There's no way that's right.
You're saying it's in the curriculum line.
Right, that's only 70. If field trips alone is 50,
It usually runs about 60, I think.
what does the rest of it get spent on?
15,000 is the other
Somewhere in this line.
other incidentals that are requested that are not in budgets, that get special permission potentially
And
from
it's
the
only
assistant.
15, I guess is where I'm going with this?
Yeah, there's a cap of that, because that would be things that are not budgeted, but for some reason, maybe some kids won a competition and they need some extra textbooks or a banner or something like that, that's gonna come out of the assistant superintendent's small discretionary type thing.
What line is this, because what line are we on? What line are we talking about?
58,102.
Curriculum.
58,102 down by the bottom.
Other dues and fees. Correct. So Jody, when you're saying it's about $40,000 for field trips,
For
that
just the cost to get in, yeah.
yeah, that is in that. So if you look at the 2023 actuals of 53,300, right? That 40,000-ish for field trips is in that line. That we're only budgeting 15,000 for this year.
Where-
No, there was 75,000 in
Yeah,
in
that's
the
not,
line.
that's, I don't know what line you're looking at.
So the
Curriculum
five- the
development,
53,302.
53,302.
Right, it has 75,000 in it for curriculum development.
And if you notice, the end of the year projection
So
is
not
zero
the number
in
Rob
that
just gave me
line.
when they said what number was it, right? Not so like you said a number, so that's what I thought. We
Yeah,
were
no,
talking
it's a
I thought you were asking about what line
Right
you
here,
were
yeah,
referring to.
So you're, that's a different line that you have
Got it.
available.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. So there's
Right,
that
this is the
line.
This is the 53,302 line. So if you'll notice, like the end of the year here, there's a projected number of 0 here, because all those funds, like here, if you're looking up here,
Can you give me the SKU number?
53,302.
Yep. Curriculum development.
Right, so you'll see there's a very small amount, the $8,400, which is year-to-date spent, that is, those incidentals, right? Most of the money has been moved out, there's only a revised budget of 23,000 there, and the projection at the end of the year in column, end-of-year projection for 24 is 0. Because at the end of the year, Joni would have depleted all that and moved it to the other lines, the budget for those items. And if you look historically, this is the way it's been done historically. 75,000 is there. And the reason behind that is very simple. It's because if that money has been distributed to the school levels, the clerks don't do it on purpose, but they will take that money out and the field money will not be available for the kids. They'll do budget transfers and they will take the money out of those line items, and it's been done, it's happened, which is why it's done in this way. And also, this way now, field trips are done fairly and moved, however it goes, and it's one person doing all the POs, managing all of the communications with the third parties. It makes it a bit more efficient, and we make sure that those dollars are secured for the kids. The budget transfer is done at the same exact time as the PO. Joni will call me and say, I just moved money to such and such a line for the Save the Bay. And I go in, I approve the budget transfer, I approve the PO, money goes in and out, no one ever sees it. Meaning the school level. They don't have the opportunity to pull it out and put it in the supply line or somewhere else. And in the end of the year, it's coded properly for UCOA purposes.
So a field
I
trip
can send you the
can be
field trip
funded
breakdown
out
if you
of
wanna
two
see that.
lines.
Oh, yeah, we asked for that.
Yeah.
The field trip line?
A field trip can be funded out of 2 lines.
Field trip, the expense would go to 2 lines too, right?
3
Yes.
lines.
Yeah,
to
the
go to
admissions
transfer
fees
fund.
would go to
Right.
58,101, and then the transportation,
so
of course, goes
would
up to
go
the
the other.
transportation area. So she moves the money to both areas, she distributes it to both areas.
My children thank you, Joni, for the work that you do.
Don't make it ever done.
Love our field trip.
Yeah, I love the field trips.
Jen, don't know if you can-
I had another note on custodial services. I just want to circle back at some point to the $30,000 weekend charge. I think we need to discuss formalizing an agreement with the town on
I
that.
already talked to Ralph about it earlier today,
Okay.
and we will.
I would like that in this budget though, until we have that agreement though, because if not, and they don't do that, then we don't have that money accounted for anywhere. Like, we could always back it out, but I think it has to be in the approved budget total number, because if not, if you don't have that in writing right now, if we don't have an agreement, then tomorrow we could say, oh, just kidding, we don't get that $30,000.
And he and I talked, we talked about it today as well. We
Yeah.
said we'll either do it through review, memorandum of
Yeah.
understanding, an email, a letter, so he and I are gonna work on
Yeah.
getting that in writing, that the 30,000 that is in here is additional money that we're asking for, so that we're not billing them for the use of the.
So it's not actually 2075587, it's minus 30,000. So it's not 3.487, it's less than that.
So if the 30,000 was not in this budget, yes, it would be less, because they would be paying for it. They would, we would be billing them, and they would be paying that every month.
Can you say, do you understand what I just said?
Yeah, do you
Yeah,
want
I-
to make sure that this budget does not include them paying for it in case they,
No, I want it
You
included.
want it
Yeah, I want
it's
to
in there.
reflect
So
it.
there
The
should be-
30,000 is in there.
I think it should be a separate line item denoted for it.
Wait, where, show me where,
Well, no,
what line is
the
it in?
30,000, that's part of the,
State of the town aid.
no, the 30,000 wouldn't be coming, that 30,000 is in the
In another line.
ABM service, that's what we're paying the ABM.
Right.
So that's,
That is already in the custodial fee,
Right.
Yeah,
correct?
where's the custodial revenue from charging outside vendors reflected on this
Yes.
document?
That's
It's
not
not.
in here.
It's not, because the revenue is in a different fund. It's in 2408. Everything is held, it's not a true enterprise fund, but it's held separately in a separate fund. So what happens is at the end of the year, if there is any profit from the revenue and expenses, it goes to reduce the custodial line. There's a journal entry that's done to wipe that fund out to absolute zero. So it was a nominal amount last year. I have to look at the amount that I did. I think it might have reduced the custodial line by like $10,000, whatever the difference between the cost is. Because the weekend cost, if I remember correctly, we had Jeannie start booking it to the 2408.
In March,
We're
and
separating
it didn't
it,
start for
right?
the full year.
It didn't start for the full year, but when we realized, we said, let's start separating this so that we can start analyzing the weekend costs. So the weekend costs are going to Fund 2408, the rest of the costs are going here, so we can separate and start looking at that in the future.
Wait, hold on, okay. Custodial line is what number?
Uh, 54203.
Okay. So this fee, this number that we have in bullet green, does or does not reflect the overtime for custodial services on the weekend.
Mike, what was the custodial cop?
I'm checking it right now.
Ken, if this were to change, then we'd be short $30,000 in the budget.
We're eating the cost right now.
Right,
Yeah,
but if we don't, we can bill them. Is there anything prohibiting us from billing them? If they were to, in the rare instance, perhaps not keep their word.
So we would have, I mean, if they don't give us the 30,000, if they say we're gonna cut your budget,
Yeah.
and the 30 is not there, we would have to bill them, yeah.
Then we just bill
Well,
them.
we don't have to bill them for this year, because we don't have a memo right now. Like, we're eating every time they use the building on the weekends, we're eating that cost
So
right now.
right now, we're paying
For
for that.
FY '24.
But the manager has given you an agreement that he would do that this year. And if the agreement is not kept, then I would say we'd be
We
entitled
would
to
have
a
to,
charge.
right, if the town came back and they cut our budget,
Yeah.
we would have to then go and bill them for that 30,000,
Yeah.
bill them for the service.
Sure.
And
I don't think that's unfair.
These are outside entities that are using,
It's the town recreation program that
Okay.
uses our buildings.
okay.
Anyone that uses our building on the weekend
Our
should be
buildings,
getting charged. Right now, there's no agreement between the town and the schools, and we're not charging them for the custodial overtime that we used to not get charged, but we are now getting charged. And so in theory, the town owes us money from FY '24, and unless there's a memo reached.
There are, we don't have everything written down, but there are services that the town provides to us that we don't pay for as well. Because we had these conversations of what, you know. There's services that could go back and forth between the school and the town.
What if it's an outside private entity, not somebody affiliated with the
Then-
town who
then they-
wants to rent?
They have to pay the rental.
They
fees.
pay everything, they pay a rental fee, custodial fee.
The conversation that I had with the town administrator, and it was more than the town administrator, was, you know, as our department and the rec department all going through this, is that, you know, we were having a conversation that this is all town money, school budget versus town, and could we come up with an agreement that it's all coming from taxpayers' money, so if the money was put,
It's not, because it's not. They have other revenue other than just taxpayer money.
So they would have to, and we talked about this, that if it was coming from the revenue from the rec program, they would have to increase their costs for the rec program on viewpoint account.
Or they could budget for it.
Or they could
Or
budget
they could
for
budget
it,
for
or,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
or they could budget
Just like
for
we
it,
had to
or
budget
could
for it.
budget for it. And I think we were just saying that, okay, so there's services that they don't charge us for, and there's, you know, like,
What
it could be this, so we were talking about going through and sitting down with
I'll add it to a
the
future
town
agenda.
administrator to go
Yep.
through the list of what is that.
Yep. With that said, though, we get a bill from our custodial services, and that number is not included in this green number.
I do believe that we looked at a projection. So what the math I was just trying to do was take our revised budget and multiply it times the percent increase and add 30,000 to it, and it's not coming up. I believe it's because we did it's close. It's within
Where did that
$7,000.
$30,000 number come from?
That was an estimate based off of what we looked at from March to when we started receiving bills in March of '23. Because again, we weren't always being invoiced for this. So this was the estimate of what it would be for one full year. Because we haven't, when we had the meeting, when we started putting these numbers in, it hadn't been a
Yep.
full year yet.
So not based on their actual usage, because it obviously varies from season to season.
Varies season to season. Also
March
varies.
being, I would say, like, basketball season's over, I think, next weekend.
Right, but there's a big tournament coming up, so that increases how many custodians we have on. I know that they were talking about using multiple buildings, if they weren't all going to be able to fit at the high school.
So that $30,000 is a
I believe the 30.
Yes.
I do believe that. I mean, it's not a guess; it's an estimate,
It's an estimate based
off
on
of
what
usage.
the costs we already have and estimated through each month.
But
So
it
it's a
didn't include
projection.
but it didn't include like January, February, like as it
I believe it included up through January.
So is the green number, so Elle's telling me that custodial money that comes in from like different companies that use the facilities goes into a different account and is not in here.
And then at the end of the year, she uses, my understanding is, I won't put words in your mouth, but I'll try, is you use that money to reduce the cost of custodians from the general budget. So while we may not see it here, because we don't know where that number's gonna end, if at the end of the
If
year.
there's any profit at all, if
Yeah.
there's any money, there may be money left over, there may not be, but whichever way it swings, you know, that fund gets zeroed out, and the difference
Goes
comes
to this
here
line.
to give you your true custodial cost, because.
So if our true custodian cost was $2 million and there was $100,000, which is way high,
is never in
in that
there.
2804, when you see this budget the following year, it would show 1.9 million, correct?
Yeah, it would have the reduction too.
Right.
The actual numbers would reflect the final numbers at the end.
Because that doesn't happen till the end.
Right, I can't, there's no way for me to see
Right.
what it was. Because also, remember, the way that the facilities department was using the software and billing and entering bills was a little bit different. Now we have them entering bills as soon as the people, you know, we have a receivables list. Where
Yes.
when I was asking for receivables list, we didn't have that.
Yep.
It wasn't available to us because of the way the processes were. The invoice was produced when the payment was made. That's the way it had been done historically, and I said, I want to change that. I want the invoice now. I don't care if we get the check in
Yeah, I
6
remember.
years, but that, so we're still in the process of revamping that whole process.
All right,
you know,
so
you know,
just,
that whole
here's what I'm trying to answer in my head. I don't know, somebody comes in and does a camp at the high school, right, on a weekend. Not anyone affiliated with the town,
Right,
like just
no
some private
camps.
person comes and does a camp, right? We get charged from custodial X amount, they're paying us X amount, right? So that's all a wash. What I'm curious about is the quote-unquote $30,000 that we think we are getting charged by the company, but are not recouping from rec services. Is that number in this green number?
I didn't calc the green number with facilities department, but I know that we had our full expenses. We only just started asking Jeannie, the facilities person, to start moving and start separating funds. So my assumption is that the
So I'm trying to see how it was put together. I don't know how. I know that number was put together, but I know it was done looking, I believe, at projection. So I've tried, and I can see you're trying it right now, is using the number and multiplying it times a % increase, and it's
But
not.
we can't, because if that's not just if that doesn't include just salary and it's other expenses, we need to know the exact what the salary is.
No, that is just custodian.
$30,000.
So that isn't any
Like,
other
no.
salaries. The only thing that comes out of there is ABM.
Is the $30,000 the total weekend charges for the entire year, or just the town's estimated portion?
The estimated town portion.
Okay, we need to add
So-
$30,000 to this number.
well, the other question I had is aren't there other people? I haven't seen the
Yeah,
results
so,
of the
so,
new
the,
policy.
so when the town's in there, there's also a
Didn't we-
volleyball club who may be in there. And so,
I would rather bump it up and be safe than air low.
Come
and
short, yeah, we don't wanna be
come
short.
So the 1.8 million does not include the 30,000
Then we need to add it.
in there.
I believe it includes some of it, but not all of it.
And conversely, we could charge that.
We could just
We
our
could just
charge
bill
them.
them.
That's how our policies are
That-
written right
there
now.
wouldn't be
In
anything
my
more.
opinion, they owe us money for FY 24.
That'd be very accurate, by the way.
Very
Call it
accurate.
2408.
Because it actually would
Bill.
save the town money.
Just put 2408.
According to the policy, they should be
They should be
charged.
paid. Everyone pays, all nonprofits pay. There's no exception for the town at this point. So according to the policy, we should be charging them for custodial services. Not anything, they fall into the nonprofit of
Yeah.
rental. They don't get charged for rental, of course, just like everyone else, even though they use it significantly and it has wear and tear. But that's kind of going back to Ken's point. We're all in the same team energy. But this is a very specific direct cost that we either need to dollar for dollar do it, or we need to have it reflected in the amount that we're paying out to those folks.
But Superintendent, so if that number of the 30,000 doesn't include the full scope of weekend services, overtime, custodial services, then maybe if the manager had agreed to that number, you might have seen that could be a lower number, a very reasonable number perhaps. But if we were to bill, is
I
that
mean,
possible, or is
so
it?
that 30,000 is an estimate based on what we know
Yeah.
the costs have been from the beginning of the year
Yeah.
till January. And we took that cost and divided it out
Over the rest of the months?
over, you know,
So,
a year.
okay, so
So
that's
that-
different from
that-
what,
with
so
that
then that
30.
number should be included in there. I
So-
heard that it wasn't included, or partially included, I should say, and then you're saying something a little bit different, which is, it's totally
So,
included
so
in there.
the way we got that 30
Yeah,
is we took what the costs were,
yeah,
the monthly costs that we had up until that point in January, got an average of each month, and then multiplied that up for the year to 30,000. That's how we.
Yeah, and I'm trying to, I'm
Wait.
trying, go ahead, sorry.
But what I'm hearing is the full 30,000 is not put into
The green number.
that line.
That number should say 210.
So if I was
so it's
doing
not in
this,
the green number, but
It should be.
supposedly, okay.
so if I was running this budget, I would do 1,746,600 times 1.035, because that would represent a 3.5% increase to the line.
Yes.
But that math is not working out. So what I suspect was done was, at some point, we had looked at a projection. So we looked at year to date and done that, because
That's very possible.
I'm
But
almost
looking-
positive that we included a bump of 30,000 in there.
I mean, if we're looking, it's a 3% boost, it's a 3% increase, right?
I believe it's 3.5,
3.5,
3.5.
which is insane,
All right, so that's,
for the record. No, like, it's more than any other employee in this district got. That is why I'm viciously agree, like, I don't agree with the privatization, like, concept by any means.
I think you cut it in half, Mike, there's 15,000 extra in there. And I think that's because it was the half year, then we had Jeannie start moving money. Because at 3.5%, it's 1,807,000, there's an extra 15,000 in there. So I think that's where you guys added half of the 30,000, because maybe the other 30 is gonna start being booked to the 2,408 number.
I'm with
The
Mr. Sheehan on the fact that, like, with a lack of data, I would just suggest no MOA, just continuing to back charge them for FY '24, continue to charge them for '25, because then we don't have to worry about what the number is in the budget. But what I will not do is have the custodial company that we have no control over charge us for something and then have it be taken away from students where that money could go to other things. Like, so it has to be somewhere.
Alternatively, hybrid, you could put in the extra 15 into the budget.
I'm not confident though that the other 15 wasn't.
But that's, yeah, well, I mean, let's, just to super argument's sake, it was, then we could adjust that number over the period of time that they use the services. And then they could owe us more, or we could refund them if we chose.
If you're taking 3.5% over the original budget and then adding 30,000, it should be 1,837,73.
It's not even close. It's not. That's not. I don't think that's where that number came from. All right, we need to.
The problem is it's hard to solve.
Well, I think we should just add 30,000 to that line and make it 210.
The town was aware that the policy says they have to pay, right?
I don't know what correspondence happened between
I mean,
Mr. Waterman.
Is this a surprise to them that we're charging them, or they were aware that?
It's new, so it's new to us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we didn't know last year.
Well, in other words, to find out if.
You know, when this started, when they started charging us, that was a new charge.
Yeah,
to the
So it was a new
department.
charge to us.
Right, it was a new charge to the school department, not knowing that they were gonna start billing us for
Oh,
weekends.
sorry, could you
So
all,
they weren't.
just hold it.
Yeah.
Can
So
you
it
repeat
wasn't-
that?
Yeah, so ABM started billing the school department, which was something new. So when that happened, right, and you were invoicing the town.
We notified everyone of this new charge, the school department, we covered it for the first week, because we were notified, you know, midweek, that starting this weekend, we would be charged. So we said, okay, we're not gonna drop this on somebody with no notice. We said, starting next week, this will be your fee, and if there's multiple groups in there, we split the fee. You know, we don't, because there's one custodian in the building, so Jeannie in facilities will calculate. I mean, she gets really far into it, as far as if you're there for 2 hours and they're there for 4 hours, 2 hours is a half fee, 2 hours is a full fee. What's that?
I was just wondering if that's what that policy said to do.
Well,
We'll look at it later. It's fine.
I mean, we're billing for actual services. We don't bring in two custodians for if one group is in the big gym, one group is in the small gym. We bring one custodian in and split the fee.
My recommendation to the committee is to add $30,000 to the custodial services line with the lack of data.
I agree with some of your sentiment, but I don't know if the full $30,000 is justifiable right now based upon what we just heard. It sounds like perhaps there's been some portion that was added, and that just puts us for asking for more than we actually would need.
I think we need to prepare. I don't want to lose. Like I'm hearing, they think it might be 30,000, and that is with a lack of data. That's where I think we should.
Well,
But
you said-
we're basing the 30,000 based on the charges that we have.
Without any numbers or data to back up that projection, like I have to go with the highest common denominator. You know, like if you had given us a spreadsheet that said, hey, the rec department uses it this many weekends for this many hours, and out of that we think, you know, they're only paying half on these ones, XYZ, you know, like we could make an educated decision, but with a lack of any information, like you have to highball it, I think, because you have to protect like the budget line to not have to eat a $30,000 cost.
Yeah, but Mike,
Did
I
I-
thought you said that you had actually looked at the first, 5 months?
I believe we
So I'm looking at the calculation right now, 1.7 million, 1,746,000 is
Yeah.
the projection for the year end of '24. And if we multiply, if you just increase that by 3.5%, you're getting 1,807,000. So it does appear that we have 15,000 extra in the green number right now. So if the recommendation would be to add, to get to a 30,000 number, we just want to add 15,000 to
And
it,
then
to get to a
if it goes
$30,000
over,
number.
I'm sorry.
No.
If it goes over, but I would recommend we charge them. We bill them for anything that goes over 30,000. We know what the number is. If we add 15,000.
But if I had brought up this conversation, there would have just been $15,000 in this line. So why wouldn't we? I don't think that $15,000 increase that you will put in is the half of the town's thing. I don't think that was accounted for in this number whatsoever. Like I'm not seeing any proof for that.
Well, we're seeing that we asked Jean to start moving the fees and the costs for the weekend custodial stuff over to the other fund
Yeah.
mid-year.
Yeah.
And
So
that,
we
but
have
like-
6 months in there, so the projection was done with that 6 months in there, it might have been done that way. To be honest, I mean, we put 15, there's 15 in there, if you do 1,746,000, which is the year-end projection,
Yep.
our increase with the contract is
also a
3.5, takes you to 1,807,000. You have 15,000 in there, if you estimate that 30,000 is the cost, you just need another 15. What would your justification be for boosting it 45,000? I guess that's my question. Like, I
guess-
understand what you're saying, that you want to definitely project it, but what calculation could you bring forth to help us understand that and justify that?
I was just saying, like, why wouldn't you have built in the 30 if that you had thought to build in the 15? So what my concern is that the 15 wasn't for that. When you were doing whatever projections you were doing on why you increased
yeah,
it.
but they said it wasn't a projection, is that they actually, as I understood you,
I just
she
did
was
the
moving
math.
the
We just did
numbers
the math
over
right
for
here.
every, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm understanding. So they took the actual money that was being paid for the town purposes, for custodial services, and then putting it over kind of in a segregated account.
No, that's not.
Is that what it- what it was?
No,
we're
that's
putting
not
the
what she's
week-
saying.
not for town services.
She's
no.
saying for
Right, no,
other
we're putting
people.
the weekend
That's how it
money out,
works.
that's
Oh, for
separated
other
from this
people?
one.
Yeah.
So like,
And the
I
town
read-
is a subset of that.
No.
they're not included
they're
in that at all.
Not at all.
So,
So that's where I'm saying,
Okay.
like, okay, so all the other money is not in this
Yeah.
number. L's saying that there might be $15,000 in here, but I'm saying I think that $15,000 was probably for something else, because if we thought it was gonna be 30 and we thought to put the town money in this line, it would have been 30. And so I don't think it's 30 minus 15, I think it's 30 plus 15, based on whatever you
I
all were doing
don't
to
know
get
of
to
any
this
other
number.
expense that goes into that line.
And the only other thing I could think that we might have done was look at year to date from July 1
that's-
through December, and multiplied by 2, add the 3.5%, and then add the $30,000. That because there are a couple ways.
Who submitted the 1822300 number? Like, where does that number come from?
I would say I put that in.
Okay.
The only way we're gonna absolutely know what we need to charge them for is to charge them. Rather than put a number in, which is always gonna be a projection, I don't think we're gonna have any good number here, we're spitballing it, then we just agree to build them.
I think we need to do both. I think we need to build them and put the number in, because straight out math is 3.5% on 2024, adding 30 brings us not to that number. We need another $15,000.
15,000.
Would bring us to $30,000.
But again, when we're doing these budgets, like when Elle and I sit down and look at these numbers, we look at it from the previous year, but we also look year to date. Like we look at actual year to date. Some of them we can only go through, November, right? Because we've only received bills. Some of them we go through January. I don't remember this, how we landed at this specific number in this specific line.
So I'm saying, and that's fine, Mike.
But
what
I'm very
saying is, if he can't remember why, then we just need to add $30,000 to this line, knowing that that is a number that is not accounted for anywhere.
Because this didn't come up in conversation around custodials until I asked this question. Like it didn't, it wasn't saying, oh, we did 3.5% and we added in this thing. So I don't feel confident that that was factored into the budget when it was being claimed, which is fine. I just want to make sure we identify it now so that we have it covered.
And so it's in the ask. I understand.
But if we don't know if it's $30,000, why are we using that same number again?
Because that's what Mr. Waterman told me.
Based on?
So that was based off of usage year to date.
So we're just not sure if it was backed into this number.
Correct. We're not sure.
We're
if
fairly confident it is not backed.
Oh, it's not backed into this number, but 30,000 is the only number we have to go on. If Mike had said it was 20, I'd be saying add 20. If he's saying it's 30, add 30.
I just think it needs to be accounted for.
Yeah.
And the only other choice would be to build them outright.
Correct.
Yep.
Because if we build them outright, we'll know exactly what that number is by next year.
Well, and that's where we
Or
need to go
at least
back.
1 year anyways.
Because we're eating it right now in FY24.
Yeah.
All right, other questions, thoughts,
On this or on something else?
anything on
Okay,
anything
so
else?
53220, I know I've asked this and I can't remember, I apologize. It's other purchase professional education services. It's $16,000 is the only entry on that line.
This is a new ask for our wellness committee. There's $10,000 in for wellness committee, and then there's also monies that in previous years we don't feel were budgeted entirely accurately for physicians and dentists in another line. So that includes physicians and dentists on the school level, and also $10,000 for the wellness committee ask.
Okay.
There's the components of that, 3,000 for each, 3,000 dentists, 3,000 physicians, and then 10,000 wellness.
I didn't ask them because I don't remember that answer.
And then there's additional physician and dentist money.
Those were put in by the schools themselves, so I don't know, I mean, we have to go back and ask, is there, on the, there's this small bucket.
Right.
I don't know if that, we have to go back and ask them for specifics on that, because I think that was fed in by the different individual schools, but I wanted to make sure that we were covered in there, and I figured, I looked at the prior years, said, okay, got a good average of 3,000 for each of those for prior years across the board, because I don't think all of the schools budgeted.
Put in for it.
Right, so I said, let me put it in, because, and then let me ask after the fact for $2,000 if there was some special reasons for some of those. So just time and factors for that type of thing. Wanted to make sure it was above.
54601, renting of land and buildings. Do we need to budget anything this year for the move to the admin building in the following year?
I brought that up previously, that we should have some sort of money either there or in, like maintenance and like the facility lines, or any like changes that need to be done to DA. Ken, do you want to address that?
Yeah, so we did look into what potential costs would be. And the number that we were given was, we thought, very extreme based on square footage of what it would be just to renovate each of those classrooms. And the cost was very high.
What's the
cost? It was
Roughly $500,000 per classroom.
Yeah.
Per classroom?
Mm-hmm.
Right, to renovate.
Which we thought was outrageous.
Yeah.
That's not.
Who gave you that?
That came from similar projects in other communities that Inga, the OPM, had given us. She gave us cost estimates.
So that's not
So-
real.
So that,
That's
it's,
not-
a- it's,
Those
a-
are-
it's
those
an
are-
it was an estimated cost.
Those are real numbers
which
from other
was,
districts.
You know, I think way too high for us to be
I agree.
putting in there based on anything that we would, need to be doing. I mean, we're looking at moving office spaces over there, not renovating classroom spaces. And if we're talking about putting dividers up, or having to put a wall to separate a classroom from another classroom, maybe doing some painting. So those costs were not, I didn't believe were reliable to.
Because once you start
So
putting
how much
walls
did you
up,
put in?
So we didn't put anything in for renovating DA. So.
But we need to.
We could.
I mean, the
I mean,
school
we're-
committee, but it didn't, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I honestly don't remember. I thought we had come to the agreement that we were gonna extend the lease for 18 months so that would give you all the opportunity to be able to get the work done and move in this next fiscal year with the guarantee that we would not be renting the space anymore.
Right, and we're looking at, you know, if we put dividers in some of the spaces, that would divide up the spaces that we need. Some of the spaces there are already set up into smaller spaces that we could use. I don't think we're not gonna make the building like new. I mean, that's not the purpose of us going there. Purpose is to use the space that's there to use as office space.
There's gonna be some cost to that, plus like movers and furniture and whatnot, right?
Well, we have some furniture here, right?
we have some here, some of it is with the building, some of it is ours.
I think you need 100 grand.
Yeah,
as
so I
well.
think we'll need something to cover the furniture.
Furniture, moving, maintenance, like,
I think
I'm sorry, what,
Need something.
what space is this for here to get more?
Right, so what we're looking at is using the space over at a school that we have that has some open space, and putting our offices over there.
because we're paying rent on this facility that we're sitting in right now. We're paying rent, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we put in, you know, could factor in 100,000. I think even with the moving, I mean, we would move, our own
Obviously,
people
it's
would be
good.
doing the moving, we wouldn't be paying for movers.
I do think we should put something in. I think putting nothing in is not,
It might-
I don't wanna have to go to the fund, like it definitely falls into one of the facility lines.
And my concern with putting money in for next fiscal year is the building is still gonna be occupied by students, so I'm not sure what work we could get done, what renovation type of work could get done while there's students still in there. So the building is still being used as it currently is,
Your lease is up when?
August of '25.
Yep. So you have to do the work in fiscal year FY '25. Like, there's no, yeah, that's it. Like, or during like April break, or during, like, you know, like unless that's not the plan, then we have to budget in this fiscal year.
So we have kids in there, so we couldn't over an April break put walls up and break down a classroom.
My understanding was that there's enough space to have administrative buildings and still have students in that facility.
We could have some space to have what classrooms are there and spaces for administration to be there. So, but I don't think there's as much work that needs to happen to move us there. I mean,
It's just not zero.
It's,
So
I
I would
mean-
like us to build a number in, is what I'm saying. That's all. Like, it's just not zero. Especially if you got an exorbitant cost from a professional that did this at another school. Like, I feel like we have to budget something in, or we're backing ourselves into not having any money. You're gonna be coming and asking us to take money out of fund balance or something like that. Like, it's maintenance and repairs to our facility to be able to get out of a rental. We knew that there was gonna be a double cost this year, but we need to build it in somewhere. So what line does that need to be built into?
so if we put,
Are you gonna have to be put across multiple lines, because we're gonna have to do fire alarm modifications, electrical modifications,
Well, we would
HVAC.
only need to do that if we're adding.
If we're adding
complete
walls,
I
correct.
don't think we need to add complete walls.
Okay.
You know, what I mean, I think that, I don't think, you know, you're there now in that building,
I
and you're
think you
shaking
just
your.
need dividers.
You know, that's, right, I don't think we need to be building
That's what I would
complete
need to
walls.
change my space
Because if
to.
we're doing that, then you're doing a complete reno, so.
I don't think you can either, because the way the ceilings are, and
Yeah,
that might
my-
be.
my
what
recommendation
happened.
is you
can't.
put
You're better off with
dividers up.
dividers.
In there, just like some of the settings are now, some people will have their own space, others will be shared dividers. And I think, you know, if we factor in, costs for some of the furniture that's not ours, that's what would need to be factored in. And looking at, you know, what line would we put that under? I mean, some of it's gonna be furniture and supplies.
What about like infrastructure, computer, phone, things like that?
So wireless will be fine.
You guys have the phones that are here?
Phones should be fine.
It's all the wiring, like,
Yeah, so there's wiring in place, and one of the great benefits of DA, as Dr. Santa just mentioned, is it's exposed ceilings, so there are cable chases, so that's something that we
They're already
can
there.
handle.
super
You-
aesthetically pleasing.
You know, what happens is, you just get married to a wall, right? Like, you may want your desk over there, but the phone jack's over here, so your desk is over here. But,
Pick the lines, Mike, and I would respectfully say add some money, because like there's no way it's not gonna cost something, and this is an important, like we could come up with this idea, brought this idea from the administration, this is a way that we can get out of this rental. So I wanna make sure that you're set up for success and what you need, like, it, you know what I mean, like it has to,
Yeah. So like, for instance, Mike, in my office, like if I'm gonna share that with Kendra and Julie,
Mhm.
which is fine, with plenty of space, we need extra wires so that we can create little office spaces.
Mhm.
I think that's kind of what
yeah,
you're thinking.
yeah, I'm just saying like I
And
want,
dividers,
and it
but
might,
that's not
maybe we
huge
put some
expense,
numbers in,
but
and then it
some.
comes out to be more than that, at least we've budgeted something for it, like it's definitely not zero.
Mhm.
Like I've moved offices before, like it's way more than you think, I think, and that's,
it's definitely gonna, I mean, what's the number of furniture fixtures? I know you tend to know the UCOA numbers off the top of your head.
Oh, the 57309 is down in the 57s. It's,
Furniture fixtures, 57306.
306, close.
69.
Well, you
So-
pondered that.
So all of the stuff in the offices here, you're looking to move over to Davisville.
So the people,
The
we don't
people,
own the
just the
furniture.
people, not the stuff, because a lot of the stuff belongs to this building.
To-
We have
to
furniture in
close
other,
it.
we have
Okay.
furniture in other places that.
Okay, but you're talking about not renting this place
Correct.
anymore.
Right.
We're not
And
using
putting
this,
everybody
using a
over
building
to
we're
the
in.
Davisville. Okay. So in the long run, that's gonna be a savings.
Yes.
Yes,
Because
it
we're
should
not
be.
paying
Yeah.
rent here anymore, we can divert that.
But
That
we
was
knew
that was the
this-
whole purpose.
And we
to-
can be in one spot.
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
because the
And that building's
administration's.
underutilized, so. they
And
have
we own
space.
it.
right.
And we own, yeah, we own.
Yeah, and so long term, it makes sense. But short term, we knew that there was going to be a dual expense, an expense for renting this facility and what we need to do to make it move in ready for August 1 of next year.
and I do think there would be some cost, for example, the technology in this room was professionally
Mhm.
installed, so that would have to happen in the meeting room over there.
Mike, do we have an offset in here for, it'd be beyond this budget then, when we actually realize the cost savings of not renting here?
So that would
Or is
start,
is that half of our year, or?
no, it would start in FY '26, so there'd
Oh,
be
so
10 months of cost savings in FY '26.
No, FY. Yeah, FY 26.
so, okay, but we're moving out this summer,
Next summer,
the following summer,
following summer,
okay.
August of '25.
We gave them a really realistic plan,
Yeah.
like as far as like length, and we also extended, like, I think the original lease ended in like April, and it was like, there's no way administration's moving in April, like school year
Right, of
wise.
course, right.
And so that's why we did more than a 12-month
Yeah.
lease. But the changes are gonna happen in this fiscal year. That's the thing we need to budget for. So what do we need to add in theory?
I'm worried whatever number.
There can't be a right number because we're spitballing it
Right.
total.
We asked previously, like, this isn't like the first time we brought
This is-
this up. Like,
Yeah. So what number did they give you?
We didn't put a number because the number that we were given as far as like renovating was
Yeah.
too much, and so I did not put a number for it.
But it's still happening.
But we'll need costs for, if the furniture's not all large
Mhm.
enough to just buy out the furniture.
Right.
So-
Right, I mean, that could be an option, is we just buy out, you know, when we vacate this space, we buy out the furniture we currently have, because a new tenant may not like the stuff
Yeah.
we have, so.
They'd probably give you a cut rate for it.
Especially if it saves them from having to empty it, if I say,
yeah.
we're
Yeah,
gonna pull it, so
happens
that's kind of my biggest fear is telling you a number and it's not.
I totally get that, but right now the number you told us is 0, so anything will be, you know, like anything's closer to that. You know what I mean? Like,
We're moving in July and August, that's fiscal 26 though.
26, yeah.
So the cost would be in July and August, so
Is that the
the-
next fiscal?
that's the next
No,
fiscal. If
I'm
we're
saying
moving-
the work that needs to happen at
Right,
DA,
did
like,
he say
would
that?
have to happen prior
I see
to,
what you're saying,
because you
but
can't be offline.
But we can't do the work while the kids are there.
Well, I guess what we could purchase next year would be dividers, right? So in the next year, we can calculate we need this many dividers. That's kind of what's going through my head is what.
And then the following fiscal, we could buy this furniture, and it would impact that year, not this current year.
Right, because then you could offset it by the savings
Well,
of the
offset by the
rental.
savings, right.
Correct.
Rent. That's what I was
Exactly.
thinking, if it's gonna be in
Right,
fiscal
right.
But there's
26,
just-
capture the money.
if we're paying it out in July and August.
Yeah, so for us to have a school committee meeting there in August,
Yeah.
Mike's team needs to come in this fiscal year and do the tech setup.
Mhm.
They need to have everything ready, so when they move in there, they have phone lines. If there's any, like, I didn't know what the extent of this, I've only toured that building once, so I don't know what the extent of the repairs to the rooms that we're not using are. You know, that's where I was thinking, like, some of the things will be able to be in the FY 26, but some definitely need to be in FY 25. And so,
The problem is we're trying to figure out what it is right now, that
Right.
would be the bare minimum to get in the door.
Because here's my
And just
cost.
say dividers, well, that's one item, but that's not maybe all of them.
If I give you a number, I can't say it's
Right, 100% correct.
right, and I can't even tell you what it's going towards. So I can't
Right.
tell you what number, what line to put it in, because right, we may put, you know, if we said $100,000 in furniture and fixtures, and then it's $10,000 to have ATR come in and so ATR Treehouse is the contractor who did this whole setup. Like, that's my hesitation right now is being able to justify a number.
Well, it can always be reclassed, correct?
Correct.
I say we move that 30,000 out of that other fund, put it in here, and charge them for every time they use the facilities. That way you almost break it even, and
we didn't actually.
You're good.
Yeah.
and then the budget number doesn't go up, you go into a low budget number.
I would recommend, and Mike, I'm not saying we're all on this, like, we're all working together. I'm just saying I would add a little bit to wherever it makes sense, like technology related hardware,
We
like
put
wherever.
40,000 under furniture.
Yep.
I'm just
Well, what we were
referring
saying,
to
furniture
some-
probably would come out of FY 26,
We could.
unless you want to prepay, unless you want to pre-buy furniture from WPSN or whatever. I just would put a little bit in so that we're not looking at the full cost that we knew was coming, like with no money whatsoever allocated and a small amount in our fund balance.
If you want to put 50,000 on furniture and fixtures, with the understanding
We
that we
could.
can reclass some of it as we realize actual expenses in other
We
areas.
could wait, right, because that could be next year's budget line, the furniture. But we could put 50,000 in now to start prepping certain spaces.
Mhm.
Is furniture and fixtures, does fixtures include technology?
So that's what I'm saying, is like if you put it there tonight, so you
You
get an
could
approved
reclass it.
budget, with the understanding that we may reclassify some of it, you know, move it as we realize what the actual need is.
What does equipment cover?
That was my next
Furniture,
question.
fixtures, when you say equipment, can you give me a UCOA line?
Get the one right above the 57305.
I'm literally like in your co-lines trying to make, so,
Like
so-
a
can we,
trailer
wait,
or
let's-
a
So
scissor
that
lift,
equipment
before you go to your question.
printers, a trailer, scissor lift,
Mhm.
an electronic, like mechanical, electronic. It's a UCOA.
It's a
bucket
catch-all?
for that type of
So like a divider would be a fixture?
Would be furniture and fixtures, yeah, that's not equipment, it's not, it does not plug into the wall kind of thing, or it doesn't take gasoline or diesel. I mean, you think about things like in that nature that aren't specifically vehicles, you know, like a generator is equipment. Things that, you know, you kind of, they don't give you a whole lot of buckets and it's somewhat vague, 2-3 lines, but that's equipment. I mean, I would even put printers, large copiers, equipment, fax machines, telephones, you know, all kinds of that.
Can I ask a question too, this is kind of going back a little bit? You said if the 2 gyms are being used and somebody used it for 2 hours, somebody used it to 4 hours, you're splitting the maintenance fee accordingly. Why are you not charging each group the full maintenance fee? Because I have to clean gym 1, whether somebody's in gym 2.
Because there's one custodian on.
Okay, so you're charging per person.
Correct.
Not per service.
Not per space, correct.
I had that same thought.
Because if rec was using both gyms, we wouldn't charge them twice. We would charge them for the one person. They might get charged, it might take an extra hour, right? So if they're in there for 3 hours, but it takes 4 to clean it, they're gonna pay 4 hours, but they wouldn't pay 2 people a 3-hour minimum.
Okay.
How much are we adding to what lines?
I would add 50,000, and
Can we put it in furniture and fixtures?
Well, I was going to say we put it in furniture and fixture. We can put it there, knowing that it may need some of it may need to get moved over to
Reclassified.
electrical or another service.
Ken, do you know how that's gonna impact the bottom line in terms of percentage increase?
Well, it's 50,000 on top. I mean, that's
And plus the 15,000
Well, if
prior.
80,000.
We put, well, are we putting 30 or 15 additional?
We haven't made any decisions
50
yet.
in the furniture and then 30 on the other one.
Oh, 30, okay, because I put 15 down, I was calculating 15 on the custodial and then 50 here, but, so we're doing a full 30.
I would wait
bringing
just a
it to
second, Al.
45.
I would wait because we haven't, I'm making notes of things that we might want to adjust, but we haven't, we don't know yet.
I'm just
Like, but we can do that math based on like the different numbers once we have that total. Or do you want it line by line, Jamie?
No, I'm just getting a little concerned about the numbers keep going up. Just at this juncture. So
Yeah.
we got a pretty firm grip on stuff. I mean, there are a few things.
Yep.
I'm glad there's a few.
Maybe lower numbers.
Jen, did you have more
I
questions?
did. Professional development, I saw Ken, I just want to confirm. The professional development that is in the budget for this year is, where did it go? I know you answered me, I can't find it. You did answer that, didn't you? Oh, PD.
The PD.
Vision of the graduate.
What line are we on?
It's in the spreadsheet that Ken said. The GEMSnet, the lab classroom.
But shouldn't it be?
No, she was asking what that number.
Like what is entailed in
What's
that?
in the
Like
PD?
what's that
Yeah,
comprised?
I'm asking what line it is.
The actual, it is, oh, I didn't write it down, sorry. It's near the bottom.
Honors award supplies?
No.
So it's 50, I think what you're looking at is 53,301, correct, Jen?
That was the bottom.
Professional development.
Yes, yes, that one.
23,500.
Yep.
Question
right.
management.
Okay.
So that is Vision of the Graduate, GEMSnet, Lab Classroom, Equity PD, and Curriculum-Based PD. Not all of that is coming out of the operating budget, some of that is.
So our anticipation is that the majority of our PD is gonna be from Title II, that's been the way it's been. We haven't done Title II yet, that's in process right now. But that's what we anticipate kind of budgeting for.
Okay. So the stuff that's not coming out of Title II then is what is actually in this budget?
So that's the 23, thousand number. So, I think that was more along the lines of like what we would, because we don't know the Title II yet, you know what I mean? So we don't have like at this point in time, like an actual dollar amount to know that what we're gonna get. And so that's more of like a kind of money that would be there to fill in the gaps if needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
There, excuse me. In theory, shouldn't there be an increase in professional development because all of our professional development time and energy went to Right to Read, and so won't there be gaps in like those days, like great gaps of opportunity to do additional professional development that's not tied to Right to Read
So those were
that we
extra-
wouldn't have had budgeted?
Yeah,
So
so those
extra
right to.
PD days, so we got 2 additional right to read PD days to cover that this
Some
year.
more
Yeah.
additional days
So
we
how
don't have
many
in the future.
PD days do we
Four.
normally have?
Yeah.
For
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, those days now were spent with, like, the teachers doing the Right to Read stuff.
Only one of
But-
those 4 days was spent doing that. The other 3 were convocation.
Right, and you figure the day one's convocations, a lot of other trainings that we're required to go over, so
Yeah.
that's one day taken out, so now you're left with, really 3 PD days that
Yep.
you would have.
I'm just saying,
So-
like, in theory, wouldn't there be a cost associated with that?
There could be, depending on if we're bringing someone in. Some of the PD we gotta do is internal, right? So it's PD that we're doing, working with teachers.
Right,
going
so you're
over
comfortable with it
curriculum.
being the same?
Yeah, so yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we're comfortable with that number. Even if that number was used to bring in someone from the outside, that's enough money to bring in a speaker or something.
Okay. Will we be doing an equity PD next year also?
That's the plan.
At least one?
What do you mean at least one?
Like this year?
I heard him say that's the
Yeah, well, I'm just saying it, like,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
year we are squeezing one in under the wire in April and hoping to see at least one next year, if not 2.
We're planning on making equity a primary focus
Okay.
as part of our professional development next year for sure.
Thank you. So, in the last part of my questions, everybody, so tuition for.
We don't believe you.
I had a question about the tuition breakdown. I was looking at the breakdown of it. 43% of our CTE
What line are you on, Jen?
students. Just in general, like
Sure.
tuition. 43%
Tuition
of our.
revenue? You're talking about revenue?
Yeah. 43% of our CTE students are from Warwick, 51 out of 120. And 62.5% of our CTE students come from towns with the highest reimbursement rates.
So I spoke to Mr. Gormley about that, 'cause I know
Okay.
that was a question you had. And the information I put in the document is that we don't have any specific criteria that we look at when we are accepting students from outside of the district. It's basically, it's a first come, first served. So there's a deadline that they have to submit their applications into the high school, which is around, it's in November, I don't know the exact date. And then Mr. Gormley doesn't start accepting students going through who applied until December 1st.
Okay.
And he goes by everything is in by date. So student 1 put it through, he goes through everything, accepts them. So it's not we're not looking at what town they're coming from, we're not looking at the reimbursement rate. It's basically as you apply, if you meet that criteria, you know, the criteria to be in the program, then you're accepted.
51% seems awfully.
Because there are a lot of people that come from that town.
There's a lot of kids in that town.
I know it.
Well, you're welcome for taking.
I am in Warwick and we are hemorrhaging. And listen, the joy here is the sorrow there. So, because they're losing a lot of money. And you don't recover that money. I mean, that's been a problem with this program for all along. In terms of equity, you're not recouping that money. You're not saving it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting problem.
Council might back me up on that. Yeah.
But the number, Jen, so do you have a budget question related to that?
I just was curious because it's a large source of income, and we are generating revenue from the highest income, the highest per student capita towns, and I wanted to make sure that wasn't delivered, for lack of a better term.
No.
I do think too, like when you're looking at that revenue number, also you have to like acknowledge anytime we're bringing in students, like it's not just, they're taking other courses in our schools other than just the CTE programs, and so it does have, in theory, like a budgetary impact across our schools.
Yeah.
And so I remember I think at some point teachers came and talked about that.
about like that it looks like straight revenue, but it is, you know, we're still paying that
Yes.
per pupil cost
Yep.
for all those students, so just kind of like keeping that in mind, I mean, when thinking about that revenue.
Electives and other classes that they're
Exactly.
required to take, not
Yeah.
just the CTE classes.
Yeah, so I just think that needs to be acknowledged, because if not, it just looks like, but the students,
Yeah, we're still
we're
educating
fully
them. Yes.
servicing those
Yep.
students, as if they were our own district students.
And they can get referred to special ed, and we're paying for the full cost of the evaluations to do so.
Noted, Rachel. No, it just matters. Other questions, Jen?
That was my last one. Oh, no, it was, yeah, that's my last one, sorry.
I had one question.
Go ahead.
No, you can go first.
No, I was just, 53,502 other technical services. It says in the book that 265,000 is attributed to DMS. What is that?
You have to read the books.
Well, I'm curious why the number went up.
No, I know, I just.
And the 49%, and then like, what is the 265,000 being spent at DMS for?
53,502?
Yep.
Sorry, Mike. Here we go.
So 50% or, yeah, so budgeted 228 to 320. And then what page do you want to have in the?
In the book, it's under, it's
Section
tab
DMS
15 IT.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just, I mean, it's IT related, but I was just curious what it was.
It is, let me find it.
What line are you?
And this is all of our softwares, right? Everything.
Not softwares, but
I'm
services.
sorry, services, like Windows,
Oh,
is it like
they
Windows
will get
is in there
divided out
too?
going
Is
down.
it that
So
one?
that's in the top one here for,
Oh, but it's across
then
the
it has to
board.
get divided.
So it's not just
So
EMS.
it's not just
all
EMS.
of it.
Yeah, no, that then has to get broken down to all the schools. That's
Yeah, oh,
the
yes,
amount
yes,
in that
I'm sorry.
category.
I think you're asking what are the specific programs. Yes, that's a cost that gets shared across all
Okay,
districts.
that's what I thought, but the
No, it's
book
wildly
doesn't show that.
misleading.
So.
Not all
All we
districts.
need to do is put 320,000 in all the other schools and it'd be equitable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
that might add to the budget.
But also, but then going back to that, can we clarify the increase?
Yeah, certainly.
Because we went from budgeted 228 to
Mhm.
320, so just curious. about what
Don't
that
want to
13
misspeak, so give me one
Yeah, that's
second to
fine.
pull it up, but I know we have a cost of Go Guardian. Go Guardian is coming off of a 4-year renewal. So that's
What is
in there, and then I believe this is the one that also held the cybersecurity training as well. But that's what I want to be sure on it.
Shouldn't it be-
And if that, and so while I look for it, if that difference is $75,000, that is it. If it is a $75,000,
That was 105,000.
105, okay. Then there's something else in there, but. Elle, do you remember the sheet that kept the notes? Is that the,
I didn't pull the notes in.
Wasn't that the one that you
to us.
created?
I
That
think
was
it's
the,
the
wouldn't that be the IT budget?
that's what I'm looking for
Yeah,
right
I think
now.
it's in Kenny's folder, might be in the.
Oh, okay, maybe that's what
What was
I'm
the
I think it-
sheet that I gave you?
I think it might, yeah, still be in
saying.
there.
That may be the spreadsheet. Department budgets.
No, it's not in that one. I don't- It's in there.
So while we have a minute, one of the reasons why you'll see the main one account have the lump sum is because I generally won't allocate it all until the final approved budget, because so many things can change, and the time that it takes to allocate those, there's several different charts that we use. We allocate some items per pupil, we allocate some items per students riding buses. There's like 3 different charts that we use depending on populations and square footage. We do facilities by square footage. So to allocate all of those per, to do it over and over, there's too much room for error, so I wait till everything's approved, final stamp, then I spend like 2 full days in allocation.
I found it. So it is the money for Go Guardian, cyber training, as well as CAMI, which is a program that teachers use for creating PDFs or editable PDFs. And SmartPass is booked to this. SmartPass was paid out of ESSER this year. Was SmartPass paid out of ESSER?
Yes.
Yep.
So now it's showing it in this line. Thank you for your patience on that. I knew I had it somewhere.
Oh, I lied, one more. Meg, I saw you did the analysis on the cost of leasing Chromebooks versus buying them. Are we good with the lease? I just want to confirm, because I knew that had come up. I don't know if anybody else had a chance to look at the analysis.
So it saves money.
When was it sent?
Friday afternoon?
And we did get some updated pricing information today. So the specific numbers have changed, but the trend of it ultimately costing more in years, I believe it was 4, 5, and 6. It's around $20,000 to $35,000 more to lease versus buy outright. But the savings is in the next 3 years, in that you're not buying them outright. But eventually, you end up leasing the same number you would be purchasing.
Who was it sent from?
So it's in this document here, it's in the spreadsheet that I showed you.
So from you?
Jules would have sent it on Friday, and then you showed it today. Do you remember your drive? And it's line 20.
Oh, of course. What line is this reflected on the budget again? 'Cause we don't know.
So this is rental of equipment.
54602.
Correct.
No, 54603.
60. Yes, sorry. My eyes are getting.
And what was the net, the reduction in buying the Chromebooks for the kindergartners?
I'm sorry.
Because you're not going to buy you're not going to buy the computers for the kindergartners.
So kindergartners keep Chromebooks in their classroom, and then we give them to kids in grades 1, 6, and 9.
Okay, so
They
the
get
first,
individuals.
so in theory you would be buying first graders computers, then, right?
No, this would be leasing them versus
No,
purchasing.
I understand. How much would it have cost us to buy the first graders computers, and what line was that? Like,
It's-
because 93 isn't on top of, it's,
93 is the lease cost. We do not have the purchase. The purchase cost is not in this budget.
okay, let me try to say it a different way. Last year, we bought, this fiscal year, FY24, we bought computers. What line is that in?
That
And
came
how
out of-
much was it?
That came out of the grant, the technology
So this is
furniture
a
grant.
full up $93,000 add to the budget.
Correct.
There's no, and even though we have ESSER funds.
So,
Yeah.
so remember earlier I said that
Yeah.
JD has a slide
Yeah.
to show you what potentially could come out of the budget and
Yeah.
go into ESSER? That's the next thing I would like us to
Yeah.
review once we're done with
I do want to point out, I'd be incredibly cautious about doing a 1-year lease out of ESSER.
No.
You'd have to do the purchase. If you're doing you do a purchase on
No,
it.
you buy them and then
Yeah.
you'd wait, so you'd wait
You
to
kick
implement.
it another year. Yep.
Yeah, okay, so that's exciting, because James, that'll go back to your
Yep.
earlier statement of like, well, we're creeping up, like
Right.
Jody's going to save the energy, for the creeps.
So, just to be clear, the budget has us leasing, which is cheaper in the short term, because it's a cheaper per year up until year 4, and then we lose money.
Correct.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is likely we will not do anything this year because we will likely use ESSER funds to purchase the computers like we have, and then we'll have a nice full year
Yes.
to think about our philosophy of how we get computers for our students for the next budget.
Yes, I
is
just
where
wanted
think
to
we'll end.
reframe us where we are
Yeah.
at with this particular
Yeah,
document.
yeah.
Okay.
And if ESSER pays for them, you have a savings of $93,000.
Well, savings is a strong, in this
Reduction.
budget, yes,
Yes.
but like, it's not like, yes. But one question that I had was about, Jen, Ken, you mentioned the GED, number, 53215. And you had said that there was a cost that we were, so that's a full out edition, right? The 25, but we're eating that this year,
We are.
was my question?
Yes.
And we did not budget for that this year.
Nope, 'cause we didn't
It
know
used to
that
be
was-
free.
Yeah, we weren't aware that that
Who
the cost
changed
was
it and
actually
when?
coming to state.
Department of Ed.
No, but wait, is this a GED?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you got put.
Put that in ESSER too.
you decided to do it.
Okay.
Great talk.
Yeah, but they
Who's the most
unexpectedly
popular
started
person in the
charging.
room? I know.
Did we get a memo from them regarding that or something?
It might have
Oh,
gone to
what
Mary
was-
King or Gail's email, we did not, like, none of this,
Receive anything?
yeah, we didn't receive any of the people that were here,
Suspect.
and then I didn't find out about it until,
Yes, we knew and didn't know. That doesn't-
well, it might have been Mary King and.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not like we got an unexpected call from the state that we might not.
No, we
have
got an
been aware.
unexpected invoice from Tri-County for several months saying, why haven't you paid the bill? And I said, because we don't pay that bill, the state pays that bill. And he said, oh no, that ended and you now have to pay
Yeah,
the bill.
what I'm saying is someone
Yeah.
in this district is probably aware of that.
Oh,
Maybe.
I'm guessing that,
Yep, great, okay. Any other questions?
probably went to the wrong email, went to like Mary King's email because, or Bill, I don't know, Bill, years ago.
Okay, should we call a recess?
Before we do Ken's thing,
Right, can you make a motion?
I'm gonna make a motion for a 5-minute recess before we do Ken's presentation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Enjoyed this presentation.
We will return from recess, and I believe, Dr. Duber, you said the next thing was to have Dr. Cook walk us through potential opportunities for utilizing the ESSER funds for reallocating this.
That's correct. What we can possibly take out of the operating budget and put into ESSER 3.
So I just want to mention before I get to those slides that I did go back and add the revised benefits budget into all of these itemized individuals. So as you go through those, there's an additional column for that. And a reminder of where we are currently, that we do have $747,000 unbudgeted. These are the items we are looking to pay down this year in fiscal year 24 as the K-5 health curriculum upon approval, and those Tri-County GED courses and testing fees that were not budgeted anywhere but need to be paid. Removing out of the budget in front of you the history textbooks at a cost of $72,000, the projector for the high school at a cost of $7,850. Here's where, in talking to Mike just before this meeting, and this was already PDF'd and ready to go, but the technology hardware, that line could increase to include those computers. And you'll see in a moment when I get to the totals of what's suggested here. With only 42 budgeted, we have room to budget more. Upgrades to the Bridges 3rd edition, which is our math curriculum K-5, would come out of this budget that's in front of you and go into ESSER.
So Jody, just to clarify, all those are in here right now?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And additional things that are not in there, but are things we would like. Again, the HVAC system, I know that hasn't gone up for approval or conversation yet, but I just want to remind you that currently there is $320,000 in ESSER. I think the proposal, once it is brought to you, we're asking for an additional $40,000 to fully renovate that building for programming. Not in a budget yet, but possibility of adding or getting a jump start on the high quality science curriculum adoption. We would kind of push that to see if that is at all possible to buy that down. Nearpod is a questionable one, but we are looking at something to support teachers in Tier 2 interventions, and busing for summer school that was requested at a cost of 4 buses and 4 monitors. So that is a total of 481, remembering that we had 737. Did I remember that number right? So there is wiggle room there to add the additional computers to buy them outright for next year based on this. I would ask that we wait and close out at least the school year before we do that cost, because by then, or wait until the June amendment period, but then we'll have a better cost of actuals on budget and salary, and we'll have a better idea of how many staff we're going to carry for summer school. So, but I could, right now, as the budget is open, just put the rest of it into a line item for computers, and just know that we could be flexible with that line, and just spend the remainder of the balance of what we have.
So Judy, that number there, 41, the 237 could be subbed out of the current number in the budget now.
It's the 162 price.
All right, 162.
That you can take right out of your budget right now.
So the 80,000 that we prospectively going to add, we still will be then in the positive, in my view, a positive direction.
Yep.
Bring the number down.
Yep.
In other words, 80,000 plus.
Yep, and remember the final. I have 747. In what we've accounted for right now, we're only at 481. So I would use the rest of those funds.
Yeah. So then we can bring it down further.
Correct.
Okay, good, thank you.
But we're adding how much for the computers?
So in my hesitation in the tech, so this is where I think a little confusion happened. The technology hardware.
Right. I thought I could just take that.
That is for unknown purchases. I don't know if I forget who I said this to. So like, I will encumber a PO to Apple for $10,000, and that comes out of that. So I don't know if those are going to be ESSER eligible, because I may not need them until next May when ESSER's already been spent down.
No, so I would take this out and replace it with computers.
And then add in the computers. So I don't want anybody to think as we start talking numbers, I think we have to put the 42,000
gotcha.
back in the budget, because I don't think that's ESSER eligible.
Correct.
But what we could do is, I would
take out the 80 something you have for
93.
rent. 93.
Take the 93 rental out.
Yeah.
And what you'd be adding is like a $300,000 purchase of Chromebooks. So it's still a savings.
And what's the lead time on getting those? Like if we wait till June, you have enough time to get them ready for the school?
So yes, so as long as whoever we purchase them for delivers, and we have traditionally done purchases in the May-June, and we've sometimes ordered on Monday and had 900 get here by the end of the week.
Chromebooks,
And what's the total cost for the purchase roughly?
I would estimate it. So according to today's price, it was like 276. We always say 300.
Okay.
That's just a number I feel safe with.
and that's all the first graders.
So that's grades 1, 6, and
This
9.
one?
Correct.
That one?
And so that would push the problem off till next year.
Correct.
It would put, well, and it also gets you, it's two things. One, this money is specifically earmarked for trying to utilize for technology, for trying to help close the digital
Yep.
divide, et cetera. So it is an appropriate use of ESSER funds, in my opinion. But also, it allows us to free up $50,000, if I'm hearing Mike correctly, from, because is that 42 in here?
Yeah.
So the 42 is in there as 50.
Yep. So I can pull out all the 93.
You get all the 93. Yep.
So it basically allows you to remove the 54603, which is the 93,000, and allow the school committee and the administration basically a year to consider the best choice for our philosophy for computers going forward, looking at, the spreadsheet that Mike gave us, being able to ask questions, being able to look at other options, etc. And so, although it pushes out the problem, it allows us to utilize funding that we need to spend anyways, and allows us time to make a thoughtful decision regarding, like, in my opinion, a big decision. Because to your point, Jen, what I looked quickly at when we got sent to it, like, might not be the best plan, but I do think we need to have, like, a strategic technology plan, knowing that we've been purchasing these computers with ESSER funds.
It's a much nicer way of putting it.
Yeah.
So, and don't tell Chaz this, but you could also reduce 57309 by $10,000.
And Mike, I can still take the 78650 for the projector.
So, and that's why I just
Yeah.
reduced 57309 by 10.
Judy, are there any other investments we can make with that extra money, using it appropriately?
I
help
definitely
us
think
going
as this gets closer, I would
We will find.
I would be hesitant to budget to the penny right now, not knowing some of those other costs, the summer school and actuals on. I mean, we got a lot more specific. I think we're really close to the actuals on salaries and benefits, but.
Can you go back to that GED cost?
Yep. It's a little high.
Yeah.
Well, but the bills that we have now, $20,000 of them are from
The
last
first
year,
half.
so we're still gonna get
Okay.
probably 20 grand for this year, so I think
Okay.
that, or, somewhere.
But we
in
only
that.
have 25 budgeted for next year.
Because that's a one-year cost. The
We're paying for two.
problem is, again, we didn't know till it was very, very late. After the audit numbers were all submitted, we got bills for 22. So right now, we are paying bills for 22, and then I'm not sure what we're getting for bills. I'm assuming it's a whole year. We got $22,000 worth of bills for fiscal year 22. So that's why we budgeted 25,000 for bills for fiscal year 25. This current year's total hit for GED, I'm not entirely sure what it's going to be at. I'm assuming it might be close to that. We're still, this is the first year we're getting all of
So
these
shouldn't that
bills.
number be 65?
No, just
No,
for pay for
because-
last year and this year.
That's fiscal 20.
Oh, I could,
To be paid.
but
If
it
you
has
wanna
to be
put it
spent.
into fiscal-
This has to be spent by September 30th, so I can't.
Oh, that's not how they
We
bill
won't.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because September 30th is the end
Touche.
of the.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was like books that we're purchasing.
No, I mean we were talking about summer school and the possibility of kids finishing GED courses over the summer, which
No,
would
okay,
count.
understand.
But
I was just looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, I know.
Moment. It
I
was
know.
not it. Got it. But we do think 25 is the appropriate number,
Yeah.
even though that says 40.
We have 1 year's worth of bills at 25 so far. That's all we have to really go on.
So we can take the 25 out of here, correct?
No.
No,
No,
that's what
okay,
that's
what
what
you
that's
said.
what I was trying to do. But it's
Yeah.
basically that will cover the deficit that we did
Yeah.
not budget for last year.
Gotcha.
And the past due bill, but we can't do this because it's not billed until the students
Finish the
it won't be
courses.
paid by September.
Gotcha, okay. You can't prepay it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was trying. Not that it was prepaid, but I wasn't sure what it got us.
But the 93 we took out of the computers,
Okay.
that will basically, even though we took it out of the computer line, that will cover the potential 80,000 we need to
Yeah.
add.
Yeah.
So we're taking it out of the line, but maybe not taking it out of the budget.
Well, so,
It'll cover that.
alright, so unless, and we're not officially approving anything, like we'll eventually have to put this on a future agenda to approve, like what Jody is talking to us about, but we can take the number right now of, is it 142?
Well, no, it's,
Someone has to do the math for me. It's 160, take out the 42 and put in 300. What does that come to?
Yeah, but
No, but 300 is not.
Oh, but you only have
It's
90
two-
in there.
It's 213,850. Because it's the 72,000, the 7,850, the 93K for the lease
Yep.
that's coming out, because
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
and then the 41,000 for bridges, so it's 213,850 is what would be coming out of the budget.
Yeah, but then I heard that 42 needs to go in.
It doesn't need to go in, it's already in.
It's already in.
It's 57309 has 50,000 in it.
Where are the books?
I don't memorize numbers unfortunately that easily.
I thought you were asking for the actual
It's a
books, and I was like,
$60,000 line
what
and
are
it's
you talking
in.
No.
I know. I'm there now. I literally thought you were saying like, where are the books? Like, show me the books.
Oh, do you mean the
Where are you
textbooks?
stashing the books?
Yeah.
Where are you hiding them?
Oh, they're in my office. Textbook social, it's a $60,000 line under 56401. And then the rest is within that 60,000 at 56401. Oh yeah, they're both 56401, sorry. One says textbook social studies high school, has a $60,000 amount. The other is the general line that says textbook allocation, budget allocation, that's 60,000.
So 72 and 41 are both coming out of 56?
Nope, and then the 41, the math, or somewhere else, hold on.
Alright, sorry. So out of 56401, how much could we potentially subtract?
56401, I have 40,000 that's on a line that says textbooks Fishing Cove. Do you see that one?
Or not?
We're
Oh,
on the
not
big,
in that.
we're on
I'm
the
sorry.
big sheet.
So I have 40,000 for that. I have another line that has 60,000 for the high school, and then another general fund line that has the remaining six. Well,
Are they all under 564?
they are 56401, yes.
That's what I need to know. So how much
Okay.
money total can I subtract from that line, from this budget?
You are taking out 111,000.
So what's left?
Ooh,
How much are we taking out?
111.
I
Did I count for the 80?
don't have it.
Budget?
Did that account for the 80 that we added?
Oh, I'm not, no.
We haven't
Well,
officially.
I'm not there yet, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to like, cause we'll have to make a motion where we say,
Yeah.
add this, subtract this, and we'll try to,
6401.
Reconcile.
but I'm trying to make sure we know what lines, so when we're talking, we can do it correctly.
It looks like I have a total of 165,000 in that.
What? No, it's 156.
It's a $156,000 line.
Why do I have 165?
What line number, what line?
56401.
56401.
Textbooks.
I'm
56.
gonna trust yours rather than mine, because I may have cut.
156.
I was just curious, so say, because textbooks to me are so tangible, right? And so, if we were saying we needed $156,000 worth of textbooks, I was just trying to figure out what wasn't in that 111 number that we're not pre-buying. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not like it's a collaborative together, we'll figure this out. I'm just looking to see if there's any other opportunity to allocate textbook money to ESSER and not have it in this budget so that we can, you know what I mean?
Are we looking to clear the balance of the line?
I was just curious why, what was left? Like where's is that? Or it might be just random stuff, like it might not be, it's like 40.
It is. Elle, do you remember
45.
if the out-of-district textbooks go here?
I think they have their own dual.
They have their own dual enrollment textbooks?
It's a small, it's okay, we'll just, we can wash it. I was just curious if there was like one thing that you were like, oh, we're intentionally not taking that textbook money out because of why. That's where I was kind of curious.
I think I was looking at big ticket items and.
Yep, okay, so 111, history, science.
Betty, it might be under textbooks total, just a sub, but are you in all lines? I remember seeing
I'm in my original budget, 'cause that's where I have the notes about what things are.
And do you know what page it is in your binder?
It's 56406, textbook non-public. It's a different line.
I'm not pulling it.
And then there's textbook school enrollment is 56410.
That's the 65.
No. What? Okay, and so we would be subtracting 111 from 56401, and then what are the other? Obviously, the 92 from the rental line, if Mr. 93 from the rental line, correct, Mr. Fallon?
Correct.
And then,
Mike, was there another 10,000 from another line?
57309.
57309. Okay.
and that's because of the projector.
Correct.
Huh? Are you doing the song? I do it every time. You know the song? There's a, it's like, it's like, there's like,
Jenny,
a, yeah, yeah. Yes.
But no.
And then, where is that it? No, we need to get to 213, where's the rest?
Mike, did you say 10,000 on the projector?
Yes, you can reduce it by 10. So I budgeted 10,000, not knowing that price they got last week, so.
Okay, so we get 10,000 plus 93
No, that's a remainder.
plus
Is it coming out of?
111.
The other part's 24, I think they just did
That's
specify
214,
which part is
isn't it?
25 and which one is 24's budget. Dave's just trying to get to another number, but this is the 24 budget.
Yeah, it was only one slide.
Oh, because I rounded up for the 10,000. You wouldn't have rounded up for the 10,000. Because Mike rounded up. You did the actual cost of the projector, and I did the 10,000. So that's where it is. Okay, so we've accounted. So it's 111 on this curriculum line, and then 10,000 on the technology-related hardware line, and then the 93 for the rentals. And that gets you 214. So then, okay.
Oh, yeah, make a motion to extend.
Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
Favor. You ready to go? We let Jenny. Don't even know.
That's already in the budget.
I had Bridges budgeted for 40, so there's a,
So 40 plus 72 plus science, where'd the science go?
that is not in the current budget.
Oh. Did you put that in yours?
Nope.
So history?
Just the history textbooks, the projector, and Bridges,
Just-
and then the.
Alright, any other questions for Jody regarding ESSER right now? Okay, Jody?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jody.
Jody.
What would you like to talk about next, Judah?
That's the last thing that I want to present.
Okay.
What do you think?
That is the last thing he has to present.
I move passage with the revisions.
I have a question.
That was nice try, James.
I withdraw.
Next try. I have a concern about the, I'm on board with the additional positions for the interventionists, but I have some concerns about making them permanent, like in perpetuity, you know, in like
Perpetuity.
perpetuity, thank you. We brought them on in order to like close the learning gap from COVID and things like that, and I know we still need them now. I'm not sure we're gonna need them forever. I'd like to discuss the possibility of having them be one-year positions, which they have been, and continuing that for the next year.
And that's in the personnel services
Yes.
compensation line.
What
And
we-
you're not questioning the amount that there's right now, but you're questioning like the long-term effects of voting that in.
Yes.
So I wonder, because it's almost two different conversations. I know, but like for the budget conversation, all the school committee right now is doing is allocating this year's funds. I don't know, Andrew, where does the
There'd only be it's a budgeted position for this year.
Every year you have to look at
I mean, in
what
theory-
positions we need, so next year we would revisit
They could just reduce
But I think-
positions, and it could come from school committee to say, you know, we don't want you to continue with those positions in the future.
That doesn't feel right.
But were they contractually one-year positions when they get signed on
Yes.
to someone's hired?
Yeah.
So
So I think we
that-
just
that
need to be
would
clear
self-terminate.
about what putting this money in means, because when you post it and different things, like where would that?
Yeah, well, I mean, just bear in mind, there's sort of an ongoing discussion regarding one-year only positions and how they're impacted by the RIF clause.
Yeah.
It's something unique to this district. But suffice it to say, NEA, NK treats a one-year only position, still triggers the RIF clause if you wanted to get it. So the impact is, it doesn't really make a difference, to tell you the truth, the way it's interpreted now. If the administration and the school committee decides next year they want to reduce those positions, we'd be able to reduce them, and then the argument would be whether it impacts the RIF clause or not.
I think it's something as administration and school committee, we need to look at this, that every year, what are the needed positions? Not just saying, oh, you're putting a position in, so now it's there forever, right? Putting a position in for this year is what we're saying we need it for, and it may be something that's needed for 2 years, right? You're gonna relook every year at what positions do you need and what's the impact that it has on, you know, student performance.
So there's no way to bind these positions to just being 1 year only, except by the contract, which is outside of this
Well, it
budgetary process,
would
right?
be how we.
We need to put it on an agenda for a future meeting.
I mean, I think, yeah, Dr. Duba would post them as one-year positions for these.
Right.
No, but
Exactly.
I think the school committee should have a conversation about that impact. Like, as long as we allocate the funds in the budget for this year, it could be
Safe.
at least 1 year. But I do think it's worth further conversations about, like, how we want to post the positions and how it goes into the union contract, et cetera, before those jobs get posted. Like, those could be two separate conversations. All we're making a decision on tonight is that we're allocating funds for 1 year.
Right.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay.
As long as that doesn't bind us to these jobs forever.
Doesn't.
No, but we'll put it, I wrote
It's
it.
just like any position we put in, if it was a school psychologist or.
Right.
I mean, he could come, Dr.
It
Duba could come
becomes
to
job
next year and say,
description,
we need it,
one
but we
year,
can't afford
You
them.
know, we don't
Right.
need this
One
position
year
for
contract.
7 years, so.
Yeah, but I do think we should put it on though, because we've talked about 1 year positions and how they're hard to fill and, you know, all of those sort of things and what the contract will be and stuff, so I think before we post them, having that
Well, the
conversation.
contract doesn't matter, because when the teacher, when a teacher goes into the position, they're going into the position and they're becoming a union member. So you're hiring that person, the position may disappear, and then the people would be laid off based on seniority.
Yep.
So in other words, if there was a vacancy and they had some seniority over the next person, they could fill it full-time, but that still
So-
1 year is dissolved after that 1 year.
Right, the position would be.
Yeah.
I think just understanding, like, okay, so I hear your question, but I think as far as what we're doing today, we are fine because we have it budgeted for 1 year, but I'll put it on a list for us to talk about. Because we might want to do more than that, is what I'm saying, is that we might want to think about that strategy, but I also think what you're saying is as well. Any other questions before we make a motion and then play around with what we want to play around with? So, where we were at the beginning was, so if we had started this day with the original motion and making a motion, we would have had a motion to approve a budget and 79,974,066, which is 4.76% higher than our current budget that we approved last year, with 3.487% increase to the request that we would be submitting to the town. So that's kind of where we started this journey. And so before what I would like to recommend is like kind of have us just quickly outline, and I don't know if it's possible to like visually write it down so people can see it. Is that possible in a Google Doc or something?
You can put it in the spreadsheet as you go on.
Yeah, or
I
do
would-
something.
no,
I wouldn't touch that. I was saying like a different document, just like, we're gonna reduce this, we're gonna increase this, and this is how it's gonna change it.
Separate.
Yeah, or even just a new Google sheet so that we can do the calculations, because to Mr. Sheehan's point, we'll wanna know what, if we,
Yeah.
like,
Just make a copy of the file.
Oh, I'm
It
not
doesn't-
able to, I think we're to scan
I think
this
it's like
PDF,
4 lines.
right,
We're
this
gonna-
is, how do
So
you?
that is your Excel.
Oh, that's
file
my
that you
Excel,
gave
but I'm not able to.
me. It is just
put it-
locked,
Yeah, it's
because
locked.
I can't edit it.
Okay, so if I just open, I can just open a new one.
Oh.
Wait a minute,
Or save as,
yeah, that's fine. I just think it's like, so we're all clear on like what potentially we might change, yeah.
okay.
So what I can do is I can walk us through what I think I heard, and then we can kind of talk about that, and then someone wants to make a motion, and then we can go from, and then we'll, after the motion in a second, we'll still have discussion, like that's of course how it works, but we'll see how we can do it. Okay, so what I heard in column A, we'll do,
I'm just kind of writing some stuff down and I can move it around. But what were you?
not, I
No.
wasn't gonna do that.
Yeah, no, I think, can you make a copy of the existing budget?
I don't think I can.
Alright, so why don't we just do this
Yes, you
then?
could.
Let me see. I can just save, I can't really save as that one.
No, just
Yeah,
save it as a different one.
No, you can't. I'm trying to, I can't
Say
get to the
overwrite,
save as.
or save as or
as
save
screen
as.
out.
It's locked.
It's locked.
Copy all fields and paste into an Excel.
I can try to select it, yeah.
Just paste values, right, if you're doing VLOOKUPs.
Yeah,
Just copy the whole thing and paste it into new copy.
yeah, but we're still playing the same game with playing things. There's no formulas in here, so it's all formatting and doing a whole bunch of
I
things.
see.
Which is
Yep.
Okay.
Delete everything.
kind of the same.
Alright, how
I
about,
was to mess with that one as well. How
Okay.
did you wanna?
so what I was gonna suggest is just saying, so the first thing under revenue that I believe we are changing is line 54203. We were proposing adding the $30,000 to that number. So, yep. And then in column C, if you could put 18.
What do you?
I wanted what the new number was gonna be. So if you take $30,000 and then put 1822300 in that column C, and then the sum in column D. Because that will, and then if you just want to put the note of custodial, just so that we can keep track of life.
Yep, yeah, so.
And this is just what I heard, I'm not mandating any, I'm just trying to notice taking notes as we were going through. We were gonna add
Next
50
one, 57,306.
yeah, 57306, yep.
And put 50K in there.
And it was originally 8100. And then
That's all we put in.
And you wanna start taking away?
yep, in some column.
I don't have my number. What's my number?
The number for computer.
Yeah, but I wanted it not in the same, I want to be able to sum what we're adding versus what we're subtracting, so I would do what we're subtracting in like G and H, so that we can keep those columns clean.
Obviously separate.
Yeah.
54603.
Okay. So we can sum
Cut- yeah, you can do
this,
that,
we
yeah.
can do this as a sum and keep it all in one column, because
Yeah,
that
that's fine.
would,
Within the negatives too, maybe.
yeah.
Maybe the negative side, also make that a sum.
Yeah,
And then we
I
just
figured when we
subtracted
get,
it
I'm not sure how many we're adding, if we're
Okay.
separating, you know, how, yeah, but yeah,
Yep.
I'll be getting that to the bottom, and then we'll get a total equals whatever,
Yep.
we'll call this the sum. We'll just get rid of what's not. And total, this is actually just total, I'm not gonna put that in there, so, because that's our total, so 63, 93, it was 93.
So it's that, and then also,
Bringing it to nothing. Which, this would actually reduce. We're reducing, well, this is, because you're taking you're adding this to this
it's-
amount
it's
to get
because
this
you're
amount.
trying to do column
Taking
3
this-
and you really want to be doing column C.
Hmm?
You want to do the math on column C.
But I wanted to see what the total is, because you're creating the totals here for the amounts, right? Because we're adding 50.
But you're not
So this
adding
is
the,
the addition,
Yep.
and then we're taking some stuff away, so that's what I was just getting at now, like, okay, we're gonna get to this where we're gonna reduce to
So you
get
need
to a
to make
negative
C-
93.
so you would make C 93
It's
and
C.
then,
The original was 93, but this is the movement we're making, right?
Yeah. So
We're
look at,
increasing, we're decreasing?
no, the movement,
so under column C,
Mm-hmm.
right, under column C right there, that's what we're adding to the budget, the 30, we're
Right.
adding 80,000 to the
That's the
budget,
adjustment,
right?
right. So that's the movement, that's the adjustment to the
So
budget.
we added 80,000, now we're gonna, below that, put in what we're taking out.
So you
So
want a
we
total
have
for
the-
C13.
Yep, so we have the computer leases,
And look at, it's where the 93,000 was. And the total-
54,603.
What is it?
54.
54603?
603.
Okay.
and then,
where did the textbook line, Jody?
yep, it's,
56401.
8675,
56401 minus 111.
Tech hardware, not equipment.
Hmm?
Tech hardware. Yep.
So originally you had wanted me to put what was originally budgeted in this column. Do you not want to take that route? You're just doing a total impact here? Is that the goal? I think when we were originally talking about it, you had asked me to put, like, you were saying 30,000, but then this was what was in the budgeted line. You wanted to see the total.
I was gonna do it differently, but you
Right.
went on your own journey, so that's okay.
Well, no, because I started this way and then I was building it, going
I
from
think
what
just
you were
focus,
saying.
just
so-
focus on
Yep.
column C for now.
Yep.
So,
Wait a sec, wait, wait. So there, plus here, got a savings of 134. This is, yeah,
Yeah, it
we'll
takes
get
us
rid of
a
this
lot.
for the moment.
huh?
Go to 72,000.
Is it the textbooks?
Yeah, I thought the textbooks were only
And
72.
then the
Why do you say,
bridge,
why do you say
there's-
111?
Was
There were two
plus
different
41,
ones.
the upgrade to the bridges, is that?
Yeah, but bridges I thought was coming from another account.
Hold on.
Joey Bush.
Yes, the,
Mm.
well, I said yes very loudly and I wasn't sure.
A confident yes. I had history 72,
Yep.
bridges 41. What's that?
And she said it was only 40 in this budget.
But I can take the other 113.
So 113, that's the
Completely
history,
coming out of 56,401, yep,
and that's the history textbooks and the upgraded bridges.
correct.
Is the science is not in this budget.
Correct.
Okay. And that doesn't mean that we can't use ESSER funds for it, but that's not part of this conversation today. But might have a positive effect on next year's. Yep, you know what I mean. Okay, so is there anything else I missed as far as what we talked about? On the expense side? The only, so there's a savings there, right, 136, right, or what we're at right now. Yep. And then the only other note that I had that I still am not like rectified like with the budget is I am still very uncomfortable with the 280 from investment earnings as far as like how we're getting to our budget number, and so I personally feel like we should reduce that slightly because we have not ever had that. Like I know this year seems like an anomaly, but it's such an unknown. Like I'm very worried about putting a large percentage of our budget on our investment earnings with no control over said thing. So that was the only other like outstanding thing for me is that I am concerned about that.
Did we lower that?
We have not officially lowered it, no. So it is budgeted for 280. Last year we budgeted 60. I think L's rationale makes a lot of sense. I just, without having a like financial investment planner, like make that recommendation with like really significant analysis, I would be nervous to put that much of our budget in that when we've only done 60, 70 in years past.
I agree with you.
I thought we brought that down to like, didn't we all bring that down to like 160 or something like that? Do I recall something like that, or?
No.
We haven't done anything, but that's a lovely number. If that's your suggestion, you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah,
I personally think we should lower it a little bit.
Yeah, I think this was a very, very good year for the stock market.
Yep. And I think it's great for us,
And
but
it might not be next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I just want to be. I think we should be a little bit more conservative with that. And I so hope Ella's right, and that will be wonderful. But I don't want to have a budget shortfall because the market.
If we were to take away 80, it would be break even almost, I think.
You want to add, so reduce it by 80,000? I'm sorry, is that what you said? Reduce it by 80,000?
Well, I would just
Bring it to
throw a number
200
out there.
instead of 280.
Bring it to 200.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's more conservative, and then you're basically at 3.45 again, where we started. My calculations are right.
56.
I don't think your calculations are right. I think you can actually.
No, because I think we were ahead net 80, about 80, and then this would be another 80 from that.
We were at 136, I thought.
We were at 136, but then we're going to reduce the revenue by 80,000.
Okay,
So-
so it's 136. Okay.
We're
There's
coming
more money.
down.
I'm saying you
Yeah.
could reduce that investment if we want to try to break even. If that's the goal right now, which is what I think is a reasonable goal, it would be. We're so close. It would be.
Well, if you
Putting that
would
50,
reduce,
taking
I
that
guess,
56 out too.
I guess
think.
there's two ways to look at this, because
I'd
you're
go
going to
down to two.
you're going to reduce it by 80, you're going to reduce that line by 80,000, but directly increasing the town line by the 80,000 to meet the same budget. What I'm saying is to meet the same expense budget for zero budget. So you're reducing a revenue line, right? So in order to keep the same,
Yeah.
I mean, but we've got a $56,000 savings, so, well, not savings, but the impact would be 56, reduction in expenses of 56, if you have a reduction in expenses of 138,000,
Yeah.
then you reduced your revenue.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you can then reduce the town appropriation, that would inevitably, because that's the only other line on revenue that you're gonna be affecting.
I
Unless
was
you
saying
use
lower.
that 56.
I was saying lower the investment. Like we've never. So this year is an anomaly.
Right.
28,000
lower it by how
23,000?
much?
I
Did
would
you
say
say 80,000?
$100,000 is optimistic. I would be comfortable
I don't- I
with
think-
100.
Yeah, like, I think,
So more.
cause what I'm thinking about is if that doesn't happen, then what? Like, we have all these expenses that we're approving, like, I feel like it needs to be a little.
So do you wanna just take out the 56 in addition to the 80?
I mean, we're collectively.
We're talking about it,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, that's an option.
I think we should budget $100,000 for investment earnings. That's, if I was picking, I would pick 100.
Well,
We could go,
wait a minute, so we got 56 plus 80.
what do you think, Dr.
It wouldn't hurt to have a little extra in there though. So you wanna go down only by 100? Jen, is that your suggestion?
No, right now,
No, she
right now
wants to go
it's
down by
280.
180.
I'm saying budget 100.
Oh, budget 100.
So go to 180.
So, all I'm doing here is showing the impact, because if you're gonna reduce your revenue by 180,000, you're inevitably kind of increasing your having to then adjust.
Yeah, we gotta adjust something else.
You have
if we
to
go
adjust
below
your
that.
budget for a less 180,000.
No, we don't have to.
Which means, but it would net out to 44,000 increase here, because right here, we showed a savings impact. We're adding, right, adding to the budget, taking away from the budget, so we
Right.
added 80,000, we
What's the
took away
difference?
216,
Why don't we
ended
just-
up with a net savings of 136, so that would reduce the total expenses, the total on the bottom line. But now, if you're taking away revenue,
So we're
you've
reconciling
got
$44,000.
$44,000 that's going to increase some other revenue source in order to cover the
Correct.
difference, so.
Or we just
the-
got
Yeah, but why don't we just cut it to exactly what it is, and that's a rationale for doing it.
If we put that at 136, then we have a zero gap.
The zeros, yeah.
There you're
Why
at,
don't we just go to
right.
0?
Right, so if you reduce.
So what would
Then
that
it's
make
neat,
the
we'll have to go
revenue
back.
line?
So what did I put up there, 280? So it's 280 minus the 136.
So what, no? At 10:26, I'd like to pretend I can do that off my head, but I cannot.
Yeah, my brain does not working right now in
Well,
14
it's late.
hours, 144.
So
Investment
it brings
income.
it down to 144.
Yeah,
This
the
is
investment
closer.
income instead of
I
280
was
was
Yeah.
gonna say
144.
150, so I'm comfortable.
Yeah, that's a good conservative number.
And again, if it's right, it's right, but if it's wrong, it's so
Yeah.
bad. You know what I mean?
If it's right, we get a surplus next year, or lose a revenue.
Yeah, there's, but if it's wrong, then we get.
Right, then you gotta cut.
Yeah, we know that so much is tied to salary, like it's not, we'll end up running a deficit. Alright, so that would be adjusting that revenue line to 144?
Yep.
From 288, okay, and then, so what does that make the,
I don't like sheets.
That should be
Sorry,
near the
I don't work in
original
sheets. It's
number.
kind of stressing me.
what?
That should be near the original number, I think.
Oh, sorry, I was saying,
Oh.
No, I don't work in
No.
sheets. I find it aggravating. It stresses me out. I don't like it. I work in the other Excel.
Google? Or you-
I know, on the desktop, I just find it kind of, I'm locked in. I have to keep going up here.
You can go and do the math on your desktop if you want, because I need to make sure that we're like 1,000% right, and I also need to know what the percentage.
Well, you're just doing this vote and then the changes are going in, so it's, which, I thought you were using this for your motion to vote?
We are, but I
We
need,
want to see the total.
I need to know what the new total is and what the new percentage increase.
Total's the same, right?
It's gonna be the same.
It's
the same.
Because you're not
That'd be
making
But now-
from
We
the,
washed
we-
it out.
we
We're
subbed out
reducing
what we
this and
added in.
reducing this.
So the number is still 49.
We're reducing income and reducing expenses. So it would be
So they're even.
$136,000 reduction to the total.
But the total revenue increase percentage would be different, correct?
Yeah, but I don't have any formulas in here, and I gotta tell you, I'm on 15 hours.
Yeah,
We gotta make these changes in the morning. I'm not making any changes and giving them to you to approve right now. Like, I know it's a tiny, minor thing,
Yeah.
but I just can't. So if you could, I think we've
I
kind
think
of
we can
established
approve
the
what you
vote
have.
is there. If you guys could do that, and then I'll make the changes in the morning.
It's not acceptable.
And when- And you have to get them tomorrow, so.
We have
So-
to get them to them for
By
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
right, so we're reducing the
But this is
investment
the-
by
By
136.
136, so
Right,
it's
and then
a
adding.
total, Yeah, so we're just, well, no, we're reducing revenue here, and we're reducing the expense, so it's just the 79,974 minus, but the doing of percentages and whatnot. All right. I can't, it's locked, like I can't do
But we don't need to
anything.
know what the percentage is exactly now.
Yeah, I mean, I can do a quick percentage on a calculator. Where's the calc on here? Is there a calculator in this, on this drive?
You wanna use a phone?
Yeah, I will. That's just,
Yeah.
right,
Wanna use mine?
finalize the budget on the
You
phone.
got it?
It's-
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
if we
can
need
get
to
2
do a
minute
recess,
recess.
take a few minutes, I'm not like really.
Yes, you
wanting
can do
to
it on your computer. I just wanna make sure that we're like
Yeah.
100%
Yeah, I'll
clear.
go.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Alright.
Aye.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're gonna come back. Dr. Duba's gonna present us the two numbers, and then we're gonna take the votes on the budget separately. So we're gonna do one vote on the revenue portion of it, and then one vote on the expense portion. And so, Dr. Duba, if you want to just review those two numbers based on the changes that we were proposing with the earlier, that would be on.
Yeah, so the revenue is being decreased by $136,000. So your new number is $79,838,066 for revenue, and your expenses is $79,838,066. Numbers, revenue is the same as your expenses. That's what the changes that we made. It does not impact the town appropriation.
Do we get a percentage then, like a renewal, and we'll do that later?
We're gonna do
Okay,
that.
that's right.
Yeah, just for the interest of time,
Sure. Yep.
we're going
Okay.
to, because all we have to do is provide, but the
No,
big
that's fine.
time crunch, yeah, I just wanna
That's
explain
fine.
though, the big
Okay.
time crunch is getting a number to
Right,
the
right.
town
We
for
can catch up.
tomorrow, and that number is not changing based
Yep.
on what we just talked about, so it's still 2075587, but then, the administration will work and get us some additional information, regarding like percentage change, et cetera, later.
Madam Chair, motion on that?
Yep, so we just because of, we just need to do a motion for that number for the revenue, so if anybody wants to make it, go
I'll
ahead.
make the motion that we approve the revenue number of $79,838,066. Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion?
I'm going to be abstaining from this vote due to ethical reasons with my company not allowing me to vote on anything investment related.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then one abstention. Okay, and then another motion for the expenses.
Make a motion that we approve the $79,838,066 for expenses.
Okay, any discussion? I just want to, for the record, note, that the reason we were able to reduce some of these things is due to ESSER funding, and that's just something that school committee will have to consider in the future, in addition to the adjustments that we made this year, so note that. But I am happy though that they are one-time expenses, because that's extremely important. Any further discussion?
I would just add, Madam Chair, maybe next year that another subcommittee, maybe budget and finance, it could do a deep dive, do more of the detailed stuff, and that could help, streamline things here.
We can definitely add that to a future agenda. Any further discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
What, sorry?
Thank
you. Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a accepted budget, and a confirming number that we can send to the town, for tomorrow to confirm 2075587. We look forward to our meeting with them. Where we present,
What is the 2055?
That's the increase.
That's the
Increase over last year.
Wait, what?
I couldn't figure out what number you were talking about.
The town appropriation.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah,
Okay.
with the increase, yeah, sorry, 61602,009, and that's the increase based on.
Move adjournment, Madam Chair?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Jen, any correspondence?
No, 220 Karen Martone's Gordon School Committee Agenda Tuesday, February 20th, 221 Mary Warback Middle School Options, 222 Susanna Tingley from the list.
Thank you so much. Now, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Move adjourned.
So, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
This is